RSG versus Bren. Let's go. Right now. Woo! After failing to raid the House of Highlights, the defending champions have found themselves with their backs against the wall. Can they outrun the playoff start force and keep their dream alive? Entering the stage, Nefs, Aqua, Eman, Demon Kite, and Light. It's the Kingslayers, RSG Philippines! After failing to steer the upper bracket last night against the Royalties in a banger of a series, the Hive needs to fight here in the lower bracket. Can they really prove that they are the new poison of the league? The arena is set for Oakwin, Super Marco, Pandora, Kyle Teasy, and Few. They have arrived. It's Bren Esports! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Ducky. Two of the most illustrious and respected coaches in the league, nay, in Philippine esports, maybe the world. Coach Ducky and Coach Panda sharing a moment before this eliminations bout. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's sweet and it's sad as well because they're about to crush each other's dreams in their possibly last game in MPL season and playoffs.
Well, they're leading their soldiers into battle here, and the RSG Philippine squad is looking ready. This is your Raider squad. Nats, Eman, Light, Demon Kite, and Aqua. It's MSC. RSG, it's their prime lineup, Rocker.
Yeah, RSG Prime, as they like to call it. All colored up in their hair. They're showing up.
Those are late pictures.
Yeah, those are not updated, but yeah.
They don't count. Let's talk about Bren Esports, though. Pandora, Super Marco, Owen, Kyle Teasy, and the Few. Season in, season out. Rockard, they've been around since season 1, and it's just Few who's left here.
That's true. And the captain obviously has been very outperforming other players in the league so far. Just on his own, like the mechanics are just always there, right?
Yeah, I feel like that has been the the strength and the stronghold of Bren Esports. Like the mechanics, it's there. Also, the veteran shot calls coming out from Captain Few, who has been who has been a really strong contender for Bren Esports. Because the thing about Bren is that Few has been touted as an old man for quite some time now, but this playoffs has told a different story. He has been one of the most phenomenal supports out there, really hard to catch, really hard to find. And the thing is, it's not just about the skill that speaks to the captain's potential, but it's also the shot calls and, of course, his ability to steer his teammates towards the victory.
And it's the victory that is claimed by those stats you just saw. That head-to-head. Very interesting that Bren Esports and RSG are way above the curve, way above the average of Season 10 teams, and that's the reason why they're here in this eliminations bout. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our solo analyst for the keys to victory. Let's go.
Thank you so much, casters. You know, nung nakita ko tong bakbakan ng Bren Esports going up against RSG Philippines, I tried to make some keys to victory at naubusan ako ng papel dahil ang daming kailangan chikan ng dalawang teams na to. Kaya naman, bumalik tayo sa pinakasimple na keys to victory for both teams. Una, para sa side ng RSG Philippines, kailangan nilang ilimit ang Ogwen Heroes. Kitang-kita natin sa serye ng Bren Esports versus Blacklist International kahapon na malaki ang priority ng Bren Esports when it comes to Ogwen Heroes. In fact, ito yung naging target ban ng mga members ng Blacklist International and that's why they were successful against Bren Esports. Kita natin na sa resulta ng mga laban ng Bren Esports, kapag hindi komportable si Ogwen sa kanyang mga hero, hindi sila nakakilos masyado, among many other things. Para naman sa side ng Bren Esports, play the pick-off game. It's important to take note na nagiging successful ang Bren Esports in the entirety of regular season, pati rin naman dito sa ating playoffs kapag nakakuha sila ng malupitang pagpitas. Kapag nakakuha sila ng better trades dahil sa kanilang mga pickoffs at yung kanilang mga panggulat na mga plays, dyan sila nakakuha ng lamang over their opponents. Ngayon, para naman sa dalawang teams na to, bush is lava. Make sure you're careful around them. Alam natin na ang Task Force RSG ay naging sikat noong regular season, pati na rin nung previous seasons dahil sa kanilang malupit na plays pag kumuha sila ng concealed gangs. And that's also true para sa side ng Bren Esports. So ngayon, kailangan nating bantayan ang dalawang teams na to, lalong-lalo na sa kanilang mga pick-off style of playstyle, lalo na sa kanilang mga gangs na ginagamit ang mga bush at pati rin ang conceal. That has been my 90 seconds keys to victory, and I'm very excited to watch this wonderful matchup of Bren versus RSG. Casters, back to you guys.
I expect these teams to take those keys to victory to heart, especially making sure to treat those bushes like lava.
Yeah,
I love that.
really important.
I was wondering why. Then I thought, I looked at it in the matches.
Yeah.
And yeah, traps laid up everywhere.
People die around bushes.
Always.
Like Ogwen and Light has been, consistent with taking these keys to victory at heart because every single time they check bushes and they find that it's it's available for them, they control that bush up until the end of time. And then they see potential pickoffs, they see potential fights. That's why it's really important for these two teams to watch out for these bushes because it does give them control and it does give them winning conditions.
Especially for heroes like, if you pick up heroes like the Paquito, remember those
Oh, yeah.
moments where
Yeah.
you see a Paquito just destroy a Fandy 100-0 in one
Kite.
combo?
Mhm.
Was that Demon Kite?
Demon Kai did it, a lot of
Yeah,
times.
there you go. So,
No, the secret to that is you don't see the Paquito.
Ah,
it's
there
too
it is.
late.
Yeah.
After you get pushed, you're done.
Excuse me?
Just waiting for the next respawn time.
Somebody's been playing a little too much Paquito with the
Yeah.
sounds up to 100. Here we go, game number 1. In a best of 5, RSG on the blue. Bren answering back. Mind you, this is RSG choosing this side. Going into this matchup, they are home.
Yep.
Both teams are very favored on the Fanny, so they ban it out right away. And Atlas, surprisingly, RSG banning on the Atlas.
Yeah, this
One
is-
of Light's top picks.
Yeah, this is pure respect coming out from RSG, but I got both Atlas and Grok.
Mhm.
You've been doing a lot of research against Bren. I feel like the Atlas ban is a little unwarranted, but I
Sure.
kind of understand where RSG is going with this. They want to get the first pick Paquito for their side, and they don't want to be blindsided by potential counter picks. I'm not from Bren Esports, so they just remove the Atlas, let Ogwen play the Mathilda or the Diggy, because you do get enough information on the table for the draft that you can prepare heroes beforehand.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Coach Panda and Coach G watched my Grok tutorial
Oh,
on
yeah,
Ogwen. So again, this is a key to victory.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, just limit Ogwen's potential and make sure he plays honest heroes. There goes a Fireman's Bandit.
There you go.
Midnight. What? Are you from the future? Just about 2 minutes in the future. There's a Paquito. First pick.
I was watching the stream. Not just kidding. It's delayed. So, Bren Esports, I feel like you go Claude and possibly, you're kind of looking at support here for Bren Esports. Farza, I really want to see because there is a Millicent potential for RSG. So I feel like either you go Claude Farza here, or you pick up the Melissa Farza if you want to save up for your marksman, because Claude is going to be it's going to be contested between these two sides. Or if you want a different route, there's still a possibility that they get the jungler first, like the Bama, but no, they go for the Claude and Farsa. I'm not from the future, okay?
Bro, just trust your instincts. The first
Not
two
for-
you mentioned were
yeah.
correct anyway.
Not for the future. But RSG, I feel like it is a good Lolita or Cho game, and then you get the Balmond for Demon Kind. But I kind of feel like Paquito will be flexed out here, so most likely tank and support will be
Yes.
picked up. Eve Kagura is a decent option for RSG.
Actually, tank it out. Because right now, if you don't pick up the tank for RSG, you bet that Bren is going to focus that again on the second bat
Oh, yeah.
wave, for sure.
Yeah, they're gonna limit the amount of peel you have, and then it's too late. So I'd reckon let Midnight be right again.
Please let me.
Unless they want to go Franco.
Oh no, go back to an old classic on Light.
Right? We got a tanky jungler at least.
Oh, interesting.
Not really the priority pick I was thinking about.
Yeah, they pick up the Lily against both Claude and Farsa, so they're really eyeing at controlled fights here for RSG. But I kind of feel like it's gonna work with the Karina on their side because the Karina will attract so much attention from Bren Esports. But your main concern here is that Bren Esports, they can pick up the Tiroth for Pandora or the Fredrin. Fredrin's decent against the Karina because he does control the the two cores on the side of RSG.
I don't see Fredrin being this early picked up. So again, at least there's some status quo being respected in this matchup. There's the Esmeralda in the Esmeralda slot, and it's free to ban out the Tyroth.
Yeah, it is an Esmeralda slot, but you are up against a Lilia. So,
And there's no space for Tyroth.
yeah.
There was no need for this. Wow. Oh, in
Bren can
hindsight.
ban it out very easily.
So they wanted the better matchup.
Oh yeah, wait,
against
this
the
is a Paquito. Yeah,
Slightly,
that's
yeah.
a Paquito right here.
I thought they were gonna go with the Tiroth because it is a good answer against the Karina, but they picked up the Esmeralda to just have better lane over the Paquito. So that means tanks will be removed on the side of Bren. This is because RSG did not opt to pick up a tank on their first phase, and this is advantageous for Bren because they do get the first pick on second phase, which I feel like is either gonna be a Franco or a Matilda.
A Lolita or Mathilda ban here would actually be so good for Bren. Just to stop out
Good the amount of respect from RSG. Lancelot ban.
Lancelot out. Normally a very niche pocket pick for Kyle Teasy, who comes out, usually does come out in like 5th pick. So very smart for RC to do this as well.
So Bren, you remove. I think you have to remove Lolita here.
Lolita Franco.
Lolita Franco, oh yeah?
I mean, Franco you
Lolita?
can get. So Lolita is a potential ban for Bren unless they want to remove something else, like heroes from different teams. Rafaela is also an option for RSG, I believe.
That's a long time for a ban, and they go for Gold Lane instead. Wow, okay. So
Yeah, they're confident with the Melissa pickup from RSG. So I think you limit the amount of heroes available for the marksman role. So the Irithel pick, I mean the Irithel ban is understandable, but Bren Esports again, they can either choose for the Lolita or the Franco unless they want to go with the Mathilda for Ogwin.
The Lolita feels bad here because there is a Lilia. So I guess you go to the next best thing. Franco doesn't really see much playing season 10, so you get the Ruby.
Alright, this is great actually because what Bren's gonna do here is basically just a full five-man death ball. I think that's what they're planning here.
This is what RSG did yesterday, with the Ruby.
A lot of firepower.
Yeah, straight up concentrated in one fight, and well, that's what RSG's planning.
There you go, Lolita
There's Lolita.
and Carry.
Oh,
Whoa.
dare I say, RSG's looking like Bren this time around.
Yeah,
Harry last week.
it's kind of a switch shop.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Ruby doesn't really much help the cause for Bren Esports because of the presence of both Lolita and Carry.
Yeah, you're gonna get whittled down so quickly.
Yeah, with the Lilia as well. So I
luck.
feel like Bren Esports has to fill up, their last jungle slot with a hero that can fight on the front lines. Balmond is still open, but up against both Lilia, Lolita, actually all three of them, Lilia, Lolita, and Carry. It's a hard choice for Bren to make.
It's gonna be difficult to play that big beefy Balmond on the jungle just because of the carry pick, right? It stops so many.
You can't balance here.
Yeah,
it's
same.
okay. There's no way.
By the
Same
time
reason.
you get close to anybody from RSG, you're dead. So
Still goes for it.
he's just picking the safest bet because the only other thing left that I'm thinking of is a Hayabusa. Not good, showed us today.
Yeah.
And then the Ling, which is too expensive. So I'd rather not dive in, says Kyle Easy, and just play a good, solid jungle game, despite it being difficult.
Yeah, they had a good opener for Bren Esports, but I feel like that Esmeralda pick and the Ruby pick on the second phase really did mess up a lot of the synergy. While RSG got what they wanted, the Karina pick on the first phase, even though it does work with their lineup to the point where flexibility is not an option. They still manage to take out both Lolita and Carry. That has been, that will enable them to fight in the later stages of the game.
Huh. So, you got super duper late gamer marksman on both sides. And the mid game, again, I think the Balmond pick obviously was their bet to control that early to mid, because like Leo said, a super farm assassin late would be too expensive.
Yeah, it wouldn't do
They
good.
don't. They wouldn't actually survive until late game if they did that.
Yeah, especially with Claw in your lineup.
No,
Yeah.
no, way too expensive. Again, at least this time around, your artillery is the one that needs to build up, and you have a solid mid to late game objective securing jungle. So again, Coyotes, he took an L here, but it's for the better. It's for possibly the V for the B. Here we go, game number 1, RSG versus Bren Esports. This is an elimination match. We're gonna scan the QR code. That's a quick purple take by Demon Kite, while Balmond on Coyotes is just moving up to that.
Catching up here is the Balmond. Again, we'll have a pretty difficult game, so we got to keep our eyes open for that. So what's Bren going to do to kind of mitigate that? That's what we're looking for here, as they are trying to see if they can skirmish it out a little bit against RSG, though. Few is going to be low. Level 3 on Bren. Jungler.
See, this is what you get with a Balmond. You got good dash, solid. I mean, you're not going to be picking any fights early without the lethal counter, and you're willy-nilly throwing out your retribution. You're okay.
Yeah. It is a frontliner that can soak up most of the damage coming up from RSG. So it does help them in the early game, because they have to protect the farming pace of this Claude. But the downside is RSG wants to do the same. They have a Karina that can soak up the early to mid game attraction, while Emma just farms up on the carry.
Interestingly enough, no big fights happening on the goal lane, which both teams usually trended towards. They're trying to see if they can just farm up. The junglers are kind of just super busy getting that gold. Kaltizi contesting the gold crab here.
And getting it as well. He knows that by the time the turtle comes up in about 10 seconds, it will be just about in time for that ult to have a cooldown, and then he'll effectively have 2 retributions.
That's the downside of playing Karina into a Balmond. You don't have ways to secure objectives like that. Even though it's just a grab, it does help, Kaltizi boost his early game potential by just getting that extra 300 gold from the the crab bomb.
Oh my goodness! Good focus fire here. But in the end, it will still be the priority on the turtle. They didn't want to go and take out Demon Kai, but they got the second best thing. It's going to be RSG reeling from that fight.
Bren Esports, that's them taking the initial objective against RSG, and this is the benefit of their lineup. They can position themselves around turtles like that much faster compared to RSG. But the main problem was that RSG also was late. They were late on positioning on that turtle. That's why Few was able to land 2 better airstrikes onto Demon Kite.
I mean, Few was just on the... Sorry, Demon Kai was just on the way to the pin. And then those 2 hits hit him. Again, that's foresight, and that is prediction being done by Few as well on where Demon Kite's going to come from.
That's what happens when you play MLBB professionally for the better part of a decade. It is what it is, right?
It is.
Idol ng mga kids. I'm loving what Bren Esports is doing. I'm loving what they're laying down, putting down
Look at those
Aqua.
hits.
Very close. Puts himself back where he started, using black shoes very well. What I wanted to say was, if Bren Esports continues this way for the next 5 or 6 minutes, that Claude, that Farsa is going to sting.
This is them controlling resources from RSG. It's not just that they fight around what RSU wants to take. Even though Knots is able to live up there, it's still the flicker burn or the Paquito.
Yep. And again, Bren just fighting to get into that early game fights, but the counter punch is coming in from RSG. Surprisingly, a super duper damage coming in from the RSG squad under the turret here. They don't care. They're fighting. They're playing. Demon Guy is swaying. He's gliding. He's profiling, but will not be enough to glide out away from the battle.
Did you see that play from Kyle? Prediction. It was like, you're gonna ult, aren't you? After the
That
shadow,
took me by surprise, actually.
after Demon Kite transferred to the shadow in front of the Balmond, he was slammed.
Yeah, speaking of slam, look at Kaltizi absorbing so much damage from that Lilia. And now, RSG might have a good position on the turtle this time around.
Yeah, but Kyle TC just got his lethal counter. He can do it again. We're going to play basketball underneath his court.
Find out they're going to try that right now. Nats does have position. He does have vision. Here comes a Numino blast. Flickered in. It's 3 members stepped up and damaged down. Kyle Teasy not going to be able to help out his teammates here. He's walking, he's running. Pandora making a beeline for the turret. And that is RSG with a huge swing against Bren Esports.
The taller Unigo walks away with his life, but that was Katipon for 3. He stunned up 3 and 1 single-handedly. RSG that fight.
This was what I was talking about earlier. It's hard for Bren Esports to fight into RSG because Owen can't even stand on the front line. He is gonna be, he's gonna be whittled down by the bombs or the glooms coming out from Aqua on the Lilia, and then the potential setup comes from Light, and he flickered in. He was committed for taking that team fight. They weren't really focusing on Turtle. They wanted to fight Bren Esports.
Yeah, it was a trap basically, right? And now, Bren Esports, what are you gonna do again against that? On a pretty big swing of momentum coming in from the blue side.
Let's look at the items here. Windtalker right on Eman, gonna help him up farm very quickly. His counterpart though, what's Super Marco looking to do here?
Man, Super Marco, he just locked in that Demon Hunter sword,
Yeah,
so that's good.
I think he has to wait for the Malefic Roar and the Golden Staff for the Claude. Because the main problem that they have right now is that they cannot set up fights for Bren Esports.
But look at that, Bren Esports, they're attacking the setup!
Whoa.
They stopped it, there's no Numino blast this time around. It's Kaltizi and Bren Esports' gold laner Super Marco who are left behind with some HP, but no amazing duet.
That was quite unfortunate for Super Marco. The last time we checked the item, the Wind of Nature wasn't really done on Eman. But when he popped the ultimate, that was where Eman revealed that he just completed the Wind of Nature. So Bren Esports didn't really find what they were looking for. And Light, again, he can stand on the front lines, unlike the Ruby from Owen here. And he can do that time and time again. Because Bren Esports, whenever they see RSG engage against them, they're going to be scared of the potential Luminum Blast coming out from Light.
Yeah, Eman is telegraphing that I don't plan on taking fights yet, but I will farm very, very safely. Windtalker and Wind of Nature, yes please. Here we go, Bren Esports clearing out mid, but this last turtle of the game, who can it go to? It's a toss-up.
Yeah, Nats had to flicker out. He's also low HP, so it's basically a 4v4 unless Nats tries to go and join the fight here. Kaltizi will secure that turtle on that dance.
Donk.
He is a level higher over the Karina, and of course, it's a lethal counter and retribution combo from Bren Esports. So it's going to secure a lot of objectives here for Bren RSG. Again, they're still farming with the carry, but also is Super Marco.
Yep.
Ooh, missed.
Yeah, no flicker on the bottom side for Nats, but he doesn't need it right now. He is very firm, usually the very Maku Nats player on RSG, so...
Very firm, very girthy. That Paquito. He's fine.
He is girthy.
Yeah. Looking up top, it's an odd mashup between a carry Lolita and an Esmeralda. Oh no, wait.
Yeah,
Pandola's in trouble.
Wow. RSG going for a beeline on the top side here. Wow. Pressure.
Push.
It's a nice, lane switch up coming out from RSG, and they can't even do anything against Nats. Nats has cleared 3 waves on the bottom lane against the Claude. Even though Super Marco just wants to farm, at least you want to be able to hit the tower on the bottom lane to get just to secure a trade against RSG, but they did not get that. That was just Nats defending the bottom lane while RSG take the towers on top lane. But after the initial rotation from Bren, they rotated the Ruby onto the bottom lane as well. They finally get the bottom lane tower.
So far, the story of this about maybe 8-9 minute game is that Bren Esports are winning across the map. Bren Esports are winning engagements, but they come so expensive. They have to spend so much for them to win against RSG, but RSG just pulls the trigger once, switches it up once, initiates, and they get something good. That's what we saw last time. Light got a solid Numino Blast.
Yeah, that's true. And again, the way that Bren's trying to answer that is to take out Light as soon as possible, but that's proving to be more difficult right now, especially with the higher level Guardian Bulwark.
Yeah, but that is for now. Bren Esports, they will have win conditions later on once Few has been able to hit that massive spike where he just, 2 shots here was like that.
Oh, and this is on the I'm offended.
Aldo.
Kyle Teasy could be in trouble. There's no one that can actually block it out. Demon Kite is so adamant to take out the Malman, and he does. Super Marco, wrong direction on the Numino Blast, but still able to hit out and stun out the Ruby. And that is RSG taking the prizes that they got their eyes on.
I hate to say it, told you so, but I told you so. Bren Esports
Pew,
pulled the
pew,
trigger
pew.
too early. That's looking for a knockout, and he gets it!
Nats, a flashy player as always.
I love the decision right there. He flickered in because he knew he cannot dash in. He made sure that he had that second dash for him to be able to run away.
For the
Mechanics like that, man, oh man. Yes, indeed, for the damage as well, because he was holding the enhanced jab.
Just so that he can walk out, right? And that's Pandora. This is RSG proving that key to victory. The bush is lava. Setting up traps over and over again around the buff of Bren Esports.
Yeah, Caldes, he stepped over and he was like, wait, where's the Lolita? No, he was charging a Numenor Blast onto the backside.
And the shield that the Numenor Blast gives you allowed Light to survive just long enough. So again, that's what I was saying earlier about how everything comes so expensive, so hard for Bren.
Yeah, added shields from all of the support being given by Light here on the bot side. Wow, Nats is doing work! While the rest of the team is on top side here.
Okay, though.
Big engagement. Is it going to happen? Numenor Blast is charge up. Is there a flicker? It will not be used. Lord is just wailing onto the turret. Will be taken out. Good damage out from Bren Esports so far.
It wasn't cooldown from Light, but Q did commit the feather airstrike. That's why RSG was confident enough to take that fight. They didn't have the long-range arsenal for Bren. That's why RSG Philippines are looking to engage. But right now, it is going to be a a dead even affair in terms of controlling the equilibrium, because RSG, they only need to wait out for the next Lord before they try to engage against Bren.
At least one thing that Bren Esports has, despite the huge
Another
problem
one.
aforementioned, is
Right,
how expensive these are.
A counter and the Numenor Blast swung out straight into the Ruby. But here's Bren. They're diving in on the MiG death ball of RSG, and they are doing damage. Pandora in front. Doesn't need Owen anymore. He is going to be the main tank for the meantime.
That's a solid effort by Bren Esports. At least they're evening out these team fights.
Yeah, well, I love the positioning from Super Monaco with the Blazing Duet. He was able to do a 1v1 matchup versus the carry, and Emin was forced to use both the Wind of Nature and then the Flicker. That's why it was awkward for RSG to fight, because they didn't have their main damage hitter on that specific engagement.
Yeah, and support for support. Light casted the Numenor Blast immediately when he saw that Owen missed on the Eye of Offended.
Yeah.
That was big.
Oh no, they got their eyes on Nats!
Oh, but Nats flickers out in the right moment just before the falling star moon hits. My goodness, this guy's got game sense, man.
Yeah, I'd say that was a good call from Bren Esports as well, because they're forcing out so many resources on the side of RSG, and the Lord is up in 20 seconds. There's no flicker, both on Eman, not
Everyone.
as well as Light. Actually, none of them have flickers. It's just the Purify from Aqua, but at this point, Bren Esports, they have everything.
That's right.
This is that one window that maybe Bren Esports can find something.
Yeah, good time to go for that Lord. There's literally no flicker on 3 members of RSG here, and now they will have the advantage on that Lord. But look at this. Bren realized that they can take more.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, not the Lord though.
Clean up the map a little bit. They're going to lose his tier 2 down bottom. On average, they got about maybe 30, 40 seconds for RSG.
Oh no, Bren Esports, they don't know about this.
They can
Be
see
full.
this.
They can't, no, they can't see. Here we go.
Oh, they can't. They're setting up.
Oh, Lord.
Trying to go for a pincer maneuver. Will they be spotted out here? Demon Kite does have good vision.
Both explainers have cleared the minion wave on the opposite side. So Bren Esports and RSG, they're going to be eager to fight in this instance. Nuts. Ooh, he sees you. He sees you.
Oh, look at you. He's getting hunted down by that. Good. The Hitman, man. He's so good at hunting down Few right now.
Body Hunter coming up. But down Daisy.
Down
It's
Daisy.
all alone.
I can't believe it. Bren's still
RSG.
getting out the advantage with Demon Kite. He's getting kills. Kills for days. Pandora's in trouble. The shield will not help. Emma takes out Pandora.
At this point, I'd be happy with that. Bren Esports overextended quite a bit.
Yeah.
They walk away with the Lord. They lost a lot on the way out, but hey, it's time for them to bounce back.
Hey,
They're
you
gonna
know
lose
what?
the Pigs turret though.
RSG, they did check their boxes. Few was forced to use the Predator strike against the Paquito Nuts, was able to take him out. Even though Bren Esports secured the Lord from themselves because of the lethal counter and retribution, RSG, they win the fight. That is what they want, to be able to take fights against Bren Esports. Unfortunately, they were not able to take Kyle TZ as soon as possible because the Lord was also dying. So, both of them had their eyes on the Lord, which meant that RSG was looking at 2 different things.
The tempo swing was just unexpected, I think, for RSG. They were they surprised Bren so much with Nats. Nats is like, he has like X-ray vision. He's looking for Few.
Yeah, he's a body hunter. and he got what he wanted.
Taking
Look at
names.
This is a 5-man.
Federer airstrike has been committed.
Yeah,
Bren
that's a
Esports.
5-man push just to control the bush.
No Farsa ult, Demon Kite on the front lines.
Oh, look at that. He's jumping in. He wants some blood, but will not be conceded by Bren. For the meantime, they are going to swing downstairs this time around.
Ooh, both of them.
What are they doing?
They have the same idea, you know, this hand play is definitely a possibility here for both sides.
Who's going to take this bait? Who's going to take the bait? Demon Kite, he's got enough tankiness to survive against
There
that.
you go!
But here's the Numenal Blast. We'll be missing out. There's few with the feathered airstrike. The zone has been laid out by Bren, but the DPS is just too much here. Coming in from Super Marco, they take out Light. Nat also has to be on the run. Demon Kite's trying to look in, but they can't save Aqua anymore.
The carnage in the onslaught, the bloody violence in Brandy Sports jungle. It was a trap. They laid and RNG walked into it.
RSG thought that they had the trap set, but Bren Esports, they were like, nope, reverse guard, we have a trap on you. The Numenal Blast didn't hit, they were able to react as soon as possible, and they managed to re-engage onto the carry with a feathered airstrike.
Literal reverse trap card activated by Bren Esports, and now they're ripping the benefits. My goodness, they could have finished that up, but good wave clear enough for RSG at least. But that gold swing was huge for Bren.
Just like that, you blink and you'll miss it. I mean, they're basically in trouble. They are going to clear that handily. But Brenny Sports made quite a dent in the map off of that one huge swing.
Yeah. RSG, again, they have to think about how they want to engage against Bren Esports. This Sparsa is becoming a problem. View was able to reach the carry on the backside. RSG thought that they can fight this with the damage output coming out from Eman, but he did not expect the long-range arsenal coming out from Bren Esports to take him as quickly as that.
Now RSG is trying to recompose after that fight. Bren Esports, is that going to be enough for them to take the momentum?
Nuts though. On the bump side.
He's going to try to do the same thing again. If Nats can find one,
The Body Hunter.
yeah, regardless of whether it's Farsa or Claude, Marco, or
Eman.
View, it's fine.
Uh-huh. Look at this. Oh, Gwen, seeing if he can find out where Light is, and he does. He spots out Light. Both have immortality. There is a possibility of a Numenal Blast being charged up, but again, Nats is just not in a position to take the fight. He
No.
is trying to look for a few, but he can't find it.
Yeah, not right now. Not right now. Don't do it.
Oh boy. It's gonna be a 4v5 if Bren decides to. I just realized that.
Yeah.
When Bren decides
You're
to
welcome.
go for it,
I'm here till tomorrow.
and he doesn't have any minions flowing on bot side yet.
No, neither of them. So at least it's
Yeah.
a wash.
Yeah.
But so far, look, RSG have pushed away Bren from the Lord Pit.
Yep.
And this time around, Nats, he is going to be able to find where that Forza is.
Oh.
He's been hunting him for the last
Kyle
2 minutes, I
Teasy.
think. And now it's Super Marco, who is going to suffer some good damage. Coming in from the Makino. Here comes the airstrike. Here comes RSG. They want to dive in. Immortality is going to be popped here for Bren Esports members. And the fight is being given to them by RSG. RSG members, the blue is diving in on the red. And they take out View. And that's only going to be Pandora Caltese left. That is going to be a Lord for sure. Unless Pandora can do something about it.
Oh, it's like deja vu, but the other way around. So it's Uva Jed. It's RSG this time around. who
Oh
goes
my
for the
goodness.
comeback.
Yeah, it was awkward for Bren Esports to engage. They were looking at both left and right. It was like Charlie Puth's song, you know. There's a lot of heroes coming out from RSG. Pakito on the right. Left side, you have Lolita. Where do you go? He was forced to flicker out. And then RSG, when they saw that, they re-engaged, conceal even, to make sure that they close the gap and get the victory over Bren. Team fight is the main criteria here for RSG in winning these engagements.
And here's the kicker, right? When Brent did it, yes, they did penetrate mid. They took a turret up top, and then that's it. For RSG, though, they won a Lord off of it, and they cleared a huge part of the map.
In a team fight.
And they won the whole team, and they swung out about 3,000 gold ahead. At best, Brent got 1.5.
That's correct.
Bren Esports on these next few fights, they have to think that RSG, they don't care about objectives anymore. They don't care about trading the waves for the Lord. All they care about is looking at the targets on the side of Bren Esports, specifically Few.
Hunt
Few
down Super
is the
Marco and
most
Few.
important factor here for Bren Esports. Why though engaging?
Man, like, use the Flicker Numenov Blast combo just on Oakland. That's how much he wants to take out that Ruby.
Oh,
But looks like
Marco!
Super Marco gonna be suffering in the hands of Emmons, spinning light wheels here. And now, Bren, how are they gonna defend this?
It's still a 5v4. Lord is still swinging away, and the members of Bren Esports are low. They're low on health in their own base.
Wow.
Kyle Teasy is gonna have to really regenerate before they can take the fight. But look at that. He's not giving Few a chance to attack. And that's wave clear removal from Bren Esports. That is huge.
Ogwen, Pandora, and Kyle Teasy holding on for dear life. Down
Minion,
goes
Minion.
Ogwen. It's over.
This is such a crazy game, both with Bren Esports and RSG, but man, the MSC champs sure know how to raid.
And they were doing literal raids there. Right after Bren, you know, when Bren shows a small chicken armor, like RSG just attacks it. They just go all out.
Yep.
And again, the idea behind the fights for RSG is that they know for the fact that if I was on the side of Bren Esports, why would you contest objectives? We contest mission, we contest positioning. Every single time that Nats sees the Forza, they know that there's a lot of ways of engaging. It's just a matter of how do we execute. You saw that when Light entered the base of Bren Esports. He was like, Nats, relax, let me do this. Let me do this.
Yep. This is leaving to me. And again, it's awesome to see that Bren Esports still has a few tricks up their sleeves, and they learned from the best of the best last night. They took Blacklist International down the wire, and here we saw some shades of that. But RSG took those lessons, tried them out themselves, and converted into more than just objectives, into a win.
Very critical game one being taken by RSG once more. Bren is put in a position where they have to reel against this one. And that is, again, just adding more challenges to the uphill climb that the squad has been having to do for the past 3 days.
Yeah, but Bren did perform in this game. We talk about how the draft is kind of a losing battle, considering that they have no frontline answers against the Lolita, which did happen a lot in this game. They did do a lot of things that we did not expect, especially during those neutral fights, like around the Turtles and the Lords. Bren Esports, they had fantastic initiation. It's just that they have to do it in front of a winning draft from RSG.
And Nats was just relentless, hunting down Few over and over again. Could not give the captain any room to maneuver here on the Forza.
Not to go ahead and take the words out of our analyst's mouth, but that Lolita and Lilia
yeah.
combo just takes care of mid so well. Like, you just have to wait out for the feathered airstrike, and then that's it. The whole range problem is solved.
Yeah, where is this guy? Let's cancel out his feathered airstrike here.
It's over. And then just to add another layer, again, you said how Nats is just so great at body hunting. I'm sure that's going to show up in the highlights somewhere, somehow. Let's throw it over to Wolf to break down game one.
Thank you so much, casters. At nakita natin ang magandang bakbakan versus Bren and RC in game number 1 where naging totoo yung bush is lava. At nakita natin na nakabawi ang RSG dahil sa stratehiyang ito. Yun nga lang, hindi ganun kadali para sa RSG dahil ang nakita natin mula sa dalawang draft ng team, very conditional. We'll explain that later on. For now, bakit hindi natin tingnan ang ating mga statistics or at pati rin ang item builds ng ating mga players, lalong-lalo na pag tinignan natin ngayon ang naging choice for RSG Philippines going in for the carry instead. Kanina, hindi pa siya kumukuha ng kanyang golden staff but he prioritized this Wind Talker. At alam natin kapag nakuha mo na yung dalawang items mo at napap mo yung ultimate mo. And then of course, Wind of Nature, ito yung naging ultimately sagot sa isang Claude. Nakita natin in the last clash, sobrang evident kung paano pwedeng gamitin ng isa or dalawang Phantom Step lang in combination with the ultimate wala sa carry para matunaw si Super Marco. Lalong-lalo na dahil may combination ng true, physical at magical damage courtesy of the passive, pati nung normal attacks at syempre nung Wind Talker na meron dito, si Eman. Wonderful display of counter mula sa RSG Philippines. Knowing na pag nung nakita nila yung bakbakan ng Bren versus Blacklist kahapon, may priority din naman sa Claude. Isang hero din ang nasagot dito ng RSG Philippines going in for the Farsa. Alam natin na mukhang ang flavor of the playoffs ay Farsa mula sa pagkaagamit ito ng Bren Esports kahapon, pati na rin naman ng mga teams like Blacklist International. At mukhang wala pang sagot na nakikita natin, but this time, pinakita ng RSG Philippines ang classic na answer sa isang Farsa. Farsa ay nagsistruggle versus the Pakito, something like Lapu-Lapu, Yuzo, yung mga ganong klaseng mga fighters from the XP lane. Pero syempre, alam natin ang pinaka-meta XP laner sa ngayon na pwedeng nandoon sa team fighting spectrum, ng side ng spectrum, ay etong Pakito. Hindi siya katulad ng mga Esmeralda or ng Uranus na nasa sustain at napag-control ng mga lanes. This is the Pakito na ginamit ng RSG Philippines para talagang kontrahin yung Farsa. Plus points na lang din na pwede niyang kontrahin ang isang Claude. Ngayon, sinabi natin na conditional ang bakbakan ng dalawang teams. In fact, ang Bren Esports, ang pwede natin sabihin na ang pinaka-condition nila para manalo over the draft of RSG Philippines is to win the laning stage. At kung tingnan lang natin, yung lane-to-lane matchups ng dalawang teams na to, papabor talaga sa Bren Esports. Kunwari, makikita natin na yung Farsa ay maganda yung laning versus the Lilia just because of the range. Well, technically speaking, kaya din naman manalo ng Lilia sa lane na yun. Pero kung titignan natin yung ibang parts ng lane, the Balmond, mabilis siya kumuha ng jungle creeps. And also the Esmeralda winning some of the laning stage over the Pakito. Pero sabi ng RSG, kailangan lang natin makita yung ating conditions at bumalik doon sa Task Force RSG ang main condition nila. We can see through the graph na dead even again. Kita natin yung Bren Esports nakakalamang ng kaunti kahit pa yung RSG ang nakakakuha. But in the early stages, nakita natin na yung mga turtles ay napupunta sa side ng Bren Esports. Dito na tayo babalik dun sa conditional draft ng Bren Esports na manalo ng mga lane-to-lane matchups. You see, the Esmeralda, ang ganda na kanyang control doon sa XP lane at nagamit agad din nila dito yung Balmond na mas mabilis din talaga mag-jungle. We can see, however, the MVP of the game. He is none other than Nats with 4-1 and 9. Typically, kilala natin si Nats bilang Nats Maku. Ginagamit niya yung mga sustain type of XP laners, particularly yung Esmeralda, Thams, pati na rin ng Uranus. Etong gantong klaseng mga XP laners, nandun sila sa spectrum ng mga sustain type of XP laners. Ibig sabihin, mas nag-frontline sila para sa team, mas nag-sustain sila, and pag kailangan sila yung tagahawak ng dead lane or nung mga tipong mga kailangan i-split push. But of course, kung ikaw Pakito, gusto mong nandoon ka sa bakbakan. That is the only weakness na makikita natin dito sa Pakito. It's true na mahina siya when it comes to controlling the dead lane. Or sabihin na natin kapag siya yung nagsustain ng mga split push, parang hindi ganun ka-effective as sa Pakito kasi gusto mong pumalag na pumalag. So pagkagamit dito ng RSG Philippines ay nakatoka talaga siya sa pagkuha ng kill doon sa ating Farsa na naging problema ng maraming teams all throughout the playoffs. So the heat map on the first 5 minutes of the game, umikot agad etong si Nats, as you can see yung transition from being at the top, papunta dun sa gitna kung saan nandun si Few, and then taking over the bottom lane. So ang ganda nung pagkaagamit dito ni Nats ng mobility ng isang Pakito, knowing na pwede siya mabilis na makapag-farm and then get into the fights much faster than other heroes from the XP lane. Ang pinaka-plus points nga lang, hindi lang talaga sa heat map na makikita natin ang kagalingan ni Nats sa game na to. We saw how he's able to make the Farsa's life almost unplayable in this game. Isang combo lang, sure dead talaga. Even in the last clash, nakita natin under the base of Bren Esports na burst down agad niya ng isang combo lang ang isang Farsa. Kapag hindi umabot kasi sa timing na may winter truncheon ang isang Farsa, wala talaga siyang way para depensahan ang kanyang sarili versus heroes like Pakito, like Yuzhong, or Lapu-Lapu. At syempre, over those 3 heroes na minention natin, Pakito yung pinaka-meta hero. Let's look at the game highlights and see how this game developed. Simula to, syempre, doon sa Death Bush play na naman ng Task Force RSG that we saw na traditional na talagang ginagamit ng RSG Philippines. We know that Bren Esports likes to do those kind of plays once again. Ito yung isang bagay nga lang na nagkaroon ng konting stumble ng RSG Philippines kasi sila naman yung pumunta doon sa circle ng zone ng Bren Esports. Kailangan sila yung nag-control ng kanilang box. But this time, nahanap nila yung opening. Aqua dealing so much damage at hindi siya natagadin dito. Hindi siya na-go ng side ng Bren Esports. Eventually, ito na yung place na makikita natin na isang phantom step lang with the ultimate para sa isang carry, kaya na niyang i-burst down ang isang Claude, as you saw in that play, baka hindi nyo nakita kasi sobrang bilis. In fact, hindi ka nga masyadong makaka-react with a wind of nature. Lalong-lalo na dahil may mga mixture ng different damage sources. Kumbaga, sobrang hybrid damage ng isang carry. Lagi natin tinitingnan ng isang carry as a tank shredder. It is still true. Kaya naman yung condition pa din ng RSG Philippines dito when it comes to the draft is naka-task talaga ang bawat heroes. For example, Nats with the Paquito up against the Farsa. We can also see the carry na antay naman dun sa mga tank. At syempre, nakita natin na si Lolita naging problema para kay Super Marco. Really liking the conditional drafts of both teams. I'm sure this will be an amazing series. But before that, let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Wolf, breaking down game number 1 back at the desk. It's Midnight Rockhart and Leo at your service, bringing you game number 2 between RSG and Bren Esports. Something to note while the highlights were playing, in that last moment where Bren Esports was defending, hoping to stay alive in game 1, they did the signature Lord pool.
Yeah,
That's right.
one of the best with regards to, we saw that yesterday actually against Blacklist International.
Time after time,
They
over
did
and
it
over
twice. They pulled the Lord, they pulled the minion wave, both left and right, and they're able to defend the base because of that, because the Lord is not near or inside the circle of the base.
It buys so much time. As long as you have the members to be able to hold the Lord and then fight as well and clear the minion waves, you can actually pull off a really good defense.
They're the only team that does that, by the way.
And that's maybe why there's such a game 5 machine winning game.
Yeah.
Team, that is.
I don't know if there's a special training for
Maybe,
that.
I don't know, maybe, remember when the Bren members were tweeting, our base is so squishy, what's happening? We're being backdoored over and over again by Echo. Maybe that's the answer to that. I don't know.
Maybe because Coach Dai was like, I'm having none of this.
Yeah.
Guys,
I-
base defense 101.
in my head, my dream is that Coach Ducky was just mulling over it, just mulled. He's like, oh, why is their base so soft? And then Coach Paolo just walks into the room. It's like,
I have an idea.
yes.
What if?
What if?
What if? Here's a second what if. What if Coach Ducky entered, the room of Moonton? It was like, guys, you see that? You see that? You see how soft our base is? Can you patch that?
Please, and they did.
Please?
And they did.
Oh, is it your-
No, but he did post about it, He did post about
It's
why
frustrating.
is the base like that. And there's a lot of things in MPL that will be changed after quite some time. We did see that a lot coming out from MPLPH. Like a Digi strat, it originated here. And Moonton was like, nah, that's too OP.
Let's change that a little bit.
You're already champions, by the way. Let's not do that anymore.
All right, for folks who are not informed, obviously Moonton did not change the base.
We are
because
kidding.
Coach
Relax.
Ducky asked.
Yeah.
But again,
It was patched.
It's patched. It's balancing.
Yeah,
Also,
because
it was
could
announced.
affect.
It was actually announced like weeks before in an
Correct.
advanced server.
Correct.
So it's not surprising.
It's just an additional factor that
That happened.
and that Bren Esports is so good at defending their own base.
So it was
Yeah.
incentivized. The devs was like, yeah, they're right.
It's 2 layers. That's why they're here. That's why they're here in this eliminations bout against our defending champions in season 9, RSG Philippines, who is 1 up ahead. 1 more and it's match point. Bren Esports, I guess they can hold on to that. They can hold on to the fact that we can swing back on team fights. We're pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are showing it off, right? Like Bren Esports were winning the initial fights. Then it's always the counter punch
Yeah.
of
and
RSG that takes them by surprise.
the thing is, Bren Esports lost both game ones. They did win against Omega. Almost won against Blacklist. So the question is, will they do that against RSG?
Those are the things that will have to be answered really
Will
quickly.
will this extend to game 5?
And surprisingly, I'm not super worried about Bren's mentality right now. I can tell that they did something. They're doing something that's enabling them to really bounce back
Yeah.
from these huge losses
Yep.
and these close fights.
I mean, as a team that's played the 2 back-to-back 5-game series, this is nothing but a start. This is a warm-up
Yeah.
for Bren Esports.
At this point, right? They were like, nah, it's the same from day 1 and day 2.
Yeah.
You just have to win games. We have to treat it as best of ones. But that's the thing that I like about Bren Esports. The energy is always at full capacity. They don't care if they lose games. They don't care if other teams are saying some things against them.
Yeah.
All that matters is that they win their games and they play their best.
At least internally and mentally, there's no problems for Bren. What about in-game mechanically, their draft? Is there anything that we would say would be better changed? Because I'm sure chat is also reacting and saying, oh, no, they should have picked this, they should have done this. Is there anything we would like to change with their game one lineup?
Ruby, honestly.
Ruby out?
Probably the Esmeralda could have been changed.
Or not picked right there in that spot.
Yeah, I do understand that you want to get the Esmeralda on the Esmeralda spot, but it wasn't warranted. Like, even if RSG bans out the... what's happening? Oh, Mars there.
Mara got in the way of a couple doing the thing.
Nice. So, even if...
there.
there you go.
There's is that gonna be McDonald's gaming buddy?
Kick in. There you go. Kick it in.
Ah,
There you go.
McDonald's
Kick
getting
it in.
here.
That is so cute.
And there's a wild bentings.
I get to it. All right,
Wild
McDonald's.
Bentings appears.
It's a wild bentings.
Thank you so much. Our Muck Delivery Gaming Buddy cam is up. Go ahead and comment the hashtag
Do
Muck
it.
Delivery Gaming Buddy.
No,
in
that's
your
not how you do it.
That's a wrong.
Dave McDowell food.
Yeah.
Every time we stream on McDonald's PH FB page, and 55 lucky commenters will be randomly picked to win a free elite skin. Get to it. We've been doing it for 8 weeks now, also in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think everyone has a skin at this point. Look at that. Someone's hiding. I think he's absent from work.
Was that Honda?
No,
That's Honda.
Those are Honda and friends.
That's
It's
Honda,
like Yuri
and that's
Gaming.
Yuri,
If you
yeah.
guys don't know Yuri Gaming,
Yep.
one of the OGs in the audience. There's Icy.
That's
Fuse girl. For
and,
the Bren Bees.
and I believe a few members of the Bren Sports management. But back in the player booths, wow, it's very intense. I believe the draft has begun.
Yeah.
These two guys.
Going back,
Shocking it.
going back to the thought before, I think that Ruby pick did ruin the gameplay for Bren Esports. I feel like they have to prioritize the hero pool of Ogwin right now because it is part of RSG's keys to victory. You know, Wolf said it himself that they need to limit the Ogwin heroes. So I feel like Bren Esports expect that you're not going to be able to play Grok. But there's a lot of different, there's a lot of different heroes that can match up well with the heroes of RSG. Like, for say, Masha for Ogwin.
Yeah, honestly, that is correct. If I'm thinking about Ogwen's Ruby earlier, there is one Tagalog term that comes to mind. It's bitin. It's like it's barely. You can see him trying to get engagements, but the range on the Ruby and the effectiveness of it is being mitigated by RSG. They're aware of the range of the I'm offended, and they're avoiding it.
A straight translation would be short. It just be
Short,
short.
there you go.
That
Short, oh my
sickle
goodness.
could be maybe 2 inches longer, and then maybe we can talk.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Thank you, Lee.
I definitely agree. The sickle on Ruby on
Maybe it's just the way you hold the weapon, like extended a little.
We'll talk to Ogwen later on, but
Let's talk to the design team.
here are the bands currently. Bren on the play, RSG answering back, the Juan the Firemis, and the Paquito. Much respect to Nats.
Huge.
RSG though, they're still on the game plan of banning out Ogwen's picks. I'd like to suggest one thing while we're waiting for this ban here. Most likely Valentina or something.
Yeah.
Kufra, what if? We haven't seen Kufra in a while.
I miss it.
When was the last time we saw Kufra?
Regular
Did we
season.
see it? Did we see it in regular season?
We did.
At least a couple
Twice.
times.
At least twice. I remember it. At least two times.
Oh, Fanny. Yeah, you have to
We
respect
almost
that.
forgot about that. We almost forgot to ban out the Fanny.
So the thing is, if Bren Esports picks up the Faramis, which I don't think they will.
Banned out.
I mean the
Valentina,
Valentina.
yes.
RSG still gets Lilia, which is still an answer versus Valentina. And the fact that they can still pick up the Lolita. Don't get it, just seriously.
Collective sigh because of
It's hard to trap this here for Bren. It is gonna be a lot of challenge for Bren.
They chose to be here. They chose to be blue.
He chose to be blue. Now Valentina is out. They opted to go for the Valentina instead of the typical Kadita and Farsa for View. So they're gonna be stuck with that option. And RSG, they can pick up other heroes here, like maybe Julian Claude or Farsa
Yeah,
Claude. Farsa
that's
Claude
true.
sounds awesome again.
They really thought about that pick, by the way. They took their time and they were thinking, is it possible that we can get away with another Claude pick? But then again, if you do that, there's a possibility of a Lolita and Valentina being picked up by RSG.
That would have been a more decent trade, you know? If Brent picked up the Claude, RSG gets Valentina +1, but I don't think you're going to be happy with that. So they did pick up the Claude, Probably the Farza next, because you're not, never mind. I was gonna say you're not rushing to pick tank, but
They do.
Light is.
Light doesn't want to be doesn't want to be contested in that tank picture.
Yeah, because RSG they're not in a rush to pick Farza because Bren already has Valentina. So.
That's
So
good. That's good.
I'm guessing XP laner is gonna come in a scrutiny here this time around, because you're looking at the whole Phoveus Esmeralda situation.
Yeah, they go for the Matilda this time around. Again, the hero pool of Ogwen is limited, so they pick up the Matilda straight away. I feel like Esmeralda is a decent option here for Bren. Don't let RSG get it on the Esmeralda slot. They go for the Karina.
I'm not 100% sure about this. Obviously, Karina's good win rate is something that's really, you always keep it in the back of your mind.
Yeah. RSG, you got two choices here. Either you go for the Farsa or you go for the Esmeralda because it is an Esmeralda slot. and
Esmeralda's so good, and then you even block out the Phoveus.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm not liking the Forza because it's just so. I don't like it against a Valentina. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, because Valentina is a much better version of the Farsa. But there are exceptions where Farsa just becomes better versus Valentina. It's it has to boil down to the battle of the front lines. Whoever has the better front line, like the Farsa or the Valentina, just gets much stronger if they have that. So it is the Esmeralda, the Roth ban most likely for RSG,
Yep.
and Uranus. Uranus is a decent hero for Bren Esports, so Pandora's not going to be able to play that unless they want to go for the Fredrin.
It could also be just Tyros Fredrin ban.
Yeah, Tyros Fredrin, which
I
is
like
much
that.
better.
Yeah, I like that ban. Obviously, we probably won't see Frederick jungles anytime soon from other teams. I am
No time
pretty
to
sure-
practice.
No time to practice that. Everyone was a little surprised.
Yep.
We saw it earlier. But yeah, a lot of the classic tanks still available for RSG actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, classic junglers.
Best junglers. Karina versus Bauman still exists. So there you go. The Roth ban, not gonna be surprised about that. Fredrin most likely is gonna be contested between these two sides. Either RSG bans it or Bren is able to pick it up from themselves. Because the thing about Fredrin is that it's good against inherent burst type lineups like the Claude and the Cho because of the inherent damage reduction that you get from the passive.
But what if Midnight? What if Rockheart?
Mage
What
Arena,
if
no.
No, what if
I'm gonna
Don't. No, what if Demon Kite makes like his idol? And the day earlier today, Fredrin Jungle was
man.
unveiled.
I mean, I did call Y as a perfect jungler, so
Demon Kite's coming up close.
yeah.
He is.
It's an almost perfect jungler.
He's a young king.
Yeah, young king. Ooh, young king.
What if, right?
Kings.
What if?
They are king slayers.
I mean, I'm looking at the lineup and Jungle Fredrin looks good.
There it
with
is. There's a
Esmeralda.
ban.
Never mind.
Oh, man.
Told ya. So Farza and Fredin both get removed. So RSG, you're looking at still the Bauman here, unless they still want to go for the Julian. Julian is a decent hero against both the Valentina and the Mathilda.
Yuzhou looks pretty good as well here. I don't know.
Yuzong for Bren.
I know. I'm looking for a way to equalize the fight on top side, where
Yeah.
and at the same time getting an advantage in the team fights.
There's no
For
Paquito.
Bren.
Probably the Uranus is the only remaining option. I don't like Thams here. Or maybe you
Wait,
can
Fabs
overload.
does do well against Esmeralda.
Yeah, and also you overload the fact that RSG only has one damage dealer. So that is a possibility. Bound is now removed. RSG, if they want, they can play the Julian still, or reserve the jungle pick for the last pick.
Yeah.
Because you do see the enemy jungler on the side of Bren. So at this point, you're eyeing at picking up the support, which I think Tagura or Julian is a decent option. Actually, Eve is also open for Aqua.
Oh, Eve is great. Yeah. It's almost an instant lockdown on anyone who's gonna get attacked by Light's show.
Yeah. It is an Eve.
And there it is.
Oh, here we go.
Good one.
Still no game for the future, by the way.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's at the point where Few doesn't even care anymore. Like,
Yeah.
he's happy to get Way of the Dragon or real world manipulation. So now Bren has to close up.
You either go Irithel, Carry, or Beatrix here for Super Marco. And then
Sideliners.
you support it with probably a Thams. Thams is such a good hero against Eve.
Melissa should be.
Irithel.
Yeah, there you go. I was thinking Melissa could do well against Cho, except
It's an Eve. So.
here's an Eve.
Probably Thams or, as you said, Yuzong. Which is a decent choice here for Bren because there exists an Eve on the side of RSG.
Oh!
Oh, this is very glass cannon
Yeah,
for
we
Bren.
forgot about a zero, so
It's a breakout hero in the playoffs.
yeah, with the petrify.
Good win rate so far, isn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah, I think it does.
Well, a majority of it coming from Edward.
yeah.
So
I mean, like 90% of it.
yeah.
I think all wins came from Edward.
Okay, so the only reason why I'm okay with this Benedetta is because of its performance so
Yeah.
far in the playoffs.
Because of Edward.
But I would have liked the Yuzhong as well.
Yeah,
I-
it's also,
Wait, let me ask you a question. RSG, would they go for the tank lance or not?
No,
They go for the truth.
safe. It's a JJ.
No gears are being grinded here, ladies and
It's the
gents.
JJ.
but I really like Tank Julian better in the jungle this time around. Just because tank items do have a lot of that cooldown reduction that is very much needed on Julian's kit right now because of that huge nerf on the CD. So, yeah,
Yeah.
You're giving too
we're
much.
objective based.
You're giving too much to fuel already, so you have to at least,
Dial it down.
I mean, historically, Demon Knight has played hybrid Julian. Like, not hybrid in a way that you play tank, but you buy both tank and magic items.
like a 2-3 split.
yeah.
It's the first one to do so.
Here we go. One more look at the lineup. Both teams solid. Just overall coverage when it comes to team fighting. I expect a lot of displacement, especially with you while you have a Cho on one side and then a Matilda on the other. These team fights are gonna span like cross jungles.
Yeah. Expect a lot of crazy movements on the map, especially on the mid game. Like, the amount of skirmishes that will happen in this game really does depend on their intent of whether or not you want to establish control, but expect more key movements around, neutral objectives and towers, because there is a neutral on the side of Bren Esports.
Especially when they have their battle spells, folks. Watch out for those battle spell cooldowns. Game number 2, Bren Sports versus RSG. One up are the Raiders, defending champions. Let's see how this one goes.
So if you pick a lineup like this, right, for Bren Sports, make sure you utilize it. Make sure you go and take those fights as much as possible. You want to go full damage, you want to go pick off lineup, you use it. And that's something that Bren has to do if they want to take this game number 2. On the other side, though, it's RSG with a very you give Demon Cat a very aggressive jungler with some really low cooldowns. Expect a lot of fights.
It's a very mid-game spiky lineup on Bren, and then RSG has just the whole game to find these moments, especially in big 5v5 team fights. They have a better box, I dare say. They have a better box with the Eve.
The whole shebang.
Literally, actually, they're literally gonna have a better box.
Early game, you have Esmeralda, you have Julian. Late game, you have Claude, you have Eve that supports damage, not because of the amount of slows that he can get, but also Eve's damage kills in the late game, so it's gonna hurt. Bren Esports. So Bren, they have to kind of pace themselves, wherein you kind of limit the resources that RSG takes. But the main problem is that RSG, while you're doing that, they actually can't fight you.
Oh, that's a good point.
So that is the big problem for Bren Esports. Even though you want to take the early game, RSG can fight.
But the lineup they have, actually, Bren Esports can take fights, but their control is a little bit more limited.
Yeah, and that's hard against Julia.
Their primary CC is Circling Eagle,
That's it.
you know?
And whatever few can get.
Yeah, exactly. So,
But on the other side, what does Few get?
Way of the Dragon.
Way of the Dragon.
Way of the Dragon.
Real
Well, they
world.
do have a lot of CC
Real
in a
world.
way, but I don't think that is enough for Bren Esports, because you have to close the gap. And if you think about how RSG wants to fight, if you close the gap, then they're happy.
And this is why I was looking forward to the Yuzhong. It's because you want a way to at least go for a 50-50. There's really no good engage unless all of Bren Sports are ready to lean into it.
Yeah.
So, good luck, Ivan. It's going to be up to them. It's going to be up to them whether or not Olwen's going to be a lot more aggressive, even with the reduced crowd control that they do have. If they can maximize the damage output, I mean, they still get the same results anyway.
Bren Esports, they're the ones dictating the early game tempo against RSG again. This lineup can do it, but so does RSG. Even though Lai was forced to use the flicker, it's because Aqua was not willing to fight onto that area. You don't want to sacrifice your mid game because of trying to fight Bren Esports on the early game. So this is the proper call for RSG. Chill out. When we get the timings, when we get around those neutral fights around turtles, that is where we are strong. We'll have the kick, we'll have the real root manipulation, and of course, Nats and Eman can join in fun.
All right, so Yeah, Demon Kite, as expected, when you hit level 4, you want to take those fights as early as possible.
That was a retry, by the way. But Turtle is about to spawn in 20, so I think it's okay for Kalkizi to do that.
Yep.
Again, more enhanced chain hits. Kaltizi, what are you gonna do? There it is. The saving grace is that guiding wind from Ogun.
Rookies looking out for rookies.
Oh, a sidestep through Nats. Nats wanted blood, but he was denied here.
Oh, not gonna happen. He used a sprint. That's used a sprint.
Oh my goodness. Trading on the battle spells here for both sides.
Adorado.
Still
Still
go for it.
looking for the vision
Still
here on
really
Turtle.
greedy on that turtle, man. RSG looks like they want that turtle. They got a foothold of it. And we will hold it off for the meantime. Again, I think RSG will still be able to get that. I think that was just one retribution away from taking.
This is a very different way of attacking the early game, attacking the turtle, because in season 10, one of RSG's signature moves was to delay turtle so that they can get a purple early and then take it more decisively. This time around, whenever it's open, just go for it. And here, wow, they bullied the hell out of Kyle TZ.
Yeah, I love the the approach. You said that they bullied Kyle Easy. It's because of the fact that they have nothing to do on the map. So I feel like RSG at that moment they weren't really trying to contest the resources from Kyle TZ. They weren't trying to chase Kyle TZ away from this objective.
So the fact that the turtle came up easy and clean was just a byproduct of their game plan anyways.
Yeah.
Just bother Kyle TZ.
That also very unfortunate positioning from Kyle Teasy. He was way too deep on the enemy territory in that tri-bush, and he got punished so hard.
Yeah.
I don't think he expected I don't think he expected Demon Kite to actually take the fight to him straight up.
Yeah, it was really unexpected because you wouldn't really expect RSG to fight into you, considering that you have a Karina and a Mathilda. But it is also the the answer to what RSG is delivering right now. Instead of farming, you go fight the Karina and Mathilda because you're gonna be fighting them anyway when they start invading the jungle. So you bring the fight onto them so that if they find solutions, then you start looking at other options. But the main problem is at that specific moment, Bren Esports wasn't really ready.
Yeah, no, that's what you will get when you're a lineup that is very ult reliant. And in the first 2 minutes of the game, you're even lucky to have your ult.
Yeah, and everyone doesn't even have their ults yet, right? And then RSG, they took that momentum and they made it work in their favor. So big props, and again, expected on this lineup.
Again, these are the veteran moves that we expect from RSG. They know that nobody wants to really engage as early as this, and it's still the same thing. The results will still be the same. You're going to be fighting before the troll anyway, so why not bring it to Bren? So in a way, when Bren reacts, that's the time you can start looking for, okay, they tried to fight, let's go to mid lane instead, clear the waves, clear the jungle, or fight on the other side. So they're testing they're testing the options here for Bren Esports, and I kind of feel like Bren did not really give any answer. That's why RSG was able to take so many after that initial chase on the top lane, and also because of Kyle TZ not respecting the fact that RSG wanted to fight, they were able to take that turtle for RSG.
And wasn't that like the initial thought that you had earlier on how RSG won those fights? Just basically using their veteran experience against Bren. Yeah, they're really using that right now as well. Yeah, there it is.
So maybe that's that's one thing that we can learn from RSG. If nothing is happening anyway, and the results will still be the same, you bring the fight into your enemy, see how they react.
Yeah, Plan A just was paying dividends here for RSG, and them being ahead here in the early game is just uncharacteristic of their lineup, because looking at it again, we need to wait for Claude, for Eman to farm up, and as well for Aqua to get the items to have that real world manipulation sting. But these little things, again, winning early turtle and just bullying the opposing jungler out of contention, big deal. So we might just see RSG accelerate the early to mid.
Yeah, this is such an advanced tactic for RSG. Most people wouldn't really do this because they're waiting for the timers.
Fundamentals.
Yeah, again, it's the idea of playing as a veteran. If your enemy's not doing anything, you do it yourselves.
Whew. And again, I actually caught Panda a little bit earlier. Man, he's so focused.
In a CR?
No.
I thought it was going to be
That's a different guy. That's a different guy. I caught him in the hallway. He barely looked up. He was like,
He's focused.
He's so focused.
He's focused on about the game or about the physics.
All of it.
Everything.
Just kidding.
Everything.
Look at this though. Back into the action. Yes, confirmed. The turtle was slain here by RSG, loading back in. And nothing from Brain Sports. Nothing came back.
And again, you don't want to do that with a lineup like this, except for Super Marco. You want to go, go, go. And that's exactly what RG is doing with a flicker and the way the Dragon combo. Maximize here with Aqua's real world manipulation, but the answer back is very, very quick as well from Bren Esports.
And that's worth. You take the you take the support on the side of Bren Esports, while you only lose the tank, and Ammon actually helped out as well, so he does get a little boost of golden XP. But Super Marco at this point is dealing more damage over the Claude. That's why Bren Esports was also able to take out Light. But again, it's a win on RSG's book because they are the ones with the Claude.
I believe in the business, that's what they call a TikTok play. Light just
That TikTok
extended.
play, yes.
Yep. Light extended the range of that Way of the Dragon. You usually would not get it, especially with few having used his dash. Did use the flicker though, so at least that's something Bren Sports would be holding on to. So I'll count it like a half, like a 0.5. Oh!
Oh, man.
That
Again,
definitely is a win though.
that was a huge win. Again, tempo being used by the Jungle Julian of Demon Kite here. He's just taking everything. Non-stop damage output. That's what you get with a hero like that.
One full level ahead over the Karina, and the turtle is about to spawn in 15 seconds. So definitely RSG happy with with the trades that they're getting right now, and the next objective will be really, really hard for Bren Esports.
And you can tell how important it is, right? Because look at the marksmen of both teams. They're very near the Lord Pit, but right now again they are going to have to back off, as we will see a bit of a 3v3. Both laners on the top and the bottom are busy. Here comes Real World, the box in for both sides actually. A huge court. Demon Kai will be able to take that that turtle, and now it's going to be a huge advantage. Oh, the dodge for RSG. Huge dodge over the wall there. Denies the kill to Kyle Teasy.
Wow, like a beacon, a threat magnet. It's Light who actually saved the rest of his teammates while surviving as well.
I love the fact that he waited for the ultimate from the Karina before he committed the Shunpo. And Kyle TZ was like, he was also, holding down the ultimate, but at that point he had no choice because the reinforcements started to come in for RSG. So just the sheer patience of Light was able to save himself, and also the falling Starman from Nuts delayed the retribution usage from Kyle TZ. That's why Demon Kite was able to get that turtle.
So much right now Demon Kite's Julian is just non-stop snowballing here. I'm worried here for Bren.
It does so much. Demon Kite's Jungle Julian does so much.
Look at this guy non-stop.
Oh.
He's just gonna keep hunting you down.
Pressure.
We saw so much of this at MSC 2022, and I believe before then, in Season 9, Jungle Julian really wasn't much of a thing. It was more of a mid-lane hero, maybe even an XP laner, but now there's only really one flavor that makes a lot of sense.
Goodness.
There you go, the hybrid build.
Oh, this is what you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
So he'll buy 2 magic items, and then he'll start buying tank items as the game goes later. So it does provide RSG a way of bridging the gap between the early to late game for the Claude.
One more TikTok play for the way. It's gonna be Owen going down. The Matilda can't really do much about it. And turret goes down as well for RSG.
Immediate conversion, opening up that turret, opening up that lane, leading up to a 15-second turtle coming up. Yeah, no, they're just going to start swimming in it.
Non-stop. Here we go. Another fight in the mid lane is going to be activated here. Aqua, he's ready, he's roaring. Doesn't really have the ult yet. Looks like that's going to be it for the meantime. Ultimates are on cooldown. Light won't be able to get a good angle to get Kaltizi into his teammates. But there's the Nats chain. Slow down as well.
Nuts.
Here comes Real World. And there he goes. Nats dives in on the few. No chance to react at all. Water kick there as well from Light. And that will be Amon getting hunted down. And Bren losing 2 members.
Flawless execution. Nats knew exactly where they were going, and it's not done. Demon Kite threatening a kill with an enhanced chain. Instead, he's going to be happy with stealing this orange.
You saw that, right? Man, Demon Kite wouldn't even let you go home.
That was a solid 1 minute of RSG just trying to fight Bren Esports. All the while, they take turtle, by the way.
And kills.
And kills. And this is the effect of RSG fighting even before Bren Esports is able to position themselves to look for these engagements. Light has been phenomenal on these kicks and finding their targets for RSG. They kept on engaging. They continuously look for targets so that Bren Esports are always reacting. They can't even use the Matilda and the Valentina in an aggressive way because of the sheer aggression that RSG is putting on the table.
Whew. Man. Again, every time your skills are on cooldown, RSG is just looking for fights over the right. And Ogwen rather, is usually the target of Light and Demon Kite. And there it is. There's a counterattack by Bren. Finally, Ogwen tried to commit here with the Circle Eagle. Instantly canceled, though, as he does see RSG members are starting to group up.
I think I was looking for the kickback, but Flicker wasn't really available for a light, and he just realized that. Man, I
He
didn't
just
have
had it
Flicker.
right now, yeah.
That's
oops,
good.
oops, 3 seconds.
Wait.
There it is, Few. He's answering back, but the kickback from Light again, and the follow-up into the enhanced chains is massive.
Good things come to those who wait, and Light held on for the right amount of time.
Dora,
Man,
to get out.
another combo. Falling Star Moon plus enhanced chains,
Yeah.
layered by layered over and over again.
Let me just say, Light is really, really crazy in this game. He could have kicked Few with a Shun Po and kicked back, but he opted to go for the kick flicker back. Oh, petrify on the Demon Kite.
Oh, he goes down. That's a shutdown.
Huge shutdown here. Pandora could be in trouble as well. He misses out just with a simple dash here.
No
But
way.
the final load gets
No
some
way.
HP back.
Wow.
And Pandora's going to be able to make it out live.
Juked him.
Huge
Juked him.
juke, actually. And right now, who's going to go for the Lord here? Super Marco, Few, and Ogwen are ready.
US kick.
3 members again. Another kick. Oh my god, your juggler's gone. Oh, goodness me.
Serves it up to Eman as well.
Light is really leading the charge here for RSG, taking the enemy jungler as soon as Bren Esports took theirs. And it is going to equalize the Lord battle here, but Demon Kite is already in the field. Bren Esports, they will not be able to fight this. And again, as we were mentioning earlier, RSG has now completely snowballed. Eman is 1 full level ahead over Super Marco, and they already have the DHS and, of course, the Golden Staff. Winner Nature as well. Add that to the insult for Bren Esports.
And we are reminded why Cho is such a powerful pick by pro players,
On the hands of Light.
especially in the hands of Light.
It's very evident. Light is in a state of flow.
Oh my
Light.
god.
Look, see, he knows. He
He's
doesn't
looking.
have to say anything. The rest of RSG is always ready to catch up.
Oh man, RSG, they are on a roll right now.
Roaring right now.
Nuts as well, being the frontline nuisance for RSG. Bren Esports, at this moment, they have no way of dealing with the Esmeralda on the front lines. They don't have the damage output of Super Mario to be able to shred through the HPs of the Esmeralda.
Here's a big dive though. Huge falling Star Moon. Gonna be committed to here by RSG. That's is just it non-stop. You cannot slow this guy down. Pandora is in the middle of 4 members of RSG. Will he be able to make it out? No falling Star Moon means he will. But here's the enhanced chains committed by Demon Kite. Still gonna be able to get out of the way, but Bren Esports, they suffered a huge blow with that.
Yeah, no, it's deceptive, but looking at it, 1 kill, cross-map plays, so many objectives up on the docket for RSG to take. Yeah, that's a clear win. Now they're 6K ahead.
They're rushing to win here for RSG.
They really are.
They know that they have the lady power. They have everything that they need on the line right now. Probably the next thing that they're waiting for is the Lord. Bren Esports, if they want to make something, if they want to make any moves, it should be in this window. 80 seconds is the time here for Bren Esports.
Evan's almost done with his items.
But it's not Bren, it's RSG.
Look at that. Another kickback. Oh my goodness. Oh, the shit. The way in the Dragon Machine. He just doesn't want to stop.
You can hear all the kids, all the teens who grew up from the early years of MLBB Pro Play. Few, no!
And Pandora makes a run for it.
Oh, the eye for an eye.
This huge eye for an eye stops the knockup from the hands chains, but Nats as a follow-up means that it is going to be a kill still for RSG.
It's too much. It's too much. It's come to the point where Nats and Demon Guy snowballed to the point
Light.
where Pandora can't even survive. Oh!
Look at them. Everyone's so scared of this guy right now, and they cannot defend properly.
He's even hitting towers.
Exactly. Goodness gracious.
8K ahead. That's what this looks like. Dominance across the map. Everywhere you go. I think it's safe to say Bren Esports is trapped within their own base.
Yeah, the main problem is that even though you have Karina, you have ways of dealing more damage once the HPs go low for RSG. You can't even peel the absurd amount of HP from Nuts. There's no shred, there's no peel, there's no poke coming off from View because constantly Light has been, assassinated with the Valentina with a kickback for RSG.
And not only that, not only the show, there's always such a good follow-up from Aqua. That's why they're able to just... The RSG.
You mean the real world?
Yeah, the real world, man. The follow-up is just so immense. It's always on point. That's
Yeah.
why they're always so close to each other, if you notice.
Yeah, it's, the Spanish bread is being cooked inside a box of the real world manipulation. Pandora is going to be able to get out, but RSG, they did get the Lord, and it spawns as early as it is.
Good.
This is really hard for Bren Esports.
Well timed again. If Bren just tried the delay, which is already very dangerous, they could have hoped for a 15-second spawn, 13-15. But no, RSG.
No time to farm.
On the dot.
They propelled way beyond reach at 9K ahead. It's very dangerous. Yes, we mentioned before the game started, Bren's very good at defending their base, but it doesn't have to come to this.
Another initiation by Nats. A falling star. One of the two members are able to dodge out
Right.
of the enhanced chase, but not from the blazing duet. The damage output of RSG is insane. But they are getting hunted down. They're going to push back here. Huge props to Bren Esports, able to answer the engages. They got enough damage to push back the RSG members.
Yeah, they did club up for RSG, so Bren Esports was able to output so much damage on a specific area. That's why they were able to win that fight. But looking at the items right now, the Wind of Nature is now up for the Irithel and also the Scarlet Phantom, so more attack speed are coming out. But even if they start building up these defensive items, the Maleficor is now complete on the Claude M and hasn't died a single time in this game. And also add to that, another layer of damage will be coming out from Aqua as he completes the next item. Probably the Divine Glaive, or I don't know, maybe a Winter Truncheon, just to be able to save himself. But this is going to be another layer of problems here for Bren Esports.
Something else to note is the fact that Demon Kite's JJ, the Jungle Julian, just went straight up damage, went straight up burst, mage build, and this is what you're doing, you're snowballing.
Yeah.
That's it. It doesn't grind your gears.
Although probably regrets it right now because he does melt to the damage output of both the Irithel and also Pandora.
I guess.
So if you want to make it work, make sure you don't get stuck in a crowd control here from Bren.
Or
Yeah.
you win straight up, just alpha strike.
I mean,
Yeah, they can't hit you back if they're dead.
he did choose to be part of that fight. It's true.
That's logic.
He did choose to be part of that fight. So.
Yeah, so decision making.
Yeah, but RSG again, the fact of the matter is they're overloaded with damage right now. This is the beauty of the damage Julian, even though again it's not hybrid. So Eman should be able to live up on the fight. Even if he dies, there's another layer of damage coming out from RSG. So they don't automatically lose out if they don't have the gold layer on their side. Bren Esports, again, so many layers of problem. And add to that, Aqua with the real world manipulation. Light again looking for another engagement onto Bren Esports, but they didn't pull the trigger because Lord is about to respawn.
Yep, 17 seconds on the next Lord. This is going to be huge here. And Bren Esports, they're still trying to claw their way back. They showed in the last team fight that they are able to output enough damage as long as they are in the good position. But can they find that position again? That is the question.
It's gonna be hard against Aqua with the real world manipulation. If he sees you, automatically casts that ultimate. So Bren Esports really have to make to find a unique opening against RSG.
I'm wondering if they can find it because Aqua here has such a great position, man. This is so solid. A real world manipulation from this point would be great with Demon Kite cleaning up.
Yeah, remember RSG's hunting down Kyle TZ so often, looking like he wants to go for
Yep.
Kyle.
Oh, the kick!
He went for the Shimpo and missed, but he goes for the flicker anyway. And they're fighting on the back line. Super Marco might be able to counter it, but he does not. Wind of Nature runs out in the end. He gets taken
Evan
out,
dies.
but there is an answer. Here's Pandora. He's Kyle TZ. They're still alive, but their damage output might be so diminished now, and RSG are going to punish.
Kyle TZ taken down. It's TK for DK. And Midnight, you know what they say. You never go full damage. What do you say now?
Well, now you say RSG, you start raiding the base with the kick from Light.
And that should be all she wrote.
That's a wipeout, folks. RSG Philippines, your S9 reigning champions are a match point. It's just one win away from moving on.
Oh man, really great stuff coming out from the MSC champs. Again, it started from the early game. That decision to punish Bren Esports. You're supposed to be in the early game lineup. You're not doing anything. Then we'll move for you. And when they got the kill on Kyle TZ, that was the time where RSG started their campaign towards the base of Bren Esports.
There were some signs of life towards the late part of the game, like at least 2 or 3 minutes before it ended, where
Yeah.
Super Marco was
I mean, a sign of life. That was
Yeah.
the only instance.
Ace.
A sign of life.
silver lining. But again, as that happened, right? I think he killed 2 on the way out in that defense.
Yes.
We looked at Emma and it's like, yeah, no, it's not happening.
Yeah, I think if you survived there, maybe in that last fight, maybe there was a chance they could kind of turn that back away. But then again, it was so decisive for RSG. If they are in the fight, they will commit 100% as long as they have HP
Yeah.
bars.
Honestly, I don't think there was any other better way Bren Esports could have played that fight. It started because of the light initiating on Kyle TZ. Super Market sprinted in, and he got an amazing damage both onto Eman and Aqua.
Yes.
So Emma was forced to go out. Even though he was able to activate the Wind of Nature, he was brought down. The immortality was cut off of Bren Esports. Even though Super Marco died, that was the best situation for Bren Esports. It just shows how far ahead RSG was on that fight.
I just want to bring it up. Light failed on the Shinpa over the Lord Pit.
He did.
We all saw that. It
He
was
did.
funny. But I don't care. I'm going to flicker in.
It was like a
Just to go for Kyle Easy.
Yeah.
That's how determined they are when they see a target. Laser sights, they attack that target.
You're not getting the sword.
Haha, I missed. But who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now?
Shunpo, I heard that it was a
You saw, there's sound effects.
See, I told you guys, I wasn't a sound effects guy.
it sounds like a cause. It's not. It's the.
Sure, you go, you go. I don't know what the hell Paquito makes, but and you see, you're telling me I'm the one who goes kaka? Come on, it's RSG at 2-0. Let's see what our analyst has to say. They're breaking down this game.
Thanks so much, casters. At nakita naman nating mag-perform ang RSG in their peak form. Sabi nila na mukhang mas malakas daw yung kanilang galawan ngayong season 10 compared dun sa kanilang season 9 at MSC. Well, they did falter dun sa kanilang previous series, but all throughout the playoffs, pati na rin ng recent matches nila noong regular season, mukhang sobrang dominant nila. And we can see that once again on how they dealt with Bren Esports. Nakita natin na yung Bansay halos parehas nung first 2 games natin. At masasabi na nating RSG Philippines, sinechikan na nila yung isang key to victory, which is to limit Owen's heroes. This time, ang ginawa nila ay nagban pa rin sila ng Atlas at kinuha pa nila yung Cho na paborito rin gamitin ng Bren Esports with their killing squad. Surely yung Bren Esports naka-secure pa rin ng Matilda and the Valentina that they really like to play, but RSG Philippines na-kontra din agad yun. Kahit na merong mga ultimates na magandang ibigay sa side ng Bren Esports like Way of the Dragon as well as this Eve, ang ginawa ng RSG ay hindi pinaglaro. Basically, essentially speaking, itong si Few 0-5 and 2, hindi dahil sa kanyang performance, but because RSG Philippines dictated it. It all started dun sa mga galawan ni Light. I think that the casters themselves have shown us kung nire-rin naman nila kung paano nakahanap ng magandang opening si Light the moment nagkaroon siya ng kanyang ultimate, hindi na niya hinayaang makahinga si Few. We can see the item progression of our players right now. Maaga yung napagkakuha ni Super Marco yung Windtalker. In fact, kung ikukumpara natin siya doon sa ibang mga players dito sa game na to, napakaaga ng kanyang Windtalker, which means na ang target ng side ng Bren Esports ay manalo talaga doon sa early laning stage. In fact, you can honestly say na ganun nga yung mangyayari. However, there came a point where around the 4-minute mark na nakahanap nga ng magandang openings na etong si Light. Sabay-sabay nakakuha ang RSG Philippines ng kanilang mga core items noong 5-minute mark at dahil doon hindi na nila hinayaan ang Bren Esports na makahinga afterwards. DHS para kay Claude for faster farming and Aqua instead of going for the enchanted talisman, Ice Queen 1 ang kanyang inuna. Kapag kinombo to with the item from Demon Kite na Genius 1, ang lakas ng kanilang damage in combination with Light. So yung kill party ng side ng RSG with the Cho, with Demon Kite's Julian, tapos pati na rin itong si Aqua na merong mga burst items in the early stages, enough talaga para sa kung sino man ang masipa ng isang Cho, kaya nilang i-burst down agad. And that's what we saw from RSG Philippines getting the initial advantage ng mga unang minuto ng ating laro. Napaka-crucial syempre ng mga sipa ni Light for sure. Pero yung itemization na nakita nyo in the previous graphics ay nagbigay din ng importansya para sa side ng RSG Philippines. Now let's talk about the breaks of the game. Makikita natin yung stats, yung kill participation as well as the damage dealt, damage to turrets, total heal at turtle Lord Arthur, yung mga objectives natin, all of those are siding with RSG Philippines. What does this mean? For initial breaks of the game natin dito is the better execution coming out from RSG Philippines. At kitang-kita naman sa stats natin, mula nung una nung nakita nila kung paano mag-operate ang Bren Esports with this Valentina, si Few hindi nakagawa ng mga plays. Dahil din naman dun sa mga ginagawa nila. In fact, yung RSG, yung mga early trade-offs nila with heroes, laging mas nakakalamang sila. There came a point where it was 5-2 in favor of RSG, sabay kuha pa ng dalawang turtle for the Raiders, at simula noon ay hindi na nila hinayaan ng Bren Esports na makakuha ng magagandang plays. Second important na factor sa ating breaks of the game, Light really just, being hot in this game. And I think that kung magkaroon siguro ng botohan ng MVP, lahat naman ng viewers natin dito, ibibigay din talaga doon sa ating Joe player coming out from RSG Philippines. Whenever Light is able to make the plays for his team, nakakuha ng magandang dominant na performance ng RSG Philippines. As you can see all throughout the graph, pulang-pula ang ating graph. All of the turtles, all of the three lords that we saw in this game was on the side of RSG. May konting shift in favor of Bren Esports around the 13 to 14 minute mark, pero minimal lang yon at nakakuha pa rin ng security sa ating laban, ang RSG Philippines. Let's look at the MVP of the game, unanimously Light. And I think that the viewers will agree anyways. The moment na nakuha niya yung kanyang mga openings, hindi na siya tumigil. In fact, yung kanyang itemization dito ay kailangan din nating i-take note. Kumuha siya ng casual dreadnought armor so that the physical damage mula dun sa Iritel ay kaya niyang tiisin kahit papaano kapag gumawa na nga siya ng move doon sa may gold lane. Tapos bigla siyang nag-shift ngayon sa kanyang magic defense items. Going for the tough boots, eventually doon sa radiant armor. Gaano ka-importante ang radiant armor na to? If you're gonna be looking at the composition of Bren Esports, nandyan ang Valentina at nandyan na rin ang Mathilda, pati na rin syempre ang Karina. Majority, magic damage. At alam natin na ang Radiant Armor ay maganda sa damage overtime types of damage coming out from mages na medyo, yun nga, DOT or damage overtime ang pinanggagalingan. For example, the Karina na kailangan mo na mag-ramp up, hindi naman siya talagang burst type. Mathilda na may soul blooms na madami agad instances ng Radiant Armor ang mapaproc. And of course, Valentina, kapag nagnakaw nung Eve Ultimate, hindi rin talaga makakaporma at hindi ganun kalakas yung damage output because of this early pickup on the Radiant Armor of Light. As the roamer in the first 5 minutes, kinontrol niya yung mid lane, making sure that he is guarding yung kanilang jungle, and then eventually, ma-point where kinailangan niya ding depensahan yung gold lane. Alam niya kung saan siya mag-rotate at alam niya kung sino kanyang dedepensahan. Whenever the ultimate is up, naghahanap din siya ng magandang place around the map. Kita natin na yung Wave the Dragon in the first few minutes, sobrang nasusulit. Bilang lang ang masisipa mo in the early stages because of the cooldown of the Way of the Dragon. At syempre bilang isang roamer, kailangan mo rin mag-rely doon sa flicker mo na magagamit mo offensively. On those two factors, Light was able to pull through para sa side ng RSG Philippines. In a few seconds, makikita natin ang game highlights. And let's head on to our third point sa ating breaks of the game. It's all about the Eman Marksman Supreme in combination with Aqua, by the way, kasi maganda yung synchronization ng ating gold laner as well as our mid laner from the side of RSG Philippines. Surely, the entirety of RSG Philippines komportable sa isa't isa. But in this case, during the clutch moments kung saan yung items ng gold lane to gold lane matchup natin ay halos parehas na lang, nakita na natin na madaming outplay moves coming out from Eman in combination with Aqua. Particularly si Aqua actually, hindi natin pwedeng deny yung gagalingan niya sa laban na to. Laging solid yung kapag gagamit niya ng real-world manipulation as well as yung outplay na gagawin nila doon sa bottom lane when Super Marco tried to go on to them. We are going to see that in action. Ayan, tingnan niyo sa may right side. Ginamit niya yung Winter Truncheon into the real-world manipulation for extra shields. Tapos, nakita natin doon na nakatakas si si Eman gamit yung kanyang Windtalker and of course yung BMI and a combination of a lot of skills, then picking up the Has Claws para makapag-lifesteal. Sobrang solid na performance from all the core members of RSG Philippines. Napakaganda na kanilang pinakita dito when it comes to their execution with their draft. Nakita na natin na may sariling approach or atake ang Bren Esports going up against Bren Esports, and it still is very true dun sa ating keys to victory. Limit Ogwin heroes and you're gonna have a better time. Mababawi ba to ng Bren Esports sa ating game number 3? Alamin natin yan as we throw it back to the casters.
interestingly enough, there is another question to actually answer that question because after the break or during the break, we actually saw and met up with coach of RSG, Coach Panda, and he had some very interesting words. Rock, you're gonna want to listen to this.
He said, fantastic words. 3 words, by the way. It's not, well, taking it for it is
Okay, sure.
not over.
It is not over.
Technically, four.
It's not
you can
over. Yeah.
abbreviate it. Yeah. It's,
Alright, there.
it's not over. There. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I like that mentality because obviously they have momentum, but they're not like underestimating it, and they're not overestimating that.
Yeah.
Right, that is huge, actually. Just shows how much of a high caliber championship coach Panda is.
Yeah.
Actually.
And also when we were passing, RSG's booth, they were discussing things like, error, you should make this. We made this. Let's not do it again. This hero is meant to, strategizing like that. And I love the fact that even if they won, and they won on a dominating fashion, they were talking about how to fix these mistakes.
Yeah, because they realized it was not a perfect game.
Yeah.
It really wasn't. Like it was strong.
It
but
was
it's not
clean as hell,
perfect.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, you do win 2-0. There's still more ways to make sure that you go 3-0.
Yeah.
And honestly, we were actually joshing Coach Panda. We were actually asking him, hey, you want it to be a game 3 or a game 5?
Game
What is-
five.
I think this is the reason why they're winning.
Yeah.
Right.
He refused to answer.
Probably.
And he didn't tell us that this was going to happen. He didn't tell us,
Yeah,
Rick,
we had no
Rick,
idea.
what are you doing?
We had no idea. The national sixth man.
Yeah.
I believe he's still registered with the roster.
I
Yes.
believe so.
No.
He's
Not
part
in season 10.
Really?
But in season 9, it is confirmed. Wrecker.
Was a champ.
Ellison Carranza has an MPL
He has a
championship. in his
championship.
name.
That's one more than Setsuna, I believe.
More than Zinsuna, more than Billy Alfonso.
As players. Yes. So. you
Not
guys-
even that.
you
As
guys-
an entirety, he has one more MPL title versus these two gentlemen.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys can laugh all you want. It's true.
MPL champion,
it.
guys.
Yeah, you never saw him, but he has that ring. You know.
Anything and everything else Wrecker does is just icing on the cake.
Is he also considered an MSC champ, though? Because the entire
I'm sure he was still there. Yeah, that should be it.
Does he have the ring?
I don't recall seeing him in Malaysia.
We'll have to find out.
But
Well,
I'm- again-
that's something good.
No, he was here. He was here.
There you go. So I'm not sure
But
how long the contract goes from season 9
Kosei
There you go.
and Heath are also MC champs.
Correct.
So is Wrecker MC champ?
I am assuming they signed at the same time. I don't know. We'll
Is
ask
there a
them later.
waiver telling us that Wrecker was no longer affiliated with RC at that time?
We'll have to ask
We'll
MPL
check.
officials. Yeah,
Yeah, I wanna check that
league
for sure.
operations.
He's still part of RSG, by the way.
We'll have the word. Yes, the RSG family, the greater RSG family. Hence why he's in the booth. He's in the dugout. Now back into the matchup. Again, big headline here because we're all wondering what is happening with Bren Esports. Yesterday, they went 5 games against Blacklist International, one of the greatest the world has ever seen. The most dominant team in the game. Watch this, you know what it is. But we're wondering, will there, the word last one means poison, will it take effect soon? Are we going to see Bren Esports turn around starting here?
Come on, it's just game 2. We've seen Bren Esports pull off a reverse sweep, so
Against Omega, they did.
if
Against Omega.
if that happened, if RSG sweeps, then we ask that question. But at that point, we're no longer doing the cast. So, game 3, I feel like Bren Esports still have the capacity of taking a game from the MSC champs, but I feel like it has to start from the draft. Still, we had a lot of questions earlier, but they did pull off a composition that kind of works. But you have to talk about it before the game starts. You have to execute. These are the things that past MPL champions have done. Whenever the draft has finished, you discuss what you want to do in the early game. Because the thing about game number 2, it was RSG that dictated tempo from the minute that they annoyed and bullied Kyle TC from that crab area.
Yeah. I'm still loving the RSG plan though, by the way, that normally Light's highlight hero is this Atlas, but they're not
Atlas.
taking any chances because they've also seen open play it so well.
Yeah.
I like that they're still in that mindset, which is actually the exact same bands that Blacklist were doing last night.
Yeah.
5 games in a row.
Again,
So
this is Coach Panda, Panda Metals. He's not gonna get blindsided on the playoffs. That is not gonna happen at all in this playoffs. Now RSG, they opt to go for the Promise, which does leave open the answers from Bren Esports like the Lilia, the Farsa, Claude actually
Yeah.
could be picked up on the hands of Super Marco.
While we're waiting for these picks to come up from Bren Sports, there's just one thing I'm reading from this whole situation. The story of this best of five so far, 1 and 2. It's not like Few has been underperforming, but we have mentioned in the regular season that Few is the glue that holds together Bren Sports, right? But here, RSG, Coach Panda, Coach G, they've attacked Oakwood's hero pool over and over again.
Yeah, they
Is
just
that the key here?
Interesting.
switcheroo.
They steal the show, but I think RSG are already prepared
Insta-lock.
for this. Insta-lock for the Karina Esmeralda. They're trying to bait out a Tiros from Pandora.
Oh, Demon kind of laughed a little bit. I think, yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, he was like, oh, predicted.
Oh,
Joke's
man.
on you. Brenny Sports can get Frederick.
Did they
on-
fall into this trap? Was that a trap?
This is the first time that in the first pick, Bren Sports gave Oakwood his hero. So I'll take the answer to my question as yes.
Yeah.
It is Oakwood who's been pulling a lot of weight in the playoffs.
Seems to me. They wanna kind of just use that. They wanna ride that wave that they're banking on. Even Oh My Venus, I think those are the first things that came out of her lips when in the interview.
Yeah.
I think everyone kind of realized that Gwen
Yeah.
and the rest of Bren are actually the ones that you have to watch out
I
for.
think the whole country really does respect Oakwood. So Brenny Sports, they did pick up the Fredin, like I said earlier. No chance in hell that's gonna be
And you're still not from the
passed on.
future. Yeah.
Still not in the future, but
Yep.
it is a choice between Diros and Fredrin. So Brenny Sports are looking to ban tank options for RSG. I don't think RSG is happy to give light the Faramis. You still want light on a setting hero, like the Ruby. Ruby sounds awesome against both Fredrin and Cho, and it does put a lot of magic damage from the Faramis. So again, they can limit the tank options by Bren for RSG, but they still opt to go for the carry ban. It's the usual Claude and carry exchange.
All right. So in terms of gold laners, I think that another gold lane ban from Brent would be good, just to make sure that you give at least one lane of RSG a hard time, because everyone else, I think, is going to have a fun time on RSG right now.
Yeah, probably the Irisol ban.
Airfield sounds like a good ban.
They banned Eve, probably the Lilia next for RSG, because Lilia sounds awesome for Brand Esports.
Lolita's still out there, so Bren better watch out.
Also,
Yeah.
a very
No.
risky hero.
The thing is, Brand could pick up the Lolita first pick.
Then where do they put the choke?
Never mind.
XP?
Sorry. Never mind. Cho Jungle, come on.
Cho-
True.
It has happened.
It has happened.
Is Kyle Teasy ready though?
There's a Melissa. Good.
I think he had one game on Cho, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you thinking about?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
I think that's Onyx.
It was a different game.
Yeah.
It's also a yellow logo, but yes.
Yellow logo.
Sorry. It was black and yellow.
Both black and yellow. Yeah. So it's easy to confuse. Anyway,
So Lolita though still out there.
Lolita, we still have to go back
we go
to
back
that
to the
Lolita over and
conversation.
over
Yeah.
again.
So again, it's just a solid pick for RSG.
Yeah.
Bren is not gonna pick it up.
Unless Brent has a different, idea in mind.
Again, keep in,
Matilda, probably not.
Matilda, yeah, probably not. Keep in mind that they lose this, it's over. So anything that Brent has hiding, this is the time to pull it out.
Oh, the Akai removal for RSG. So Bren, again, they can pick up the jungler here, but ideally you'd want to take the support first. Lilia is still an option for a few.
Something that can't be a jungle pick that can't be overpowered by this Karina. Because that has been the pitfall of Brent Esports last game.
Unless you want to go Bauman again. So Lilia
There it
is picked up by Bren Esports. Still not from the future.
Still not from the future.
RSG probably gets, even though there's a Lilia, I want to see either a Ruby or, call me mad, Franco.
I mean, if there's any pick that can throw off a lineup like this, especially a Cho, yes, a Franco would be great, but not sure if
Franco
they
Bea?
can risk it.
Franco Bea, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? I want to see a Franco.
Something that won't get picked off by a Cho easily.
Unless they would have picked up the Farsa here and let Light play the Faromis.
That sounds weird.
It does, yeah. Aqua is usually the decision maker, super duper
He's all right.
aggressive for Abyss, so
Oh, okay, they go for the Ruby. Still not from the future. So Bren Esports, you have no choice here. You either go Lancelot or Bauman.
Balmond
But
looks
you
good.
know, Lancelot sucks in
Lancelot,
front.
yeah,
Yeah, Balmond is the best answer.
he's the pick against the Faramis for me.
Benedetta jungle, Kyle.
You're pushing in too much, man. That's pushing too far, I think.
Because I can't think of anything here. Like, the Bauman was really covered by both the Karina and Faramis pick and as well as the Ruby. Unless there is a different choice here for Bren Esports, I'm thinking of other jungle choices here.
Yeah, even Bren's a little hard
Julian is okay. Oh!
That's gotta be a jungle cushion.
That's gotta be a jungle cushion, right?
So we did say that most, well,
There's no way this
Like
is Jungle
all-
Lilia.
all
Although I've
the-
seen it happen. By
all
the way,
the jungle heroes on the meta is not good. So you go for a different jungler. You take a page from MPL Indonesia and you play high-risk Gushun jungle.
hear me out. Jungle Lilia.
Nah. Wise did that though.
He does that consistently.
So,
So,
It is a confirmed jungle Gushun.
Jungle Cushion.
with this being a jungle cushion, we did say that Kyle T's hero should be something that cannot be bullied by the Karina.
Well, I guess so. You can't you can't use your physical immunity against that.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's good.
it's kind of a different approach. Like you still get bullied by the Karina, but you have enough of a threat. Like with the Cho and Lilia, you do provide enough threat on your early game, even level 3. Gushuns are activated at level 3, not level 4, by the way. You don't need a combo. You just need to be able to land that sword spike, that's sword spike, right? Yes,
Sword Spike and
Shadow Blade Slaughter. So you just need to land that initial combo, and
It's
then
good damage
set.
already,
It's
yeah.
good damage already. It's good burst.
All right, it is confirmed. LTZ on the Jungle Cushion.
All right, so I guess, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you come in and invade, I will kill you. That's what Kyle T's is saying here. At the cusp of defeat, they need this game and the rest of the series to go on and move on to the next round. RSG at match point.
Such a fast jungle speed by the
It's already
Gushin.
done.
Oh, well, he was helped.
Yeah.
He was helped by Super Marco.
Huge advantage here, obviously, with the DPS. Now,
Interesting. He went for the movement speed retro.
huh, that's correct. All right. All of this we'll find out. Right? If all of this is worth it, obviously, the team fights are going to happen very, very soon. If you think about the Gushin, you need to team fight early, or else you forfeit the reason why you picked the Gushin in the first place.
Here's the weird thing about RSG's lineup. It's weird if they want to invade because they have no way of getting out. So I kind of respect the fact that RSG, even though they're strong early game, they didn't invade the jungle of Bren Esports because you are facing a Cho Lilia comp with a potential burst coming out from the Gushin.
Well, they plan to not get out without having killed people. So they're going to lean hard on Aqua, but they're waiting for Aqua. They're waiting for level 4, and I think it'll come in on time for this first hurdle. But wait,
No, they want to take a fight as soon as possible, but that was a huge misstep from Kaltizi.
Yep.
He did not have incandescence yet, or did he? I think
He did.
He did,
He
but-
tried bursting nuts on the top lane.
Oh man, huge misstep. He was in the wrong position, and the rest of Bren Esports could not really help him out.
And
that's
Demon-
him. That's him. Anyone but him or Light.
Yeah, Demon Guy was also fast on the respawn to the top lane because they know that they need to punish these players from Bren Esports. If they don't, Count Easy will be able to walk around freely with these combo bursts that can come out from their side.
Speaking of burst, look at that. Feud is throwing off the bombs over and over again, trying to get some damage in. Use the light shoes to reset the stacks. But RSG, they're still gonna want to fight this.
Yeah, no way to contest Count Easy. Oh, and actually, never mind. He
Easy
does
could.
have a combo.
It's a huge dive into Pandora and Ogo, and we got Cold Alter activated here. Demon Guy will still retain that turtle. And here's the chase. Pandora's low. Does not have the stacks for
Kyle,
Razor's Wrath.
Kyle.
Kaltizi, he dove in. Light is low. Will be able to make it out in time, though.
A decent punish from Bren Esports. RSG, they did take the turtle, but at the cost of the life of the Karina. Kaltizi, he tried to go for the turtle steal with the incandescence first before the Shadow Blade Slaughter, but the retribution damage was so big from Demon Kite that he wasn't full level ahead.
Yo, these Gushin combos are going to have to step up. It has to be more than that come the mid-game, especially since RSG Philippines can move around so quickly. And yes, they don't have a way out after a failed fight, but if they burst out someone, which they easily did there, and mind you, Emon wasn't even there yet.
Yeah, I
So
love your
what
point.
if What if it's a 5v5?
Yeah, Bren Esports really needs to, consider the options that they have. Like, you have to pick your fights, and it has to be clean. Even if RSG don't have ways of running, they can chase you for days. Like, they have a lot of ways of catching your heroes, and the truth of the matter is, they don't even want to run away. They want to constantly fight into the lineup of Bren Esports.
And again, Bren Esports, they have been biting. They're taking the challenge for the past two team fights, and it's been resulting in RSG Philippines getting advantages over and over again.
But it does come to a point where the damage distribution becomes a problem for RSG. Like, the threat of being burst down will allow Bren Esports more control over the map, because RSG will not be allowed to just move freely and look for vision.
Yeah, this, what Kyle is doing, this is annoying, even come the 10-15 minute mark.
Yeah.
If you catch one with a sword spike, that's it. Save unless if you're light or Nats.
Full combo is going to be really scary. I think Imankai can kind of just dance around it. He can reposition himself quickly with move speed. But then again, he is still vulnerable, at least in this stage of the game.
Yeah, but the main problem is movement speed is not a solution to a sword spike. If it lands, it connects.
I mean, you can get in closer to your teammates, you know.
Well, that's true. Open.
Oh, look at that, Oakwen. A bit of a off angle here. Not going to be able to translate into a kill. But the turtle rather, is still going to be the main objective here. Kyle dashes in, but Demonkai still has the faster finger trigger on the retribution.
17 HP on the turtle, and Demon Kai was able to slip a small retribution timing there.
Oh.
And that is going to be RSG taking advantages, taking names here.
Extra HP, extra shields from the turtle, pushing down bottom. Best believe RSG's having a time of their lives.
Yeah,
Huge swing.
That was unfortunate for Kyle TZ. He had the timing down, but the damage wasn't really enough. 17 HP was left on the turtle, and Demon Kaido was able to inject his own damage to get a turtle. And Bren Esports, even though they lost a turtle, it still shows that they have the capacity of fighting into this. If they don't look at the turtle, if they start looking at the heroes of RSG, if they start bringing heroes down with their burst damage, that's RSG's problem to deal with. But Open, with a kick onto light, not gonna be having anything done at the moment.
Bren Esports, we still need to find that return of investment on the Gushin. We haven't seen it so far, haven't we, Leo?
He really only burnt it down one, and then there wasn't much of a conversion. I'm guessing come the mid game when everyone's ready, that's when Bren Esports can find returns.
Yeah.
But for now, they have to play defensively. It's so hard to answer back.
Yeah, but the thing is, RSG, they're not happy with what's happening at the moment, because you're still facing a Claude. And the fact of the matter is that they don't have a good enough catch against Super Marco. You might say that Light with the I'm Offended is decent enough. You have to find unique openings. If you leave Bren Esports with the threat of the cushion and you not being able to do anything, Super Marco's just having a fantastic game.
Yeah, especially later on. Right now, finally, Ogwen, good angle onto that kick.
Sword spike didn't land.
But the damage is not quite there yet. The sword spike combo with the Shadow Blade Slaughter.
Yeah, the sprint timing was really, really good for Nuts.
And now Ogwen is the one who gets punished.
What? 3 dudes they sent, and it's one of theirs that died?
What is happening here?
That is unfortunate for Kyle DZ. The moment that he threw the sword spike, Nuts used sprint, and he was able to walk away outside of the range of the cushion.
Interesting. And that's a good punish. Like that was a almost instant punish there from RSG. They didn't even exert any effort.
Yeah,
They brought in the numbers.
It's poetic justice, and Nats punished that missed sword spike so perfectly.
With a sticker to the face.
Yes.
Ooh, the damage from Eman.
Good damage here.
Oh no!
Goodness gracious, here's a falling star moon, Pandora. Maybe slow down a little bit, but he is still quite healthy. Light is low. Here Razor's
my
Rat,
goodness,
but
Pandora.
the Cult Altar makes sure that they will not go down quite
Blazing
yet.
Duet.
Blazing Duet, good damage here. Light is low. Here's the kick. Great angle here. Aqua goes down.
Oh wow! I guess that's the dream situation, the dream setup for Bren Esports.
It is the potential of the lineup of Bren Esports displayed at full effect. Even though the fight was kind of weird, RSG felt the damage overwhelming them from the Blazing Duet alone. Add to the fact that Kyle TZ was not really present for the combo during the Call of Altar's expiration. So this is RSG realizing that, hey, this lineup can fight.
The way you put it, It's weird, but that's how it works. I'm guessing from the beginning, that's what British Sports wanted anyways.
Yeah.
It's true.
They like it weird.
They like it weird. And they tried to take their opponents by surprise with all the weirdness, but it looks like Few is going to be the one who's taken by surprise here. Even with the black shoes, he is put down quite low. And that will stop Bren from engaging here. RSG with full control of that lava bush.
All right, as a member of the Hive, for you folks watching at home, count your blessings. At least Kyle is still getting his purple.
That is true. Once that stops,
Exactly.
that's the time that you had to get worried,
So
right?
it's not over just yet. Yeah, 2K, 3K ahead, under 10 minutes, but Kyle is getting his purple, so they can still set it up.
Again, that's against 3 people once more. And with a sticker, it just pushes them back all on his own.
That's a sprint usage with light conceal. No,
Light and conceal.
not gonna be able to get the the distance close. But Brandy Sports again, it's all about the presence of the burst damage. Nats does sustain most of the damage that Brandy Sports can throw, but can he sustain this one?
Goodness gracious, that's 4 people now. And this time around, looks like it's still not going to be enough. Other saves, Nats will not be able to save Emma. And
What's the
Super
bait?
Marco, he is roaring, he is tearing it up with that damage from his claw.
And 2 have fallen. 2-1 is the current tally, and Light is shy to pull in Pandora. Doesn't want to keep this going.
It was a bait done by Brandy Sports. You saw how Kyle Teasy was playing that. He was throwing the Shadow Blade Slaughter, but he was not going in because he knew that the Cult Altar will be coming out from RSG. Once it did, Brandy Sports put out the Claw for the blade with damage on the front line.
What?
Just like that, Bren Sports are able to secure that Lord. Huge knockup from Oakland actually slows down the approach of RSG as well.
Possibly one of the greatest and fastest ways to convert. 1 kill on Eman, and then suddenly a blitz, the Lord.
And they're even on the gold as well.
I love the patience coming out from Super Marco, like the Claude with the Blazing Duet. He always uses it whenever RSG pops out the Cult Ultra. And this is something that RSG needs to address. How do they deal with the lineup of Brand Esports, especially with Kyle TZ bullying the front lines of RSG? He was not committing for the full combo. He was just baiting out the Cult Ultra from the Paramis.
Oh boy,
Light
huge
though.
pull in by Light against Oakland and Few. They're actually quite low, but there is still going to be a chance for them to make it out alive here. Pandora and Calzisi on the floor, but not going to be enough to save Capitan.
On the side, look at Super Marco.
Super Marco on the downside of the map. Just sneaks out on his way out. Still has that BMI.
One more time.
One more like that.
I'll allow Few to die, but they have to penetrate. That's okay. I think that's a solid trade.
Really was.
He is the captain, so, he's part of the ship. But if the ship is sinking, he is the first one to dive. So Brand Esports right now, they're feeling the momentum, they're feeling the heat. And Super Marco is currently 1-0-3. This is becoming a huge problem for RSG. Eman, we haven't really felt the existence or the pressure coming up from the Matrix. It's because of the fact that he's not allowed to play on the front lines because Kyle TZ exists.
I want to see more of this Super Marco bravado that I'm seeing right now. This is exactly what Brent needs. They need that confidence to take these fights.
Yeah, no, Super Marco is doing much better than Eman at this point, and a lot is on the shoulders of the young sophomore here. And look, he's just pushing back 4 members. He's so confident.
Yeah, and now it's RSG. They're looking and waiting for Brent to commit a mistake, but so far they are holding steady.
Considering that RSG's lineup right now is that they don't have enough firepower on the late game against Brand Esports. Like, there's an overload, insane amount of burst damage coming out from both the Gushin and Claude.
Yeah.
You also have sustained damage from Few, and there is the pickoff from Owen. Now, RSG, the main difference is that they need to get this, to get these initiations coming out from Light. Because none of them really threatens any hero on the side of Brand Esports. Even Demon Kind, he has 4 kills, but these kills have been, supplied by his teammates. He cannot stand alone. So, if you think about it, Brand Esports, they're now on the advantage because all of them can actually pressure anybody on the side of RSG.
If you're talking about pressure, I think you forgot to mention Pandora.
That is
Pandora
correct.
is walking damage.
The walking wall that you need to deal with.
Even if you don't build damage items on Pandora, the amount of damage that he soaks, he brings to the table.
Yeah, watch out who you burst here on Brent Esports. Huge engagement actually with the Cult Ultra activated. Still got Gavino.
Oh my goodness!
Huge ultimate. He didn't have enough Grey Health to do that damage, but he's able to injure RSG members.
Supermarket still has Blazing to win.
Still has it. He's
Bren Esports, they're stronger right now.
So we have a huge advantage here from Bren Esports on this lore take. Few is low, still has those shoes, I think. Actually, he doesn't. Gets taken out by Demon Kai with the attack on the back. And Nasty's luring away so many members of Bren Esports right now. Sword Spike chases him down, though.
Kyle Teasy!
Another kill going over to RSG. Sorry, for Bren.
Pandora,
Pull back in.
We're still going.
Has Grey Health. Will it be used, though? Oh my god, the damage from Kyle Teasy is insane!
Super Marco! He put the super
Super
in his
Marco.
name! That's it, they're gonna go for the Lord again!
Playing so well.
the plan is simple. You bait out the Cult Altar, Super Marco comes in with Blazing Duet. RSG, they don't have any answers to this. They can't even cancel Blazing Duet. And the fact of the matter is, the burst damage, it does not stop with a Blazing Duet. Kyle Teasy is a walking burst damage machine for Bren Esports.
It doesn't even need to go for the full combo with incandescence. Just
Yeah.
throw out the Shadow Blade
He's
Slaughter.
done it 3 times during that fight. Like, the amount of incandescence that he's thrown, but not following it up with a sword spike is enough to confuse RSG. Like, dude, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight us? Or do you just want to whittle us down? But the main problem is, once you've consumed the Cult Altar, team fight's over for RSG.
Yeah, no, it's annoying enough because looking at the items, Genius Wand, Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, no one's walking away from that.
Yeah, you cannot. Even the demon on the Karina cannot withstand the damage output of these items coming out from Kyle Teasy, even with the Radiant Armor.
Yeah, it's a normal. He has so many penetration items.
Yeah, the higher HP you go, the more damage coming out from Glowing Wand.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like more, please. Oh, look, they finally got a inhibitor down bottom.
A huge inhibitor here for Bren Esports. Now they're pushing up on the mid. Nats is looking for an entrance. Demon Kite as well. The inhibitor turret will go down on mid. Nats getting chased down by Captain.
That's
Here's a
a kick.
follow up from Ogwin. Not gonna be enough.
Oh, the sprint
Still
once
with the
again.
Cult Altar. And now that is a huge ultimate being used by RSG now. What's gonna happen here? Is Bren gonna go for it? Kyle Teasy once again with Shadow Blade Stars. Good damage output here. Super Marco takes out a turret on the mid lane. Top lane as well.
My goodness, the discipline from Kyle Teasy. He was able to land one sword spike, but he did not commit. They knew that they needed to wait for the next engagements. Fuse Bombs or Glooms is now out, so they needed to back off. They did have, Blazing Duet right up there,
Yep.
but the Lord was already taken by Bren Esports. RSG.
If anything, they were really just waiting for the kick or Fuse Black Shoes because this would not be possible without the wave clear of the Lilia.
Yeah.
So almost endable, almost going to game 4, but not quite yet. So again, just discipline from Bren Esports, and they know what they're getting into. They're 5K ahead now.
I think Emma's having a hard time navigating these team fights.
Oh
man.
yeah, because of the Claude and the Lilia.
Yeah, it's a huge difference in terms of like how comfortable the gold laner is.
Yeah, and that is just, Claude and Lilia. You also have to think about the tuition factor. This is where the keys to victory apply. Every bush is lava. You step away on a bush, you expect that, there's multiple ways of Bren Esports taking you down. Million ways to die, basically.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the next floor. The next pickoff will be huge here. They're looking for it. Pandora in front. He's waiting. He has that taunt. Few might be in trouble, but uses Black Shoes. Called Auto Activated Super Marco. Good damage with a Blazing Duet, but it's still going to be the focus.
Demon Kai.
Straight onto Nats. There goes the Esmeralda, but they get taken out as well. Caltisi with a double.
Beautiful.
Solid trade, 2 for 1, and they're still going.
That's 3 members alive here for RSG.
I want to say the captain is really making it hard for RSG. Few, with those glooms, forced RSG to back off when they grouped up. Cult Altar was used, but Blazing Duet came from Super Marco, and that deleted the entirety of RSG.
Yep, 048 doesn't tell the whole story. Again, it's a combination of those shadow energies and Kyle Teasy's blades. It's annoying. He's not using the combo, but he's just throwing out.
Yeah.
And the rest of ours is like, stop.
Stop it. I want to see you commit, Once you don't have the incandescence, then we fight. But the main problem is, for the entirety of the fight, he still has it.
Full damage build completed with the Winter Truncheon here for
Oh, no.
Caltisi.
He doesn't. And just as icing on the cake, all right, let me just say, I want to acknowledge this young man, Vincent Unigo Pandora, a house of an athlete. Look at him. Walking through 1-1-1. You're thinking about the magic damage of Bren Esports. but this is the guy who's holding it down.
Yeah.
That's why they stay where they are. That's why they get all of the shadow energy. That's why they get all of the blades on him.
Just wanna say-
Because of this Bren.
Just want to say he has 100% kill participation because you know what? Pandora is always in the front line. He's not farming minion waves. He's farming heroes.
Yeah, the moment that Pandora joined the fight is a huge difference from Bren Esports.
Oh, here we go. Watch him. Watch him.
Look at damage.
Oh,
And
they
the-
caught
oh,
somebody. That's gonna be few without the black shoes. That's 4-man knockup from the Shinpos and the hits, and they're the called alter to stop
Lights out.
everyone from dying. But look at this, the DPS from non-stop damage from Super Marco is real.
Well,
And the
not.
base.
The base. There's
And
one
it's a
tag
win.
alive. They are able to clear an RSG. They're holding on, man.
Shotgun.
Here
Shotgun.
comes the last wave, and there it is, the full combo, and the base is gonna go down. No one's going home just yet.
2-1. Bren Sports 2-1 forces game 4. The series is not done.
You asked the question, what do you do in game 2? Well, Bren Esports proves that it's just game 2. We did this twice. And of course, Chantel is sitting at the Filipino broadcast table. So, expect more than 3 games, ladies and gents, as Bren Esports pulls off a victory against RSG.
I love that we always bring that up.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
It is a thing,
It's
isn't
a
it?
thing. And damn it, Panda.
She's cursed.
Damn it. That's what he meant.
Well, this is
It's not
exactly
over.
what he meant.
It's not over.
I mean,
Apparently.
there's still ways of interpreting it, but I think Panda preferred the other one,
Yeah.
but this is definitely not over.
In all fairness, watching the first 2 minutes,
Yeah.
you would have not thought this would be possible.
Yeah.
The
It
first
looked really dominant.
even 5 minutes, it's like, Bren, come on, what are you guys doing? But again, they like it weird, and they found that, and they turned the status quo upside down.
Yeah.
It's those odd engages, and the fact that you just need to start throwing out those blades.
They did
No need to commit.
eventually.
No need to commit.
Yeah, they eventually found a way to bamboozle their opponent into these fake fights that Kaltizi's taking.
Yeah.
It really threw RSG off the rhythm.
Well, we did say it earlier on that what only mattered for Bren Esports was the time, and when the damage came, they were really just outmaneuvering RSG on these fights. Like the amount of baits that Kaltizi did to force out the called Altar really annoyed Light and Aqua on that game. And after they did, they wanted to fight, but then Blazing Duet came in, and suddenly it was Bren Esports that took the entirety of the game.
Not to mention the recovery on the young Ogin Puligo. Talking about Ogwin, he's been getting his butt handed to him for the first 2 games in the series, and now it's like nothing happened. Thank you for giving me a hero. Coach Ducky and Coach Paolo should be taking notes like, yeah, no, we need to give Ogwin his hero.
100%. This
We
was
need to first pick it.
exactly huge props to Ogwen. Again, everyone is starting to recognize that right now, right? And we should recognize that this is a masterclass on how you deal with the Faramis lineup without using the Valentina.
Masterclass, I get it. Master Ogwin.
Nice.
Gotcha. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst. Wolf, you have to break down game number 3 because that question was something else.
Thanks so much, casters. At nakita natin na Bren Esports na bumawi sa game number 3, forcing at least the game number 4 in his best of 5 series. And it all started dun sa kanilang mga draft choices this time. Nakita natin na Bren Esports, first pick na agad nila yung Joe. Going up against RSG Philippines, sinasabi natin in the past 2 games na nung na-limit yung mga heroes para kay Ogwen, hindi naging komportable ang Bren Esports sa pag-ikot sa mapa. This time, kinuha agad nila yung Joe in combination with the Claude. Such a powerful pickup coming out from Bren Esports, knowing na nakaban yung 1-1 na pwede lang tumapat dito sa ating Claude. So, technically speaking, Claude yung pinakamalakas na marksman nung sa draft na yon. RSG Philippines, instead of going for the Melissa, ang kanilang naging choice dito is the Beatrix. Nakita natin yung Bren Esports binan yung Melissa plus yung Irithel pala yung dapat maging choice dito ng RSG Philippines, but they opted to go for the Beatrix. At medyo nalugi sila dito dahil alam natin na malakas talaga, yung mataas talaga yung nerf na nabigay doon sa ating Beatrix. Apart from that, ang magandang ginawa na solution ng Bren Esports is also to limit Light's heroes. Marami kasing mga shared heroes ang ating mga roamers sa ngayon. At yung pagkakakuha din ng Fredry ng maaga mula sa side ng from Bren Esports allowed them to have more comfort in the team fight. pero hindi naging madali para sa side ng Bren Esports. We can see through the item progression chart. Standard pickups coming out from RC Philippines, maagang VOD para kay Eman, tapos maagang Cursed Helmet for Demon Kite, and of course, Light taking on the Radiant Armor. Three items that will counter eventually itong mga damage output ng side ng Bren Esports. In the early stages, few magic damage, Kaltizi, ang daming instances yan, also magic damage, which is gonna be countered by the Radiant Armor. At kung papansinin natin, mas nauna din yung mga items na na-pick up dito ng RC Philippines ng kaunti. The first set of items were in favor of RC Philippines. So what this tells us is, may solution ang RC Philippines. At the same time, nag-snowball sila nung early stages of the game. At kung babalikan naman natin yung mga nangyaring bakbakan, mapapansin natin na yung side ng RC Philippines ay nakakuha naman ng magandang pickoffs. Lalong-lalo na kapag maganda ang timing ni Aqua. In fact, yung mga clutch retribution mula sa side ng RC Philippines ay dahil din naman dun sa extra speed boost as well as dun sa extra protection na nakuha natin mula kay Aqua. But that only happened in the first few minutes of the game. Eventually, nakahanap na ng pagkontra ang Bren Esports para sa kanila naman ang control ng laban. And it all started nung nakita na natin na makunat na talaga si Pandora at nakakuha na ng magandang openings. Also, Super Marco played this super well dito sa ating laban. Kaltizi and Super Marco have 93% kill participation as well as Pandora. The three players of Bren Esports na minention natin ay instrumental sa pagbawi ng Bren Esports. Real constant though is Ogwen and Few kung paano sila nakagawa ng magandang initiations for the side of Bren Esports. Ogwen, napakaganda ng kanyang mga sipa come the mid-game. Nakita natin mula sa 11-minute mark na na-equalize na ng Bren Esports ang 2.6k gold lead na meron ang RSG Philippines sa simula ng laban. Balikan natin ang mga estado ng laban, mga stages ng laban natin. Early, lamang na lamang ang RSG Philippines. Getting 3 turtles, yung first and yung second turtle ay clutch retribution pa mula doon kay Demon Kite. Nung nagkakaroon ng contention doon sa first 2 turtles of the game, nakita natin na nakuha ng RSG yung lamang kahit pa yung Bren Esports ay meron din talagang advantage nung nagkakaroon ng mga team fights. Dahil yan sa clutch retribution ni Demon Kite, pati na rin naman doon sa tamang timing ng mga ultimate ni Aqua. Pero nakita natin mula sa Bren Esports, napansin nila kung paano nga ba maglaro ng Faramis dito si Aqua. Medyo risky kung isipin at aggressive pa nga. Bakit? Kasi hinihintay muna nilang maging sobrang low ng kanyang mga teammates bago sila gumamit ng Cold Altar. At anong naging difference nun? Before we talk about Kyle TZ, let's talk about yung troubleshooting na ginawa ng Bren Esports para i-counter yung Aqua Faramis. Alam nila na pinapop lang yung Cult Altar kapag low na nga yung mga kakampi niya. Which means na kapag naubos mo yung HP, yung extra HP from the Cult Altar, masastan yung mga laban. And of course, paglabas nila doon sa Cult Altar na extra HP, low na rin sila. So pwede na silang linisin ni Kyle TZ as well as ni Super Marco. It wasn't the easiest games, for this cushion, pati na rin doon sa Claude. But eventually, nakahanapan ang solusyon ng Bren Esports with their gameplay. Gamit ang kanilang mga explosive na players through Super Marco as well as this Kyle TZ cushion. Tingnan natin kung bakit nga ba naging MVP of the game etong si Kyle TZ with the cushion na so far ay 3 out of 3 para sa Bren Esports. Although yung first 2 ay napunta kay Few. But if we're gonna see 5, 1, and 8, with a 92% kill participation, kahit pa mahirap yung kanyang laban at nag-struggle sila doon sa early stages, additional pa yung itemization mula sa side ng RSG, nahanap pa rin ng way para makapag-farm dito si Kyle TZ. Surely, nung mga unang mga moments, nakatambay lang siya sa kanyang jungle, but meron siyang konting mga spots, as you can see, to the top lane. At napaka-importante itong top lane rotations coming out from Kyle TZ kasi ito yung bonus na farm na pwede niya makuha kapag nakakuha nga siya ng konting kills. At kung kaya pa nila makapag-push dito, hindi na ganun kalala ang early game para sa side ng Bren Esports. Sabihin na natin, oo, nakakuha ang RSG ng control ng turtles as well as some of the early kills. Pero as long as nakakapag-farm yung Claude ng side ng Bren Esports, okay na okay pa rin sila. That's why yung mga rotations coming out from Kyle TZ, very important to take note of. Kaso nga lang, hindi kasi enough na makita natin yung heat map lang para bigyan ng hustisya kung ano nga ba yung ginawa dito ni Kyle TZ and the rest of Bren Esports. Let's look into the game highlights, and you might notice that there are so many good plays that Ogwin did in this game as well. 9 minutes and 30, ito yung first punish ng side ng Bren Esports. Tinatawag natin punish Bren, di ba? Makikita natin na masyadong maasim ang ginang rotation dito coming out of, ang decision, of the RSG Philippines. 2 versus 4 essentially ang nangyari doon. Kahit pa sobrang taas ng farm ni Nats at ni Demon, kahit naramdaman nila yung pressure na kailangan nilang gumawa ng play at kumuha ng kill kay Few, duly punished yan ng side ng Bren Esports. Eventually nakuha ng Bren Esports yung Lord at dito na nila nakuha yung kanilang momentum. Pag-push ng Bren Esports, maganda yung zone out na nakita natin mula kay Few poking with the glooms and yung kanyang damage output from a safe distance. At syempre yung initiation si Pandora nagiging threat dahil mataas yung damage niya as well as yung tankiness niya. And nakita natin na si Super Marco talagang assassin ang galawan with this Gusion. One thing that we also have to take note is Super Marco played this well. Nakita nga natin na kapag na-pop na yung Cult Altar, ginagamit pa rin niya yung kanyang ultimate na Blazing Duet para matanggal yung extra shields at para makakuha pa sila ng punishments after those plays. Everybody carrying their weight from the side of Bren Esports. And of course, hindi lang naman ang Bren Esports or ang RSG ang may panalo sa ngayon. Pwede ba kayong makakuha ng 223 diamonds for free when you buy 223 pesos worth of diamonds in the Maya shop? Visit the maya.ph/deals for more details. Maya is the official all-in-one money app partner of the MPLPH Season 10 playoffs. Sign up, upgrade, and buy game codes and credits on Maya to get awesome rewards. And ito na. We are gonna be witnessing at least the game number 4. Simulan na ba ng streak ng Bren Esports para sa reverse sweep o tatapusin na ba ng RSG Philippines yan sa game number 4? I'm more than excited to watch that one. Pero bago yan, punta muna tayo sa maikling break. When we come back, it's MPLPH Season 10 playoffs.
Feeling powerless with limited choices? Not anymore. Because with Smart's new Power All 99, I have the power to do what I want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, I have the power to play, to watch, to share, to stream, everything. Plus, Unli TikTok gives me the power to stay on my FYP. And Unli Text power to stay in touch. All that power for just 99 pesos. Load Smart's new Power All 99 for the power to do what you want. Best choice I made. Load now.
When you have the power of the fastest speed, when you have the power of the widest coverage, you get the best overall experience. Best gaming, best streaming and downloading.
That's why Smart is the only one awarded as the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power you deserve. That's the power of Smart.
Pag tumataas ang bilihin, maraming natitigil. Pero di porke nagtitipid, ang saya, stop na rin. Sa TNT Suit for the Loads, gipit man, tuloy pa rin ang saya. May pantawid din para tuloy ang pag-connect sa araw-araw. Surf Saya 20 para tuloy ang kulitan at only kwentuhan.
Nakita mo yung mga post ko, memes. Nakakatawa na
At all data 50 para tuloy ang todo sayaw at saya. Tuloy ang saya sa TNT Sulit for the Loads. Load na sa suking tindahan, Gigalife app o dial star 123#.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Uy, Big Mac! Sarap! Diretso na sa new McDelivery app for any McDo craving. May exclusive offers at discounts ka pa. Download now. Sa New Delivery, maraming ordering options. Upgraded ang tracker at updated ka with live chat. Level up now with the new Delivery app.
Uy! Nice coffee!
Just tap for sarap.
Everyone has the chance to discover and be discovered on TikTok. Powerful voices, rising stars, unique creativity, insightful educators. We're welcoming a new generation of TikTok creators. You've heard our stories. It's time to start yours. Create, share, be discovered on TikTok.
Hi, Muffin.
I want this gun.
Okay, Mom.
Poor eyesight, poor doggy. Come to EO Executive Optical for state-of-the-art facilities, expert eye care, affordable eyewear. EO, love your eyes.
If you ask me about my special move, I will use it on you until you cry or beat me. Begin your legend.
Don't take answers lagi to me. Coach na panda ko, but G malakay at mo doon kailis pre-one. Kasi yes, and we the champ. Sina of mga bida. No, that's entertainment. Upset mga rounds sa liga. Flow ko smooth like aqua. Sabit kayo lagi patay. Pag nilabas sa inyo shotgun, di eh magundo umaray. Para ka nang inakas. Machine, ikaw ni life. Tapos wala kang magagawa. Paano nakapag-sipaling ka ng limot na?
Kala nyo sila maiiwan sa dulo. Ngunit ang una pa sa mga veterano. What's up, Chef Rocky? Doon ano pang lulutuin? They're idiota, kaya-kaya kang habulin. And yan sinis magkakatinig ka na shotgun. Sa sweet super friends, may magic ka panlaban. We cross it to the top, we gonna see the plan. You ain't got nowhere left to run, it's on time.
You looking kinda sour, too strong, louder, prouder. Gonna leave you outplayed, send you home, grab the shower. Easy kids na kayo sa amin, parang tic-tac-toe. Bumibilis na malakas, walang nakasabag, yo. With house of highlights and prodigies, DCs and TVs. Star plays by Yowie, who's your daddy? JB, kampyonato lang ang awag, focus lang sa goal. Yes, I'm inside, ang info will be purple with gold. Sama-sama barangay, magtuong tagumpay. Kahit simple kaharap, kaya namin sumubay. Yowie savage, smart, double check the beating heart. Kakawak ka pa ang kalaban, di pa nag-start. Thinking lang, we're never gonna stop. Di mapapalamang ang sigaw, one shot. Bow down, umiyak mo lang, Hitler City. Ay, ako naglating, kampyonato OG.
Nagbabalik ang Royal E, andito na si YSB. Handang-handa na mabuti, kasama KDA Machine. Coach on ang the lead with the Filipinos. Stay by, ka na lang kasi S on index by Katya. They kept care na na-master na ang basics. Mga galaw ni Ed, itong text natin sa XP. Puso ng kampiyon, never let me down. HS was a pirate, playing the ground. The OG, Little Bren in the streets. People know me, feeling like a yellow Mickey gold, they know the beat. We got my winning man, beating loyalty. We got legacy, and two to the four. We got killers on the floor, count TV on a roll. Best TV of it all, Master Oakland. Teaching your ways, cause you got this in the back with all the phonies he slayed. Sampung season ng MPL. Nandito ka pa rin? O ikaw, nandito ka rin ah. Ang mga teams, ang buong liga, ang buong bansa. Kasta natin to. Lakas natin to! Sampung yugto sa laro, sumok na ng panahon. Pagko'y nanonood sa mga totoong kampiyon. Sinasa puso ang galaw, tarang pagbalik na na. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Natin ko, simula hanggang sa dulo. Sa galing ng Pilipino. Nangarap at humarap sa kalaban na kahit pasino. Bansa ay babansa saan pa man ang entablado. Walang Pinoy sa laro, lakas natin to!
Feeling powerless with limited choices? Not anymore. Because with Smart's new Power All 99, I have the power to do what I want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, I have the power to play, to watch, to share, to stream, everything. Plus, Only TikTok gives me the power to stay on my FYP. And Only Text power to stay in touch. All that power for just 99 pesos. Load Smart's new Power All 99 for the power to do what you want. Best choice I made. Load now.
When you have the power of the fastest speed, when you have the power of the widest coverage, you get the
best mobile network. Switch to the power you deserve. That's the power of smart. Pag tumataas ang bilihin, maraming natitigil. Pero di porke nagtitipid, ang saya, stop na rin. Sa TNT Sulit Afford the Loads, gipit man, tuloy pa rin ang saya. May pantawid 10 para tuloy ang pag-connect sa araw-araw. Surf sa'yo 20 para tuloy ang kulitan at only kwentuhan.
Nakita mo yung mga pawis kong memes? Nakakatawa, di ba?
At all data 50 para tuloy ang todo sayaw at saya. Tuloy ang saya sa TNT Sulit Afford the Loads. Load na sa suking tindahan, Gigalife app o dial star 123#.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Uy, Big Mac! Sarap! Diretso na sa new delivery app.
The 10th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by our official telco partner, Smart, the Philippines' fastest 5G mobile network. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speedtest Intelligence, data Q1, Q2 2021, and Q3, Q4 2021. Ookla trademarks are used under license with permission. Our official sponsors, Samsung. Awesome is what I'm doing. Maya, it's everything and a bank. Mutt Delivery, your ultimate game day buddy. Our official content partner, TikTok, and our partners in esports, EO Executive Optical. For expert eye care, come visit EO Executive Optical. Love your eyes. Secret Lab, Sneak Attack, and Koji San Man. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 10, day number 3. At kung kakaantabay nyo pa lang, it's still RSG Philippines at match point. 2-1 versus the Hive, Bren Esports. Actually, I tried to get a little bit of an inside scoop para sa parehas na kupunan, but they seem impenetrable given that they really want to give it all of their best para makapasok sa next round. Now, for Bren Esports, naalala ko yung iba sa mga na-mention ni Coach Ducky sa kanya mga players. The constant reminders standing up for aid, AID, awareness, information, and decision. Always be aware of your situation. Give out information as much as possible and always make your decision hanggat maaari para maging makabuluhan yung mga strategies and rotations na gagawin nyo as a team. And given na they are also stuck in the same situation that they've had nung nakalaban nila ang Smart Omega from before, I'm sure na meron pa silang baon and they will do their very best para makapasok sa next round and continue their campaign for the playoff round. Meanwhile, for the side of RSG, it's continuously looking at improvements na maaari pa nilang makuha all throughout the possible or maximum 2 games na makukuha nila at this point. Pero hindi sila nagsistay sa ganong klase ng factor. Yes, they have some moments to improve, most especially during the day 3 or during the game number 3. Pero kung mapapansin mo naman ngayon, they're still in game phase and ang laking tulong din that Wrecker is actually part of the player lounge given na napapangiti niya at nabibigyan niya rin ng comfort ang iba sa mga players ng RSG, most especially now that they tend to feel the pressure. But the question is, will the Bees continue to sting or will the Raiders end it once and for all? Let's continue the battle between RSG Philippines versus Bren Esports. Mara, go naman.
MPL has inspired so many people, so much so that some have dedicated their lives to become super fans. And here with me today, Josh Valdez. Hello.
Hi, Miss Mara.
Hello. Okay, magpakilala ka naman sa lahat ng ating mga manonood.
Hi guys, I'm Marcos Valdez, aspiring shoutcaster and right now part of the content team as a scriptwriter ng MPL Season 10.
Okay, ngayon, shoutcaster, ngayon, dream come true, part ng MPL as a scriptwriter. Pero ang alam ko, hindi ito yung unang plano mo sa buhay, right?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I'm part of the pandemic class of PUP and I graduated civil engineering. Pero I took the leap of faith na wag mag-boards at i-pursue ang esports career ko as an aspiring shoutcaster and part of a production team before. And right now, I'm here at the MPL, the perfect dream for an aspiring shoutcaster, and I'm really in shock at first, pero sobrang incomparable ng feeling.
So sino sa MPL, ano yung team? Sinong team yung talaga sinusuportahan mo?
Well, it's gonna be Bren.
Bren, okay.
Season 6 Bren, the very first Filipino champion. Sobrang sarap sa feeling na makita yung mga Pinoy na nag-excel in esports. Grabe yung pinakita nila doon. And hanggang ngayon, palakas ng palakas ang Bren.
So, ngayon na nandito ka na sa MPL at na-meet mo ang Bren Esports, sino sa mga manlalaro doon or coach na talagang napahanga ka sa personality, sa character nila backstage na hindi natin nakikita?
Idol ng mga kids is Few.
You, okay. Bakit si Few?
Sobrang humble ni Few. And at the same time, this season 10, nakita ko yung eagerness niya na matuto sa mga bagong players ng Bren kahit na alam naman natin 10 seasons na si Few sa liga pero still sinasabi niya na he keeps on wanting to know more, wanting to learn more doon sa mga batang players. And sobrang para sa akin, it's a big veteran attitude.
For sure may mga challenges ka na pagdaanan na pinili mo maging shoutcaster kesa maging civil engineer. Civil engineer kasi it's not a common thing that people choose. So, what makes it so worth it?
Well, ang sarap sa feeling na kapag yung bagay na gusto mo, nagagawa mo eh. And at the same time, you're making a career out of it. Ibang feeling talaga yon. Like, civil engineering, yes, nandyan. I still have plans to pursue, but right now, my heart is on MPL, my heart is on ML.
So, sigurado ako maraming mga tao dito na pinagdaanan mo, choosing between love, between career and passion. So, anong advice mo sa kanila? Choosing to love your career or to love your passion? Anong advice?
Pursue your passion, love your career. Parehas eh. Balance it. And you just take the leap of faith. And once you take the leap of faith, make sure you get there.
Okay, take a leap of faith. Yan ang advice ng ating superfan today, Josh Valdez. At ngayon, sisimulan na natin ang ating laban. Kaya, casters, paso.
Always heartwarming to hear the stories of the many different people within our community. The MLBB, PH, and of course, World is filled with all sorts of characters, and the Joshy Cakes is one of them. Nice to hear from him finally on this grand stage on day 3 of the playoffs. We are smack dab right in the middle of an eliminations round. At your service, my name is Leo. This is Rockhart, and that's midnight. We're still watching RSG, PH versus Bren Esports. Was that game 3 win enough to put Bren Esports back to their winning ways? Are we going to see game 5? Is that what we're feeling here?
Well, if we're talking about passion, Bren Esports has that in spades for sure, as well as RSG. So there is a good chance that we have seen Bren Esports in the same exact form, same exact position yesterday. But I have to really reiterate, it's a different team.
Midnight, did you just look over if Chantel's still standing there?
She's still casting, so
Do you want her to get subbed out?
it might be the time to break Chantel's curse if, RSG wins game number 4. But it does tell us that if Bren Esports win, there's a lot to be expected on the upcoming matches. Because the thing is, they're not just fighting, for their lives here. They're vying for M4 slots, which is the most important thing in this series. But I want to say that Bren Esports at this point they throw everything out the window. You don't even care about M4. You don't even care about getting that fight rematch against Blackness International. What matters is how you perform on this last game. Again, this could be their potential last game of Season 10.
Yeah, the Queen's words do weigh a lot. Again, it was quoted earlier at the start of the series that whoever faces Bren Sports next after going 5 games against Blacklist International is going to have a hard time. And that's what's going on right here, RSG. They just need to win one more, but it's going to be hard to win one more against Bren Sports, especially after what happened in Game 3.
One more sounds like a mountain to climb
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
You're basically under the mercy of Brent's momentum. Like, if you manage to take control of early game, you hold on to that as much as you can if you're RSG. And the thing is, Bren Sports, they've managed to recover from a huge slump from Game 1 and Game 2. There's nothing that can stop them if that ever happens again on game number 4.
Yep, the current author of Brenny Sports' comeback is, yes, the MVP from last game, Kyle TZ on the cushion, but also Ogwin, who finally got a hero in the first pick rotation. I think that's going to be very important here going into game 4.
Yeah, and again, whenever Bren is having a good game, you'd always expect that Super Marco has maximum 1 death. So, that is a record that still holds true. So, Bren Esports, they're on a spot right now that it's really hard to break this team. And if you're RSG, you look at every angle that you can to look for potential openings or signs of weakness that this roster brings into the table.
And finding those weaknesses it's very few far in between, to be honest. Like when they're in the game. What did I just say? Whenever they're in the game, they don't seem to commit any grievous error.
Oh yeah.
It's very small. It's very minute.
Yeah.
Like you really have to. That pick count is incorrect. It's free right now.
Yeah,
100% win rate.
highest win rate on Gushan at all MPL playoffs. And right now, what's crazy about this big Rockhart Leo?
Yes, what
It
is?
can be played both on the hands of Kyle TZ and Few.
What a flex.
What a flex indeed. Now, Bren Sports, they're not concerned about support and jungle picks right now. What they can do is pick up the gold laner on 3rd pick. You maximize the amount of flex you can get out of this cushion so that come second phase, RSG will be confused like, what do you ban here?
There are also some flexes that can happen still for the side of Bren Esports. If they can flex between pos 4 and pos 5 as well. That's a lot of actual, when you pick up Paramis, for example, right?
Oh man.
Boy.
It's really confusing for RSG. Like you saw Joe, you saw Cushion, they give out the promise. So I think the RSG, they're confident that the Cushion will be played by few, and also confident that they're not willing to play the Paramis. Instead of that, they opt to go for the much favorable Lilia, which he did consider. Coach Panda told me himself that he prefers Lilia over the Paramis. Aside from the fact that she's a natural counter, she just works better on the lineup of RSG.
So this Lilia pick actually discourages a Paramis pick on side of Bren.
But again, Bren Esports might opt to pick a jungler here. Balmond is still an option here for Kaltizi, but no, you gotta flex this one out. Again, Pandora will be having his hands on the Frederick. Still, second phase can be confusing for RSG.
Which he did so well with in game number 3. I have to admit, and not many people will talk about it, but 100% participation in game 3 to help secure their tournament life, if anything. Not just a series life, but the tournament life. So yeah, also by picking that, they're still keeping the Gushan a secret.
Yeah.
And you know what I hate about this in terms of picking? The Frederians can still go over to the jungle.
He can still be wise, Kyle TZ, although he's a TZ, can still replicate what Wise did.
Wise
first
TZ.
series,
Wise
TZ.
TZ.
So that's a much scarier jungler right there. So Bren Sports, they get first pick on second phase. Again, they remove the Esmeralda. And also, I think they would remove the Deroth if that's the case. Because you do have an advantage when it comes to staying on front line. Your only concern is the Lilia, but at this point, it's not much of a problem considering that all the tank options that are available for RSG doesn't really help out the cost of the Lilia, aside from the Lolita, might I say. So I think Bren, either Zeroth or Lolita ban would suffice just to help out the Fredrin in the mid game against this type of lineup from RSG.
Something tells me it's got to be the Lolita ban. But no, we have been going Mashaless throughout the day today.
Yeah.
So they're just covering their bases. They want to make sure that Nats ain't up to shenanigans. So
Slide played a Masha role.
they close that up.
Light? I don't remember.
I don't recall any
I
game.
don't recall a light Masha game.
Need to look back. But no, this seems like a Nats ban.
Yeah, but I think the Yuzong, the Dirot deserves much more respect from Bren Esports. But I kind of get it. It's a burst against a cushion, and it's a hero that cannot burst down. But so is the Yuzong.
Lolita ban here? RSG? Yes? No? Maybe?
No. Bren already has Cho.
No.
So they'll pick it.
Jungle Cho, bro.
Still the same conversation from previous game.
There it is.
Carry, okay.
Makes more
So
sense.
you go yourself here for Bren. You, again, flex the hell out of this cushion pick for your side.
Still, yeah.
They could reveal a lot with this one pick in terms of like roaming. Or sorry. Nah, that's gonna be it. It's either jungle or mid, right?
That's it, yeah.
So you pick
I
up.
keep thinking about Jungle Cho. I don't know why.
It's just the Airtel.
It's a different black and yellow again.
Yeah.
Iridescent probably or Beatrix. If you want Popoli Koopa.
Your team is
No.
Safer.
Too crazy.
I miss Popoli Koopa, by the way.
Yeah. Although it sucks against Cloud, sometimes you'd want that fast pushing tempo in your lineup. But Bren opts to go for the route. Okay. Yuzong, there you go.
There you go. Finally, oh my
Diggy!
goodness.
Diggy!
Oh, Lolita.
Sucks. So there goes a Lolita. I was hoping for a Diggy pick. So Brenny Sports. Okay. What do you do? Do you play Cushion Jungle here? I don't really recommend it. I recommend it against Lolita.
Damn it.
So you most likely will be playing the Cushion, but it is a good game for the Lancelot. Although there is the Karina and Lolita, but
Yep.
if he is feeling it, Lancelot is a decent choice. Balmond is a decent choice, and what else?
Barrett?
No.
You know what we're missing these days?
What?
A jungler that can deal good magic damage. Besides Gushan now.
Carried does
Harley.
deal magic damage. Mage
Yeah,
Carry.
no, but
Like
that's
Karina,
not,
sorry.
That's not around.
Sorry,
That's
Mage
not
Karina.
around. Yeah,
Harley.
Yeah,
Just
Karina's,
kidding.
but Karina's here though.
Yeah.
Karina's on
No way! They still go for it.
Told you, Lancelot is a good option.
Did they not buy a game 5 from Blacklist with this lineup here?
No, here's the thing. If you manage to get past on the early game, you ask the question, where's the catch? You overload damage on the side of Bren Esports in a
Nothing.
way that if you don't deal with the Lancelot,
Yep.
it's gonna suck. And if you start dealing with the Lancelot, there is the Idithel.
Not 100% yet. Again, it's very obvious, right? What Bren wants to do. They want to just destroy anybody who gets kicked
Yeah.
instantly.
Burst damage is the
But what
key.
if that fails?
Well, the thing is,
They don't have a backup.
They have Idithel. So
That's their-
I don't think Bren Esports will miserably fail.
I love it.
with just a feather in front.
No, something tells me the Fredrin's enough of appeal.
Yeah.
More than enough.
No, but the thing is, you don't want to burst down Brethren, because if you fail, now you reverse the question. If RSG fails on bursting down the Brethren on the front line, that insane burst damage as well. Add to that the additional 3 layers of damage coming out from Bren Esports will become a problem. Like Brethren is deceptively painful.
That's true. Praisers Rack, one of the best, edgiest ultimates in the game.
Very much. Benny Sports still fighting for tournament life. They got to win 2 from here to keep going. RSG still on match point 2-1. This is game 4.
In terms of clear speed, obviously Lancelot. Ah man, everyone just shouted when they saw Kyle TZ back on Lancelot. This guy got banned again. This hero got banned against this guy.
Still not from
multiple
the
times.
future, by the way.
And you're still not from the future.
It's halfway predicting and halfway just asking for something that we want to see.
We all want it.
I just want
Yeah.
to see Lancelot Kyle DZ. You know, it's
That
an
is
easy,
true.
potentially last game. Why not? Throw it at the table.
Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it.
Oh, here we go. All right, Little Wanderer going over to RSG.
All right, slow play here for both teams, which is, again, that is a little expected for Bren before 4 minutes. They will also want to slow down, wait for those level 4s. As you mentioned earlier, level 3 is actual spike for the Gushin, which is in hands of the captain of Bren Esports.
Yeah, level 3 Shadow Blade Slaughter hurts like hell. Don't even need level 4. It adds to the burst damage of the Gushin, but at level 3, he can burst down targets. Bren Esports, again, they have tempo down to the first turtle. It's just a matter of how do you engage against the Yuzong.
Here it goes, level 4. The US for it. Kaltizi
Few,
already
few.
used it, but Few is in trouble. Bad angle there for the captain of Bren Esports. He will go down in for first blood.
That would have been a nice time to have incandescence.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I wish I'd
Barely had it with the XP. And now Pandora could be in trouble. Demon Kai, he's ready, he's primed, he's dived in. He is attacking, and he's going to take out the XP lane there as well.
Kind of a wrong timing on the flicker. Supposed to wait for the ultimate of the Karina, but it does give RSG more chances to control this turtle, as Bren Esports did just lose too. So the idea here for Bren is you keep up with the farm, you try and recover some resources, and you look for trades against the turtle take of RSG.
Look at this. This is why you pick up the Yuzhong. The early game power of this guy is insane, and he can do pickoffs for days.
Yeah.
Across different fronts, RSG took both a turtle and a kill on Pandora, his second death so far.
Yep, and they prepped that as beautifully as well, because when they killed initially Pandora in the top lane, Nuts rotated to near the turtle area and walked past the tower, so they didn't get any form of vision there for Bren Esports. And Aqua was, trying to bait out Pandora at that specific moment. That's when the jump and Petrify came in.
They're working well here with RSG. They feel like they have the advantage. I can see Ammon also just joining them. They want to fight. They want to take it. They're banking on Bren not having enough confidence to pull off these kicks from Oakland, and he has not been able to do so just yet.
And so far, this heavy damage lineup from Bren Esports has been playing catch-up. Look, they're going to commit so much to try and take down Nats, but Light more than enough to protect them.
That's true. Don't forget, Shadowblade Slaughter can be blocked by the Lolita, so Few is not that confident to jump in. And if Few is not careful, can also get stunned up by this Lolita, so he has to be careful of Light.
Same though. RSG looking for a potential opening against Bren Esports, and this is what you need to do. Even though Bren Esports is on the recovery right here, you're still up against the mid-game power spike of 3 heroes on their side, like the Irthel, the Cushion, and also the Lancelot. But RSG, they're not going to be, rushed into doing that, because they do have the late game power of the Claw.
That's true. And also they have the mid-game power of the Lancelot, so they're not super scared as of yet. But they will have to do something soon, or else RSG might just snowball the heck out of this lineup.
It's just so easy for RSG to start poking, and then if they want to commit, that's when they go Black Dragon form, or the stun on Light. Not even popping a Numenon Blast quite yet, so for the first maybe 5-6 minutes of the game, RSG have full control.
He's just been holding it, right? Like for the last minute or so.
Don't need to commit. Just wait out the heroes of Bren Esports, because they have better damage and better team fight control because of the presence of the Lolita. So this is RSG showing discipline that you don't need to pull the triggers as quickly as possible, because you can hold it out. You can use it as pressure and threat against Bren Esports.
Yeah, use it on the right time. Like as you can see, Light didn't hit any heroes, but he casted Numenon Blast where you would go if you wanted to steal.
Yeah.
Right? No one envisioned, just to be ready. So that's RSG trying to secure what they can.
It's always the land one step ahead. No contention from Bren Esports will come out on the turtle tick, which means they are able to take a lot of the resources on the map. Right now, RSG is leading by 2K. The top lane, though, that's about to change.
Yep, it's gonna be the first kill for Bren Esports on top side, but it's traded by the burn, by the Shaw Essence steal there from the Yuzhong.
I was about to say, what are you going to do with that kill? Oh, there it is.
There it is.
That's fair. That's fair. Still ahead, RSG. So Bren Esports really have to temper their expectations, maybe buy more time, because so far, again, we expected so much from Kyle Teasy's Lancelot, really haven't equated to much.
Yeah, this is downside. This is the downside of the playstyle that Kyle Teasy usually goes for when he's playing the Lancelot. He does go for the Demon Slayer, but he opts to go for the War Axe, which is a much slower item. But considering that the item build does prefer what RSG can bring, like prolonged fights, that is something that RSG might just be worried about come the next minutes, because once the War Axe comes, you have to be able to pick your targets for RSG.
Man, Light is playing with fire here. Keeping a watch on Ogwin. He's making sure that you got yourself checked out. Here's a Numenon Blast. He's chilled out. And he's cornering Super Marco right now with the damage from the Blazing Duet. And the finish with a flourish from Demon Kai. Top lane, though, went over to Bren.
Well, they are going to convert much, much faster. Few scores a turret here. I believe the first turret casualty throughout this whole game 4. Slowly but surely, Brady Sports catching up.
Yeah, pretty close on gold, yeah.
Pandora lost a duel against Nats, but he was there to go to get the revenge kill. But RSG is definitely going to be happy with that. But at this point, it's not enough because their lead has been cut down to 1.2k. Although it's the same lead, but you would want to be in a better position if you're RSG. Kick!
Oh boy, that is a huge kick on the Demon Kite though. And that's so much burst, I don't know why. How is Demon Kite still alive? Light goes down first! Wow!
I mean, the burst damage wasn't enough from Few, but that kick onto the Blazing Duet really did stop Airman from dishing out more damage onto Bren Esports. So definitely gonna be happy with that if you're Bren, but RSG still is scaling up towards the late game with this squad.
I think Light he died from collateral damage. He wasn't the target, but he went down anyway.
It's like, come on, man. Why me?
I was trying to help out.
He was doing his job. Again, if it's him who dies every single time, as opposed to any other member of RSG,
he's fine with it.
That's the best way to go.
Right, that is true.
So now, if you're Bren Sports, again, you have shrank the gold lead by half. You were staring at 2K ahead earlier on. Now, though, flicker spent. Bren still on the defense.
All right, so that's pretty good for RSG, just because you don't have to worry. But Aqua, I think he overestimated his power against that Pandora.
Light.
Not enough. Wow. Out of nowhere here. Kyle Teasy really, really stepping up.
I mean, he did almost take Pandora with him, so if you're RSG, you're going to be happy with that. Ooh. Conceal, spotted out by the Lolita, but Bren Esports, they have a different objective in mind.
Yeah,
they want to take on the turret on the bottom lane.
And Evan as well.
Oh, this is a 5v5 fight.
This is a full-on fight. Lilia is very close by. Super Marco able to take out the turret on bot side.
Yeah, no, take the objective, skedaddle. Wait for a better lead. Now, Bren Sports is up. They're about 500 gold ahead.
That's true. All by playing on the defensive.
Yeah, and resource is fantastic inside Bren Esports. Like, the amount of resources they control with Kyle TZ on the Lancelot having the Demon Slayer, he can aggressively farm up the side of RSG, while RSG is scouring for resources. These resources, they kind of have greedy heroes, I would say.
Yeah.
But Few,
I would say so. Few's in trouble. Again, the knock-up. There's just no escape. And that's a power again out of Yuzhong. But the trade is on the bot side. With Bren going for this very fast turtle here. Taken out by Kyle TZ at the cost of Pandora and Ogwin. But I think they are ready to take that trade. As long as they don't lose anybody else. But Super Marco's got good damage. And here's RSG with the plant.
Very, very expensive.
Oh, wow, Kyle TZ.
But can they capitalize? Can they do more? The answer is no. They're not going to force the issue. Interesting. 3 for none. Lord marching up top. Nats does get a tier 1. Economy-wise, I don't know. Bren Sports, they end up with a wash.
Really did. Yeah. Even this Lord won't really make that much of an impact. The big minions won't make that much of an impact.
Well, here's the thing. You'd rather get nothing, but to take the Lord away from RSG. So you're still happy with that trade because you can do moves like this.
But they're trying to make something happen here.
Look for something else.
All right. So at the very least, right, they can at least use that to leverage. Ooh, Light's Flicker already used. That's pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah. It does stop, RSG from making any movements soon against Bren Esports. Nats also committed the Dragon Form. Question is, will they commit the dodge?
Oh, the dodge. I thought he was knocked up, but no, he dodged it.
I mean, he's a TZ for a reason.
That is correct.
Sorry. Here's the thing. Kyle's level 13, Demon Knight 12, and this is about resources by Bren Esports. They just take what they can.
Whoa!
Go to the TikTok blaze, straight up on the light. Takes him out without any contest. That's a cancel onto the blazing duet. But Demon Kite's still here. He's trying to fight off. He's looking for Few, and he finds him.
So far, 1 for 1, Light for Few. I think RSG's clapping back strong.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be happy with that. They took out the cushion. But your main concern is that this Lancelot is getting big. Even if we say that there is a claw in the side of RSG, could be just deleted by a Lancelot.
What a coin toss of game here that we have right now.
Yeah.
Gold is dead even.
Yep, very, very back and forth. RSG making some leeway on the map, pushing that bottom lane tier 1. Took a while, but so far so good still. Key to Bren Sports actually fighting their way to a game 5 is not losing hope. They did so well, actually. They were getting beat up for the first 5 minutes.
Boshislava.
Here we go, a huge play. Man, Calvisi did so much damage there. The knockup is real, stopping the play of Bren Esports members here, but few will go down first. Pandora's low, no praises, Raph activated here. That's an unstoppable for Demon Kite.
RSG, they're quick on the triggers. They were able to get out as soon as possible, and Bren Esports did not follow up with the jump in of Kyle Teasy.
That looked like a miscom.
They were of two minds, exactly. Kyle Teasy just got out of there, immediately went for the Little Wanderer. He was thinking ahead like, yo, we're not winning this fight. Bren Esports not even given a chance.
Moving on Blast Acid here. Flicker used by Light catches nobody. And that's the signal for Kyle Teasy to go in. Black Shoes keeps Aqua alive. Bit of a missed opportunity for both sides.
Jesus, that damage from Kyle Teasy almost took Eman. That was with just one Thorn Rose. And I believe that was only 2 stacks of this whole cutter.
That's a lot of resources being used by both Light. He has no flicker for the Lord take.
There's more damage to come from Bren Esports. RSG should be aware of this.
Yeah.
Sure, they have to play a little bit defensive, and I think they're doing that just now. They're letting Bren take these bushes and the pull on the Lord.
Yeah, Oakwood has everything he needs. Just needs a better target acquisition. Just one. Where's the rest of Bren?
And RSG realizes, you know what? We got to take care of this Joe. Let's hunt him down. Let's force him back. And maybe they won't be able to take the Lord, and they do.
No HP though.
They finally have control though. It's Demon Kite on Lord Pit alongside Ammon and Light on the bush. There's a concealed play here. The Numenor Blast misses. Demon Kite secures the Lord. He also takes down Kaltizi.
Run over,
Oakland's in trouble. He's flying away from a dragon, but you cannot do that. He's the one who flies to you.
3 for none plus the Lord taking their cake and eating it too.
Oh my goodness, Bren Esports, they had the right idea. They wanted to contest the Lord. Kyle Teasy found an entry. He found a creep on his own jungle. He was able to dash away. Numenor Blast was dodged, by the way, by Kyle Teasy. But when he got to the Lord, the damage, it was too early for him to take out the Lord when he used... Actually, he wasn't able to use the Retribution, and Demon Kite was able to get his hands on that objective, and RSG, they win that fight on the back of the amazing Numenor Blast from Light, discouraging Bren Esports from helping out Kyle Teasy.
See, he didn't even need that flicker.
Despite Bren Esports having more battle spells and more resources at their disposal, RSG had better positioning, more conviction to get the play in, and now, because of that, the map is blue. They're about 5k ahead, 14 minutes in, just one tier 2 left here in mid. Actually, bottom about to go. And that being said, Bren Esports with this map shrunk. One of their main advantages, their mobility on Few and Kyle, is going out the window.
RSG will have just better control over Light. And again, these bushes, their value starts going high because Bren Esports, every single bush that you take acts like a tower. But if you allow RSG to move over to your territory, then suddenly you find yourself just stuck inside your base.
Yeah, you don't want to be victim to the Oakland TikTok play.
Yeah, no, and looking at Bren Esports' base, their lineup too, there's the lineup has abysmal wave clear. It's not like an Ever, a Farce, or Lilia. Oh no, catch!
Oh, they got a catch on the Aqua though. Does he have enough? Oakland goes down actually. But Pandora, you are the ones who have to run away here. Oh God! It's Caldeezy on the back. He's actually super low. He dashes out though with the help of Super Marco on the back.
That's a good trade.
Taking down Eman.
That's a good trade for Bren Esports. You take out Eman, even though you lose 3, you're fine. As long as Caldeezy gets out. If he does, this is all worth it.
What's happening right now? Calteezy, he's playing around with these dashes very, very well. But
Can he get out?
He still wants this kill. He wants this victim. He wants blood.
That's fine if you're Bren. You take out the goal later of RSG. Calteezy, he was stunned, but it was like, Claude, are you serious? Dashed in, forced the Wind of Nature, and then got out. Super Mark was like, okay, Claude no longer has Wind of Nature. I can take him out.
That could have been super bad for Bren.
Yeah,
Calteezy bought so much time.
It's just showing you mastery of this hero. Any other hero, any other player wouldn't have survived.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, aside from Carlo, probably.
Of course, yeah.
Aside from the original, the progenitor, I don't know how to...
Progenitor of the TC Blade.
Of a TC Blade.
You got it right, you got it right. It's the same hero, it's the same skin. Name sounds about the same. So yeah, Bren Esports is still in this.
That is correct. And now we could be getting into the first Lord dance of the game.
He was destined to do that.
Yeah, he was destined to show the TZ plays. Now he does have the immortality, so he doesn't really have to care about his first life that much, which does put a lot of pressure for RSG because there's a lot of minion waves or a lot of targets to dash in. He can find an avenue towards him and once again force that wind of nature from the Claude.
He can take more risky plays, right? This Lancelot.
More TZ plays.
Watch the TZ. Look, watch the TZ.
Eyes on the TZ.
Watch and learn. Look at the TZ
Pandora.
blades.
Two-man taunt here. He's still on the back. This Lord is low. Oh my gosh, the rest of Predator is super duper low, but Demon Guy secures the Lord. Ammon takes out Few as well. That's a double. And Ammon, they're running back. Oh my god, Kyle.
Can he do this though?
I don't know if he can. That's three people with the four throws. He's able to get out. Bit of a distance here, but Nats is still on the chase. Demon Kai is also close by. Will they go and hunt him down? He's buying so much time here. Aqua's on the top side. He's cutting off the minion wave. But there he goes. Kaltizi pulling the Lord alongside his dashes.
Oh, Aqua is about to see the retribution. He's about
man.
to see the Lancelot.
The manhunt.
Oh,
man.
That's it. He got away.
He got away, man.
Did he though?
If they chase more, they... Oh my goodness,
He's
are you
fine.
serious?
He's fine.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? No way.
Kyle TZ, by the skin of his teeth, gets out of dodge, survives long enough for his team to defend up top.
It is the TZ play. Albay, Kyle TZ almost got the Lord. It was a fraction of a second too late.
Yeah.
But that play alone, man, saved Bren Esports. RSG was about to close out. Supermarket was deleted. All they needed to do was follow the Lord, but they were following the Lancelot.
Man, how much value does Kaldizi have that all of RSG, almost all of RSG, had to focus on him, and he still survives?
Balls of steel, blade of a TZ, heart of a champion. Bren Esports wants to keep going, and Kyle TZ can do this all day.
Oh, you hear the audience reaction. This was an awesome game, an awesome series, and now we're witnessing the birth, or the rebirth, I would say, of the TZ play by Bren Esports. Kyle TZ, again, I cannot put this to words, but that play saved Bren Esports.
But so much time, you got a kill on the way out.
That's like 3 members from Brand Dead.
Yeah, he almost took out the Karina, by the way. He did take out Light, but Demon Kai was fast on the Winter Treasure, so he was not killed off by the Lancelot.
And also, he distracted Lord from maybe an extra 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, it was huge.
Right?
Yeah.
He used Lord for a puncture. Can you believe it?
He used the Lord as a puncture post.
Thanks.
He was like, you know what, Lord? You're about to end my game, but I'm about to use you as a saving grace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me help us.
Kyle TZ made the Lancelot look like a damn fanny.
I can't believe it. It was a cross-map link.
Yeah.
All the way from Lord Pit, all the way to the top, all the way around the jungle of RSG, all the way down.
Yep, back to his house.
Back to his house.
Took a shower, drank some coffee, down the bottom lane, recalled in open space, and it's at that point where Demon Guy's like, yeah, no, he's gonna make it. That's it. He's home. And then the rest of Bren just takes down the Lord.
And you can see how he was cowering for minions to dash into. And also, the moment that he walked into the middle lane, he even retreated the cannon just to make sure that if this minion wave comes to the base, the cannon is almost dead.
Wow.
That mindset alone. I mean, you can argue that
Small things, right?
He used it as probably a retribution movement speed additional bonus for him to be able to walk out. But it's also the fact that if that minion wave comes to the base, it's so easy for just his teammates to clear it.
And it didn't even reach the base. It made it like maybe a little past tier 2, the nub.
Yeah. What I'm wondering right now is what Carl Teasy is thinking watching this. He is in venue, watching from somewhere.
I mean, even if you drop out after the series, you're gonna be going home, rewatching the game, and he'll be like, man, I was so damn good at this game.
It's definitely a Lance.
I would pay to be in that room.
It's a Lancelot moment.
Yeah. It's a teasy moment.
You don't have to pay Rock Hardware here.
No, I mean about what Carl Teasy would say when he watched that.
Oh man.
We'll ask him.
For sure, Kyle has made a lot of fans here. Now we're back into the game, boys. They start playing, and still we don't have Lord. So this is gonna continue for the next 70 seconds.
Yep, about 3K ahead. RSG Philippines is a minute till the next Lord. Demon Guy forcing out the Phantom Execution from Kyle. What can we expect? What's RSG forcing next here?
I mean, if you're RSG, as much as possible, you want to be able to take out either Super Marco or Kyle TZ. It has to start with either Nuts or like finding an opening. Now, Oakland failed to kick him, kite.
Yeah, no kick means that RSG can kind of go turbo here. They're trying to see if they can pick any Bren member off. Looks like Bren are aware. The call is to just not get picked off. They concede with that.
Yeah. 30 seconds. This is going to be very important for both sides. Whoever controls this Lord area will have the advantage coming into the possibly the last objective fight that these two want.
Yeah, cooldown check. Flicker will not be available for Oakland
yeah.
for the coming Lord fight. That is pretty big as well.
Yeah, and we have Petrify, by the way, from Nuts. So I think the priority here is you go all in, either on Super Marco or Kyle TZ.
Yeah,
well, one thing I am looking forward to is how the Magic Sentries will make a difference. Because the extra 5 or 6 seconds that you know what's going on in your jungle should help Bren Esports maybe contest for this next Lord.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about these surprise bushes, right? So, something to watch out for here.
Bush can no longer be lava.
Yes.
With that Magic Sentry.
Bushes are a little cooler now. They're more like a hot spring or hot water.
Yeah,
not lava anymore. So, that's something that you can actually keep in mind here is that these bush plays are also something that RSG doesn't have to like constantly mind about. That's big. If you're coming into like an invasive position going into the next Lord, they can really create a zone here in the bushes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You know, Bren Esports, you can say the same thing as well for them. Although they would want to utilize more bushes because there's the potential catch coming out from Ogwin. But the main problem of RSG right now is not the fact that they need to initiate. It's also the fact that Kyle DZ deals so much damage. Like if you miss out on the past few engagements, every single time that he throws out the thorn rolls, somebody gets their HP down to 50%, and that is with just one skill. So I think that's the main problem for RSG. You need to find or commit on taking down the V scores. Super Marco and Kyle TZ, they need to go down. They need to go first, because if they don't, Kyle TZ will just replicate that play that he did earlier on if he managed to survive on these fights. So I feel like these flickers, these battle spells, the purifies, or any other stun on the side of RSG should be all in on again either Super Marco or Kyle TZ. This Lancelot and Irithel should go down.
All right. So coming into this next Lord fight, right? Who's a single target that you have to hunt down if you're RSG? That's a big question.
Still, Kyle.
It's so. Are you really gonna do that though?
Yeah.
He still has immortality, bro.
Dude, he's managed to prolong this 10-minute game into a I don't know what time is it. Probably
18?
18. So he's managed to prolong the game for 8 minutes by himself. I'm not discrediting the other players here on the side of Bren Esports, but dude, everybody that is watching this game can say that this game is being delayed up until its maximum potential. Wherein we go to a point that late game heroes don't matter at all. Like the Claude, yes, he does output a lot of damage output in the Blaze Duets, but so does Super Marco. And it's all about the usage of the Wind of Nature. If somebody else fails to use their skills or their battle spells or their timing, their items in the proper timing, then the other one wins. And of course, this is gonna matter because the Claude has so many more problems compared to the Irithel. Like Kyle TZ alone is such a big problem because he's forced to use this Wind of Natures. And Super Marco, all he needs to do is worry about the Yuzong.
So you still really want to hunt down Kyle TZ?
You want to hunt
him down, no matter how slippery he is.
Yes.
That seems to be the RSG dilemma right now.
That's correct.
Despite his less than stellar, less than ideal KDA as the TZ with a Lancelot, Kyle is just giving RSG hell.
That's true. That is true. Like you're one win away from securing the fight against Echo, and you have to play a game like this.
He's squeezing every ounce of value that you can actually squeeze out of a lance.
You want to fight against Echo?
Yeah, no, so what's happening here is we're slowly building up to two possible epic outcomes.
Yep.
The RSG versus Echo rematch that led to RSG being here in the first place, and then the epic showdown between Carl Teasy
Oh,
and
yes.
Kyle Teasy.
Oh man, that's what we want. I mean, RG doesn't want that, but
Both are amazing outcomes for the MPL community, but we can only have one.
Wait a second, I have a question. I don't remember it well. Has Carl Teasy ever played Kyle? I remember he got swapped out when
I don't
Echo
think they
played
played.
We were denied.
Zaida has
they
played
swapped it
Bren
out.
Esports twice.
We were denied the TZ showdown, yes.
Because it never was a storyline.
And yeah, it would have been big.
We
That would have been
we
big,
built it up, but we were denied.
Yeah, we were denied twice. Now we're about to find out if that is going to happen later on as Bren once again defends against RSG.
Uphill climb.
Still, this is a big problem. If you don't have any, any tools to deal with the Lancelot, you just go all in on Super Marco. But still, Eman will have a hard time dealing with the Iso, considering that Kyle Teasy is always hunting for the Claude.
I hate to point it out, but not only is Bren Esports fighting for tournament life, but also for that Gushan win rate.
I mean, that's the least their concern, but yeah, I guess.
Right?
100%, bro.
It's true, though.
It is true.
Not
And
wrong.
by the way, also, Lancelot's win rate for Bren.
Oh, good point. Good
It's
point.
100%. It's 100% at the moment.
So this is their 100% fight. They have to take this.
That's it. It
Team
has
Guide.
all of it.
All
of
or
it
nothing.
going in. Yeah.
Team Guide is 10-0, by the way, on the Karina. And he's holding the Lord
Okay.
Dear
for
Lord.
RSG.
Wait, RSG?
Look at Marco. Look at
A
Marco.
lot of people are hunting down Few right now, but looks like the fight is going to be happening around the Lord area here. The Lord is low. Who's going to take it?
Oh!
It's going to be time!
The kick!
They got it!
It is down!
You
It is
beast!
down!
Look at Airfield. Super Marco on top side. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. And
Yeah.
Ogwen's going to be able to make it out live. It's only Few and Pandora going down. It's 3 members for Brent alone here.
Oh, Gwen.
Gwen trying to go over the wall. Here's a backup from Kyle Teasy. Oh my goodness.
The
Is the
rookies
player
of
going to be
Bren.
used? It won't be.
The
Ogwen
rookies of
still
Bren.
No
has.
dash, no dash.
Let's see. Can they? Super Marco to the rescue.
Oh!
The kick that mattered. Master Ogwen with the way of the dragon onto the Karina allowed Kyle Teasy to secure the Lord, and then he gets the purple. But what the hell?
He's doing everything.
Yo, he was born to be a teasy. That's it.
The destiny.
And again, the rookies of Bren Esports, their first outing, their first playoffs under the banner of black and yellow. What a ride.
Ladies and gents, we'll be honest, but this is not scripting. This is not scripted. This is Bren pouring out their hearts onto this match, and Kyle Teasy doing everything that he can to secure this win for Bren Esports. They're down by 13 kills, and right now they are the ones leading the game. Although the gold lead is on the side of RSG, but Bren Esports, they're the ones dictating.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where everyone's actually 5 to 6 items already anyway. So it's quite an even fight. The coin toss of who gets picked off first.
Yeah, you can expect the cores are going to start juggling. And then even the supports, the roams are going to have all of their items in. So it comes down to execution.
This is literally a dead even game. Even the amount of towers in this game are the same.
Whew, all right, let's breathe while
Kyle?
we can. You just know that when the moment comes, RSG's going to dive in, then Bren's going to answer, and
Next
we're going to
Lord.
find out who survives.
Next Lord probably is the goal here for both teams. But again, Bren Esports, for the longest time, Kyle Teasy has delayed this game for this team, and Super Marco is dealing enough damage to deal with the heroes of RSG.
Much like the miraculous win in Game 3, so far in this 3-minute game, Bren Esports, they don't like full-on engages. They like it weird. Again, they
like
want
it
to
weird.
find that weird angle or that counter-initiation, and then that's how they win a lot of their fights.
Pandora,
Light really tried very hard
Yeah.
to catch him and lock him down.
he doesn't have immortality though. That's why he was forced to commit the flicker.
Is that going to be a big factor in the coming Lord fight, though?
Ooh, I like this. Kyle Teasy bought a Blade of Despair.
He means business now. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. HPs, if they start going below 50%, I start dealing damage.
That is correct.
I mean,
and the
not
prime
start
target
dealing
for that is Eman as well as Aqua.
Yeah.
But it's also difficult to find Aqua without a black shoe, right? Aqua's so good at staying alive.
No, but the thing is, if you don't expect it, the Endless Battle into Blade of Despair combo, that deals so much damage.
Yes, you have the proc.
True damage, by the way.
And then you have the pop.
Yeah. Now, big the proc and the pop.
Yes.
And also, I don't know if, I haven't checked this, but the damage does change, the proc with Endless Battle change, if the enemy HP is below 50%.
The calculation.
Yeah.
Yes, when what goes first, how it's stacked, regardless.
It does deal more
The
damage.
final answer is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, big damn.
Beautiful, once
Nice,
again.
I would say.
Oh, man.
Irifel, the super split pusher. It's 4 members of Bren against 5 of
Teal.
RSG. And I think RSG can sniff. They are trying to look for Super Marco right now. They don't want to go for the full engage just yet.
That's the conceal, though, for Bren. Ooh, light.
The Numenal Blast flickered up already. Only Pandora will be stunned out. Great health will not be utilized. Super Marco is down. The RSG is already on the retreat.
Pandora out for a minute. Just the mere fact that Super Marco's not around is enough for them to hunt.
Oh no! Super Marco! Oh my goodness! I don't know what to make of that.
They do get bottom. They do get bottom.
They still got it in the end.
No, they got bottom, but Super Marco was caught without any form of immortality, and he was petrified to death.
My goodness, Nats.
And they concede 25-minute scaled Lord.
This is gonna be hard to defend for Bren.
It's evolved and it's deluxe.
Man, RSG is on fire. They know what Bren's up to. Right? They can sense it. Super Marco, we don't see him. He's probably downstairs.
Yep, but you have to give credit to Nuts.
Nuts,
he
man.
walked towards the bottom lane as soon as he can, and he found the Irithel. He had the vision. How easy though.
Literally insane. It's going to be a hugely difficult defense without Super Marco right now. He's 15 minutes in. Here's the Lord, and the rest of RSG diving in onto the base.
Here's Pandora. He's in the front line. Blast.
Minions though, minions.
Plus the Black Dragon form.
Where are the minions? Where are the minions right now?
He's
It's just the Lord. Look at this. Oh my goodness, Pandora! The execution! The praises ran! It happened! It happened again!
It's a signature Bren defense. They distracted the Lord, and now they're taking down RSG.
The pull on the minion counties, he was like, no, you're not gonna enter my base. And RSG, they did not know. They had no minions inside the base of Bren Esports, and Pandora with the smite onto Eman.
Vincent Onigo, say what you will about his 211.5, but he is standing tall. But Bren Esports, another game possibly if they win here. And boy, is he handsome.
That was one hit, right?
Yeah.
That was one hit.
One appraiser's wrath.
From a freaking Fredwin.
One appraiser's wrath.
Pandora does it again. And here's the big call from Glenn. They're able to take out that instantly. He's wreaking havoc on the back line. There is no more black shoes. 2 members of ours. They have to deal with this. Pandora's low view and open as well. But they are getting pushed back.
Here's Kyle. He
And
spots
the
him.
progenitor of the TZ Blade.
The base. The base. The base.
And just like that, Bren Esports, 100%, going 5 games in all their series in the playoffs.
Don't you dare ask that question again.
Never question.
Never dare. The power of the hive. Never dare the power of the cushion. And of course, never dare the power of the TZ Blade.
TZ Blade has shown off.
Oh, my Venus told y'all. Oh, my Venus already said it.
You were warned.
What's going on in RSG's mind right now?
I know there's no interview, but I will have to ask. There's so many questions now, right? Mentality of the RSG players. How are Bren doing this? What is the secret sauce from Ducky to pull your players off like this?
That is a hard pill to swallow for RSG indeed. But Bren Esports, again, you asked the question, what is secret? I think it just came from their heart. Kyle TZ playing at his best, and Owen on the last pickoff. Even though Super Marco committed a mistake, that Lord pull, Coach Ducky, base defense 101.
They took the spirit of their fallen comrade. They absorbed the Omega's lason. And like Mega Man, they use it against their opponents moving forward. And boy, oh boy, is it scary. Game 5, Bren Sports versus RSG. Game 5.
A new color of Venom here.
Oh no, RSG, you were one game away. Now you're also one game away from either entering against Echo or being out of M4 contention. That's
Who
crazy.
would have thought that like an hour ago? No one would have thought that that was like, it looked like a really tall order.
Robert, Carla, I think you'll agree. That's a negative way of looking at it. I'd rather see it as one game away from seeing the TZ War. The TZ War, folks.
I mean, it's negative for RSG, but it is what came to this, to this series.
Kyle TZ did that. He did that.
He did that. Exactly that.
That
Worldwide,
that Lord fight,
everyone.
That Lord delay, it was what started this campaign for Bren Esports, and now they're down to the last game. Potentially another game 5 later on, but what matters is, again, you reset. Coach Ducky would have to tell his players, guys, this is a best of 1, not a best of 5. This is now a best of 1.
Literally.
They can literally just breathe in and treat it like a normal game.
As they should. Kyle TZ, take care of yourself. You still have a best of 5 to go, and of course, possibly a TZ War. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our handsome analyst, Wolf, to break down game number 4.
Salamat, casters, and even better, salamat din Bren Sports and RSG for that wonderful game number 4. My name is Wolf. Let's talk about game number 4 na for the majority of the time, lamang. Salamat, casters, and even better, salamat din Bren Sports and RSG for that wonderful game number 4. My name is Wolf. Let's talk about game number 4 na for the majority of the time, lamang ang RSG Philippines. Ang kwento dito, nakakuha ng magandang start ang RSG Philippines. Yung una nilang rotations papunta dun sa XP lane para makakuha ng back-to-back kills kay Pandora. The entirety of game number 4 ay basically hindi nila pinaglaro si Pandora. 1 and 11 and 5. Bago niya gawin yung miracle set bilang isang Fredrin, utilizing the taunts, utilizing the knockups, utilizing yung flicker at pati na rin yung ultimate para bigyan ng kill itong kay Eman, who actually played so well in this game, lalo na sa paggamit niya ng kanyang Purify, na tatanggal din yung kanyang knockups as well yung mga control na ginagawa din ni Ogwin. Sobrang maintindihan mo kung bakit Purify ang napili dito ni Eman, and they were playing so well. Sabi ko nga, ito ay sa kanila na. The game was theirs. Everything that they're doing was correct. Yun nga lang, yung Bren Esports nakakahanap ng magandang mga trade-offs eventually in this game. Up until that moment, nahanap nila yung miracle set. Mamaya natin pag-uusapan yan dahil kailangan muna natin tignan ngayon yung item progression ng ating mga players. Makikita natin ang RSG Philippines ay nakakapag-farm dun sa kanilang mga important na players like Nats, who prioritized etong Hunter Strike, and of course Emma na maaga nakakuha ng kanyang Demon Hunter Sword. Eventually, si Demon kahit kinompleto niya yung Cursed Helmet after niyang piliin yung kanyang Athena Shield. So in the first few minutes, around the 6-minute mark, battle ready ang side ng RSG Philippines. At nakita natin yan, na control nila yung mga unang parte ng laban up until such point na yung items ng Bren Esports, napaabot na nila to the point na kaya na nilang pumalag. Although, medyo mapapaisip ka sa side ng Bren Esports kung kaya ba talaga nila sa late game itong composition ng RSG Philippines. Nakita natin na yung itemization dito ni Super Marco going for sustain with Hasklos and the Wind of Nature. Kaya niyang tumagal sa laban kung bakbakan lang ang laban. Pero mataas din kasi yung magic damage na potential coming out from RSG Philippines. So, kung pag-uusapan natin ang breaks of the game na nagpapanalo sa Bren Esports, una, magaling silang kumanap ng mga trade-offs ng mga times na nalulugi sila.
So kahit pa lamang na lamang ang RSG Philippines, hindi sila napupusyan dahil nakakahanap sila ng minion wave flow na nakakatulong sa kanila or nakakuha pa rin sila ng mga push from the other parts of the map. Para na, ang other important factors here when we're talking about the breaks of the game, Kyle TZ happened. Makikita natin na siya ang pinakamataas na GPM this game dahil sa kanyang malupit na playstyle. Big shoutouts pala sa mga kasabay ko ngayon dito, sila Josh and sila Qwerty. Kasi pinag-usapan natin yung last pick na Lancelot. Sabi ko pa naman mukhang hindi to gagana dahil merong Petrify Yuzong na pwedeng maging problema sa kanya. Tapos mabilis pa mag-farm si Demon Kite. Pero binago niya lahat ang perception natin with this Lancelot. Talk about that later as we look into the mountain na ginawa ng RSG Philippines na pinababa ng Bren Esports. Kung papansinin, wala early stages of the game bago ang first Lord fight, lamang na lamang ang RSG. Pinag-usapan natin yung naging rotation dito ng RSG na nagsimula doon sa may top lane. Naka 3-0 agad ang RSG with their execution dun sa XP lane. Typically, ang mga junglers ay umiikot papunta doon sa gold lane. At maintindihan mo kung bakit because the gold laners are very important to apply pressure on. Pero yung RSG Philippines, instead na pumunta doon sa may gold lane, pinuntahan nila yung top agad. Nakakuha agad sila ng 2 quick kills doon sa XP laner and Nats was already finding his opening. Nakuha agad siya ng Hunter Strike. So lahat ng rotations dito mula sa RSG, they're doing it correctly. Ngayon, pagdating ng Lord fight, nalugi dito ang RSG. Nakahanap ng opening in Bren. But eventually, RSG Philippines are able to find the better opening kasi mas maganda yung kanilang mga execution eventually. Yung mga bait plays nila, sobrang on point, utilizing light once again. And of course, yung mga punishment na nakukuha dito ng RSG Philippines, maganda at the first few minutes. Then again, doon sa mga moments na hirap na ang side ng Bren Esports with 11 deaths and 1 kill muna doon kay Pandora bago niya hampasin yung Claude to get his second kill of the game. You'll see how Pandora was able to manage to win this fight. The Fredrin would have thought na ganun yung mangyayaring gameplay, di ba? Parang nakikita natin mula sa side ng Bren Esports na talagang nagsastruggle sila the entirety of the game. Pero yung struggle nila dito, hindi sila nagpumapayag na wala sila nakukuha out of the map. One thing that we noticed from Bren Esports, nakakapalag pa rin sila sa mga team fights kahit lugi sila when it comes to the gold. Nakahanap sila ng mga tore, nakahanap sila ng mga kills. Eventually, mapapansin natin na itong si Pandora bilang XP laner, nag-focus na siya doon sa mid-game, sa mid lane nung 10 to 15 minutes. Guardia doon sa mga turtle at sa Lord fights. Guardia na rin doon sa mga jungle, the creeps na dapat ay kontrolin dito ng side ng Bren Esports. So you'll notice, paano nga ba nakabawi pa rin dito ang Bren Esports? Bakit hindi na-end agad ng RSG Philippines yung laban? Ito ay hindi dahil lang dun sa performance ng RSG Philippines pero dahil din naman dun sa mga trade-offs, mini trade-offs na kinukuha ng side ng Bren Esports. Nade-depensa nila yung mga tore kapag merong Lord na nakuha ang side ng RSG Philippines by actually killing or picking off one member of RSG Philippines. Ito yung classic na sinasabi natin na hindi nagagamit yung Lord kapag namatayan kayo ng 1 or 2 members. Sabi na natin mas secure nyo nga yung Lord pero napitasan kayo ng kalaban, there's still a chance for the enemy team to defend against you. And that's exactly what Bren Esports are doing. Bibigay sila ng Lord paminsan-minsan kapag hindi na nila kayang pantayan yung Lord dance ng RSG pero maghahanap sila ng pick-offs afterwards. Let's look into the highlights of that game. Struggles coming out from Pandora as he will see his, I believe this is the third. Kung nagkamali, ang dami ng deaths dito mula sa side ng Fredrin pero makakahanap pa rin ng other place ang Bren Esports around the map. Still, lugi pa rin ang Bren Esports sa estado ng game na to. Gusto nila na sila yung nakakaangat dahil ang pinili nila is Lancelot plus Irithel. And RSG Philippines are doing so well in the early stages of the game. Papunta na rin sa mid-game. Makikita din natin nga lang yung depensa mula sa side ng Bren Esports. This is the 25-minute mark. Look at Pandora, super low na rin siya pero nagamit pa rin niya yung taunt as well as yung ultimate na halos ma-one hit doon si Eman. In combination of the burst damage mula kay Lancelot and doon naman sa Gusion, kaya talaga ma-burst na ng kahit sino member dito ng RSG Philippines. Unti-unting ginapang ng Bren Esports mula sa kanilang base papunta sa base ng RSG Philippines at dahil 20 plus minutes na, around 25 minutes, lagpas sa 1 minuto na ang death timers ng mga players at hindi na nakabangon si Eman after getting picked off. Ever so close, RSG Philippines, but Bren Esports will force a game number 5 and we're surely happy about that. Babalik na natin ito sa ating mga casters.
Live from just right outside the land of Dawn, Wolf just broke down game number 4, and I couldn't help but agree. Giving Pandora the nod really opened up what you could do as an XP laner in the late game. The heat map covered 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah. That was insane, actually. Like that game was so. I think that's the first time we got to that
15 minutes.
Point. Yeah.
He was a walking meat shield for Bren Esports, a walking guard, I would say. And he did absorb a lot of attraction on the early game. That's why Kyle Teasy was allowed to do that, to pull off this kind of big game. Because, nobody was attracted to him.
That's why.
Nobody was focusing on him.
Yes, and I think that is a mistake that the MPL community has been making for the past 6 months. I've been telling you all since Season 9, Pandora is legit. And now he's getting the recognition he deserves. Again, the KDA line, X11 something doesn't really say the whole story, but here now we know he almost single-handedly bought Bren game 5.
And yeah, I have to concede. You guys are. I was wondering earlier, will the front line be enough of a front line? I concede. You guys are right. They really juggled it so well, alongside obviously the shenanigans of Kyle Teasy.
You mean the shenanigans?
Okay.
9 out of 10, bro. 9.5 out of 10.
Not prepared for that joke.
You walked into that. You walked into that.
That was, again, shenanigans by Kyle Teasy. I think RSG did not expect that. Again, one of the reasons why it's always banned out against this guy, not just by RSG, but of different teams as well.
Right.
And we did say that, the composition of Bren earlier on when they took on the draft, I believe that was a Fredrin third pick instead, because RSG opted to go for the Esmeralda Karina to power picks. So that is when, things went south, because Bren Esports was allowed to dictate the tempo of the second phase. When, the second phase rolled in, they started picking heroes that are needed to be answered. And again, they deserved the Lancelot up until the last part, and the first pick that they've gotten was that was a Lilia, right?
Game 4 was Cho Gushon. And then Fredrin.
And Fredrin.
That's for Bren.
The first pick was not Lilia. It was an Irithel.
Flood.
No. First pick, second phase.
Oh, yes. Irithel.
Yes. And then Lancelot, which we did predict earlier on, not because we're handsome gentlemen and we did not came from the future, but it was what will warrant RSG to react to whatever, Bren is putting on our table.
It was the right swerve for Bren to do. Because again, there were so many other safer picks, and to just say, Kyle's gonna play the Gushon.
Yeah, Super Marco, by the way, he barely got mentioned in this matchup, but he did such an incredible job in staying alive in the solo push, the solo split push. As an interfield, that's not easy. It's so easy to pick you off.
The weird part is, the sole job of Super Marco is, aside from the fact that he presses buttons, attack buttons, is that he only needed to, avoid the Yuzong, which Nats did fine. He did find it one time when Super Marco was doing the split push.
1v1.
But if that didn't, if it doesn't happen, and then Super Marco would just, put out so much damage for Bren Esports, and that is what did happen for Bren. Nuts was not able to find any opening after that. There was a point where he was chasing Few instead of Super Marco, so I think it's also the responsibility of RSG that, your jobs, your responsibilities, somebody slipped up.
Yeah. Just to build up on Super Marco, really have to keep eyes on this young man. What he did, right? To constantly focus on waves and clear lanes and, again, attempt split pushes allows the other lane to be the Few sacrificial lane.
Yeah.
Because if you go 1v1 against Few, you're most likely going to die. And because of that, it allowed Bren Esports to not have to deal with the consequences of having a lineup with bad wave clear.
You know what? Few did die so many times in this game.
He did.
But it did not matter in the end.
Because Super Marco was alive. And that's the thing. I think that's where the mistake lies for RSG. And I did hear them, talking backstage about fixing some of the mistakes. And I feel like they have to refocus every single time that they, lose skirmishes against Bren Esports. Because you were at match point. All you needed to do was minimize the mistakes. And to be committed, so committed into taking down Few is I feel like a huge mistake on RSG's part because it wasn't the win condition for them. The condition was for them to take fights around these neutral objectives and then contest the Lancelot and Irothel, which did not happen for the most part of this game.
Yeah, that's why we're saying we're not. It's not an outdraft. There is the draft there was 100% fine for both teams.
Yep.
The prioritization, I think, that is something that they could fix with that because they thought they were winning because they were killing the Gushan and the Fredrin over and over again.
Nope, wasn't it, Chief. Wasn't it. Here we go. Game 5. It comes down to this. RSG on the play. Bren answering back.
Bren on the red here.
This is just how you do it. I mean, there's not much change. It's the Atlas ban, the Fanny ban, Bren Esports taking out the 1-1.
There you go. 1-1, yeah. 1-1.
Valentina should be the call after.
Yeah. You'd rather leave Faramis open, but if RSG is really looking at changing things up, you might argue that, with the Claude out for Bren Esports, you pick up the Faramis straight away.
I don't think so. The Faramis has been left out.
Yeah.
Game 2.
No,
rather game 4. Nobody cares about the Faramis.
I mean, the thing is, RSG has been opting to go for the Lilia. And if you want to change things up against Bren, you pick up the Faramis. So, okay, never mind. So, with Claude being banned, Valentina was open.
That's why,
for RSG. So, Bren Esports now have the dilemma of either picking up the Faramis and giving more options for RSG, or getting the Lilia plus Cho. Okay, never mind. They went with the Karina and Cho. So they're afraid of Kyle TZ being limited in this draft. That's why they opted to go for the tank and jungler pick. And RSG, again, they repeat the same thing. They go for the Esmeralda. Probably will go for the Melissa, which would warrant the Farsa pick for Bren Esports. Either the Melissa or you go for Irothel right now.
Not to mention Eve. Eve is still out there. He can still make a solid box. And we have seen teams draft Cho and Eve into Valentina. And it really still comes down to timing and execution. But, yeah, no, I think the race for a marksman should be taken here already.
Yeah, Irothel. Or if RSG is looking at a different option here, they might just consider picking up the marksman on second phase and get Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno's pretty solid, but nope.
Melissa. So warrant a Farsa pick for Bren Esports. I feel like there's no way you let go of this opportunity or chance. Either the Farsa or the Eve. It depends on what Captain Few wants to play in this game.
What's he feeling?
Yeah.
The clutch next round to stay in the playoffs.
Kadita is also an option.
They can throw back. You're right, Midnight. About a couple months ago, maybe weeks ago, Bren unleashed a new brand of team fighting.
Yep.
And it was off the back of a Kadita on Few.
It
So
was
maybe.
It was a renaissance of Signal Ultra.
Yep.
Back when they spammed the hell out of Kadita and Franco.
Yep. Rebaptizing everybody.
Yeah. So, support pick. They still go for the Fredrin. Well, now I understand it because they did this in game 4. It works. And, Pandora's been phenomenal on the Fredrin pick. And the fact that RSG will try to ban out either one. They cannot ban both. Farsa and Kadita, it's not going to be a good set of bans.
And Eve.
So I think that's where, Bren Esports feel confident that RSG won't be crazy enough to ban out these two supports. +1.
Kadita. Why do I keep thinking Kadita is always going to be a possibility that we always, it always gets at the very last games of the series, not just here, but in the regular season.
You forgot it.
It's the time. It's when, in the last picks, it's when Few comes out with it.
It sneaks up
it's
on
a
you.
sneaky pick.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. Ruby ban, considering that they're not going to be able to pick up the Lilia. But if that's the case, Lilia is also decent, is it not, for Bren?
Pretty solid. I mean,
I would say.
You can fight for days, but yeah, no. In this case, they don't mind. They don't care.
Yeah, it's Cho Lilia as well. You get early game control in the mid lane. Probably will force out RSG to pick up the Lolita. So there you go. The Irothel gets banned out. But the thing is, this is still not a good, RSG is forced into a corner here.
Yeah.
The marksman bans don't really matter because Bren will still get super markers, identity or flex or signature hero, which is the carry.
Carry's still going to be there. Don't forget, he only lost twice so far in the whole of Season 10.
Max death 1, only died 3 times, 1 time on the carry.
And the ban on the Lolita kind of, I think that signals it.
Yeah, again, you might be considered. Actually, never mind. That also tells us that Bren is not willing to pick up the Lilia. So I think they still want to go for the Farsa. Eve gets banned out. So okay, Bren, what do you want? Farsa or Kadita?
Kadita.
Coach Paolo and Coach Ducky are like kids in a candy store. Literally, just all of these solid picks,
I
and
want all.
no one's rushing you.
I want 10v5.
Yeah.
5 of these views.
They have a strict mother, so you only pick one, okay?
Moonton
Alright,
is a
mind
strict
your
mother.
dinner.
Their mom's a 30-second timer right now.
What if Bren goes for marksman first, like Bruno?
They should.
Lin.
But
Well, it's a hero. It's a
100%
hero.
win rate.
It is a hero that lied. I mean, the Valentina is scared because what do you want to call flicker?
Exactly.
That's basically a flicker.
It's
Yes.
just a very expensive flicker.
Life is good here for Bren Esports.
Bruno is open, by the way.
This is excellent. For
Bruno
Bren.
and Carry is open.
Either, doesn't matter.
That is true.
Ready Sports don't care.
RSG go Julian here. Yeah, there you go.
There
You
it
go Julian.
is.
And you go.
Yeah.
I want to say Edith.
Are we gonna see a clutch Kufra?
Kufra. Just
Oh, Jawhead. Jawhead is open.
That's my boy. That's my boy.
You did not come. You did not come from the future.
come from the future.
I did not.
We did not come from the future.
If anything, this came from the past.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kufra.
It was a 1-1. Julian and Kupra. Oh, they go for the Clint. I would rather them go for the Bruno, but it's still a Milis
Yeah,
counter.
here's the thing. Leo knows life. Like,
Oh,
really
yeah,
knows
yeah.
life. Remember?
There's kind of a parent relationship
Like
going
a
on.
proud father right here.
Proud dad.
This is it. I mean, we're not clearly rooting for either team, but
Obviously.
these are the best picks for their best chances at moving on.
Yeah, and it's the one that makes so much more sense. Not to mention, it's one of his highlight picks all the way back.
Exactly.
Season 8, Season 9.
MSC.
MSC.
Dear Lord, he's shutting down a Cho. He's shutting down the Gushun. He's blocking out the Karina. He's keeping the Fredrin at bay.
Yep. Let me just say though, this Clint pick from Bren Esports is definitely gonna matter for RSG. Priority number 1 on these fights, because if you don't, damage is gonna start pouring out for Bren Esports. And mind to the fact that there is also a Gushun on their side.
All right, we'll have to find out. The coin toss game number 5 between RSG, Philippines, and Bren Esports. Will Bren do another reverse sweep? I can't believe I'm saying that.
If that happens, RSG, I don't know what they're gonna feel, but at best, that's gonna suck.
That's the best
That's
you can
the best.
feel, all right?
You know, that's the lightest that you can get. It sucks.
Let's see how it goes, because Light is already giving Kyle easy hell with the rest of Bren answering back.
Look out.
Early flicker being used on the crew from, but of course that's not super significant.
Wow, first time I've seen this. All boots, finally.
Does that
First time.
surprise you?
First time in playoffs, by the way. Because most people would buy components.
Oh!
That is true. Oh, beautiful enhanced chain here from Demon Kite. Level 3, the power spike of this Julian. Used it to chase up on the Oakwood. He's not going anywhere.
Nope.
He goes down for first blood.
Perfect timing, too. The Julian, Demon Kite, got 1 hit on him, so it counted as a kill.
Oh, yeah, that is true. All right, so here it is. RSG, they're kind of just slowly just working on what they usually do in the early game, which is, of course, get those advantages. As we mentioned in I think in game 1, game 2, or I don't know when Demon Kai went Julian, this is basically exactly what he did.
Yeah, it's basically hybrid. That was game 2. Now RSG, if they get the momentum in mid-game, that's going to stop Bren Esports from, utilizing this Karina. And in turn, will allow RSG to kind of snowball, I would say.
Much like they did back then in game 2, and that wasn't hybrid. Midnight, we thought it was hybrid, it was mostly damage.
It was just disastrous.
I mean, ideally, you'd want to go hybrid.
Yeah, like at least a couple of defense items. Oh, wait, that's...
Look at that. Full combo. Basically, just shy of the incandescence. That still survives, which is his identity. He just survived.
Let me just say, I don't know how that was possible. Few got level 4 first before Pandora.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him later on. But that's
possible.
going to have to wait until after this Lord, as they are going and fighting up over it. Ogwin not able to get in the position to take out a target. he will be the one to be removed from the fight. That's going to be Nats diving in, falling star. One of the three members of Bren Esports here from super duper low with the Frost Star Dash shield. And there it is. RSG is taking out all the targets they can.
Championship Kufra.
Championship Kufra DNA, bro.
That's what it is.
It is.
It stopped everybody from doing anything.
And you fought where the Kufra is at his best. 2 walls on his side. Whether you look up or down, there's walls up there. And Light has had a fantastic time hugging the players of Bren Esports.
2 walls and a ball.
What?
2 walls and a ball.
2 walls and a ball.
And one dad. Nah, he left. I'm just kidding.
All right, so RSG, that's as good of a start as you can hope for the blue side. Give it to Bren to look for an open encounter against that Ogwen. He's in a good position to kind of make a pick off, but again, Bren Esports might not have damage to follow it up. We'll find out right now.
Yeah, no, with Light playing the way he is, I think he's regained his state of flow. He's not only playing bodyguard, but also setting up for both Aqua and Eman.
Yeah, I love the way that he's playing the Kufra as well. It's so frugal and, conservative. With all the bushes, again, it's keys to victory.
Oh, God.
Bushes lava. Oh, Count Easy is level 5, while Demon Kite is sitting at level 7.
Huge
There's
punish.
So much disparity here. But that was also true for game number 4.
It's like an 8th grader bullying a 5th grader. Give me your lunch money.
And you can't even go home yet. Kind of stay back so you can clean up a little bit.
Yeah.
Delays his return, and that means they're going to have even more to worry about, as we do see RSG on the bot side working on the Pandora. He's low, he's half, but he's still alive.
Oh.
Appraiser's Draft hits the kite, but he is still going to be tanky enough to sustain it. Not really that much damage items yet for the Fredrin.
The HP bar is absurd, by the way, for Pandora. Like, the amount of damage that you can soak and return to the enemy is just crazy, and that is that's gonna become a problem, because if you're not able to take him out as early as this, how do you take him out in the late game?
Big questions being asked by Midnight here.
Yeah, because the thing is, they don't have the same damage output that Bren has. Even though you have a Melissa, it's still the same story. Like, how do you burst down the target inside of Bren Esports on the late game on equal footing?
So we're going to have to answer that when we get there, if we get there. Because RSG is off to a monster start. We're just 5 minutes in. They're about 2,500 ahead, 4-0.
Yep.
I know I'm 5 minutes late with that Kufra. I just can't have to reiterate how good it is. That last pick Kufra against Ogwen, who cannot kick anybody right now because of that bouncing ball.
And
No way to reposition.
And the target that Bren Esports wants to engage, RSG will be there. Aqua has his own kick on Valentina, so few saw that's not going to be able to engage, but they have a different objective in mind.
Everything comes free for RSG up until a certain point.
That's true. Right now, though, it is going to be a free v3 on top side alongside Super Marco with Bren Esports. Finally gets a kick on Light. He finds it without the bouncing ball activated.
Well, if Kufra is always there for when you're kicking, you want to kick the Kufra. Yeah.
Straight to the Kufra.
Very good idea for
That's a good idea.
Bren Esports. Ogwen finally found the answer, so Light should be careful with the next few engagements.
For now, though, that is a band-aid solution.
Yeah,
Up until RSG Philippines starts to think, you know what, this is becoming dangerous.
Let's start taking 5v5
Yeah,
fights.
we're feeding over the Bren Sports lineup. So far, so good.
Yeah, but that band-aid solution, though, is going to become the bridge for Bren Esports late game. Again, it's still scary that they're facing up against Clint when you don't have any gap cruiser on your line. Best bet that you can get is Light positioned somewhere or deep bushes against Bren Esports, and him finding a good opening, or with a figure play.
It's a tough catch, but it's one of the only ways that they can actually counterplay this.
Yeah.
Or Nat's finding an angle. He always does.
That's true.
They did game 1, you know.
Over and over again.
Over and over again against few. But it is Supermarket that we are talking about, so it's something that they need to worry about now, because they don't have time thinking about those little details later on, because again, you are playing up against a Gushin. It leaves no time for you to think around these bushes, because Bren Esports might just surprise you on the engagement.
We'll see if they can re-engage here after Ogwen is taken half from all the harassment coming in from RSG. They will now have full turtle pit control.
That's it. You can call this, that's it. You just call it RSG's 100% turtle take rate.
And what can they do with this?
By the way, Kyle T just managed to recover from the slump earlier on. This is because of the change on the patch where junglers have more farm when you're behind up against the enemy jungler. So Caldeezy is able to recover some XP, not gold though, because gold is kind of equalized between these two sides because they're farming the same jungle.
That's true. Look at Light charging it up, just threatening Bren Esports, but Bren Esports are not afraid here. A lot of members of them are bot side, so they can actually just collapse very quickly if they wanted to.
Oh,
Like
Gwen.
Gwen again.
Gwen has been eating a lot of the ultimates from Julia.
Yeah, they're basically just high-fiving here as well. Look at Gwen just, again, trying to be as defensive as they can here. This is Bren Esports.
Bren Esports is doing a fantastic job in holding down these towers. Although they've managed to take one up top. Don't look at the the tower slain by RSG on the graphics. They've managed to take on one. So, that's going to be a crucial objective for them, and the bottom tower is about to go down as well. Yep. But still, Bren Esports is holding their ground, which is a problem for RSG.
Yeah, RSG, what they're doing right now is just slowly working on that bot lane turret. As you can see, just get some gold as much as you can, just so that you can have a better... And I know you're already in the lead, right? But they realize that the kill potential for Bren is actually still really high, despite, Bren being behind.
Yeah, but there really is just critical mass of a late game that you can ask for as Bren Esports. I think their best bet here is to play it like they did Game 4.
Yep.
Wherein, okay, we're losing, but we're keeping parts of the map. They need those bushes.
Yep. That's why, again, it's crucial for RSG to slowly but surely take it away from Bren Esports. Because if they don't capitalize and maximize on the lead that they have right now, we're going to have a repeat of game number 4. The thing is, Super Marco, everything is fine. Like, if RSG plays it slow, or even if they don't have any towers on their arsenal right now, if Marco has died, once or twice, it would have been good. But, he's keeping up with the farm up against the Melissa, and he is a better marksman over Melissa because you do have range problems on the side of RSG.
That, and again, look at Bren Esports lineup. They have amazing damage, amazing engage. They can pick off and fight for days.
Amazing soak.
Yes, but they have trash wave clear.
Yes.
If you're inside your base,
indeed.
If you're inside your base and Kyle fails to do the classic old Bren Lord distraction play, it's over.
That's why they practiced. Coach Doug and Coach Follow Expert. Okay, guys, I realized most of the jobs that we have are trash, clearing waves. So instead of us making good wave clears, no, I don't want that. Let's start practicing how to defend our base one-on-one, because that's how we become better at MOBA, right? And I do understand that ideology because not all the time you'd get good wave clears. So why not practice at all? So this is why Bren Esports is so good at defending their own base. They've done this many times. They can pull the Lord wherever they want. If given a chance, they would put it outside of their own base. Yeah. But again, I do agree that point is what can break the game here for Bren Esports. They have trash wave clear.
Yeah, look, because every single hero has to clear the wave the old-fashioned way.
That's true.
But
amazingly.
Yeah, but look at RSG. Eman has Windtalker, can just clear waves.
I mean, you can make an argument that Bren Esports are good wave clearers on one lane.
on one lane, just choose one.
Yeah, because Super Marco can just shoot the bullets.
In their own little way.
Yeah.
Yes.
RSG, they do have a lot of ways of, not just clearing the waves, but also cutting the waves.
Yeah.
Once more, Ogwen is the one who is having such a hard time in this game. No matter where he goes, he's always getting punished by RSG, by everybody. The Terrify slows him down. He's forced to use the Flicker.
What?
There is no way he gets caught light. Wow, from downtown, he finds Ogwen.
The IQ of Light, the team
prediction
captain of RSG. No, he knows he's played the situation thousands of times.
He's about to flicker, and I'm about to catch him. So this does leave the top part of the map open for RSG to take control while Bren Esports concede that area and get some farm on the bottom lane. But you're still playing catch up against RSG, who now has the first Lord secured versus Bren Esports. This is where you start looking at your wave clears, which we've already discussed are trash at this point. So Bren Esports might consider, cutting waves and trying to deal with the heroes of RSG, because if they manage to break all their base, all their towers, the second Lord of RSG will become a problem for Bren Esports.
Now slowly but surely, RNG creeping up onto the mid lane.
Ouch.
Trying to wheel on that tower as much as they can, but Bren Esports, they're showing up today. Right now, they're hunting down these bushes, making sure that Light won't catch them by surprise.
You know, this is tough. 5K ahead. RSG is 5K ahead.
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
Lord, though, top lane.
And
Being cleared by Marco.
And the map is shrinking.
That goal lane's only gonna elevate even more later on if they lose another Lord. So Bren just really has to make something happen now. They can't wait over and over again. Super Mario to catch up. They need to get some control on the map back.
It's already 10 minutes in, and much like Game 4, much like Game 3, Brady Sports like it weird, and RSG has had it with them. No more. Light says no more. No blinking, no dashing. You stay here.
RSG's definitely more movement. They're moving better with conviction right now, and again, the stun is just going over to Ogwin here. Enhanced Chain will be missing, but Emma will still get a kill onto Ogwin. Pandora, 4-man taunt! And the Appraiser Trap will not be casted, and there goes Enhanced Chains to lock down that Karina. And RSG take down 3 for none.
Almost looks like a Bren Esports re-engaged, but that go away from Eman. Pandora had the right idea. After the initial ultimate from Light, he was able to save Ogwin, but, you know, Melissa was there with Muggles, and he popped the ultimate. Suddenly, Bren Esports can't go inside that area, and they cannot fight.
Not just that, you see clearly where the 5 or 6K was. Clearly, there were not enough items for Brenny Sports to capitalize on the amazing engage bought for them by Pandora.
Wow.
Just look at the sheer gold difference between the two junglers. 3K on Team and Kite over Kyle Teasy. And once again, he opted to go for the full damage Julian build. Once again, top lane.
Oh my goodness, Kyle Teasy is in trouble here. Non-stop chain crowd controls coming from RSG. He's gonna go down alongside Ogwin. Few's gonna follow suit. Another 3 members of Bren falling to the might of RSG.
And all for free. No punish, no clapback, nothing.
11-1 right now. 9.3K gold lead for the Raiders, and they're about to invade the base of the M2 champs.
They're pushing in hard. Pandora cannot survive long. Goodness me.
Oh, wave clear.
Can
It is
this
a
be a
problem.
finish? RSG, they don't want a game 5. They don't want a fight. They want the win.
And just like that, the defending champions move on to the next round. Rennie Sports sang their swan song, their last 5-game series in the playoffs.
Look at the hugs. One more match towards their journey to defending their title. And it is going to be up against the House of Highlights.
A rematch.
That is not an easy match to fight. A rematch from earlier today.
The last time Echo and RSG met, it was a 3-1. RSG were only able to wound the Orcas. But later here tonight, we'll see if they can do something else. But for now, we would like to take off our hats and bow and say thank you to Bren Esports. What a run.
Yeah, it was a fantastic journey. Phenomenal performance for all players. And for sure, they made a lot of brand fans here in the venue, even online.
Yep, a lot of new members of the Hive because of what Bren Esports has done. Again, all series they played here in the playoffs went the distance. And boy, oh boy, dare I say, there has never been a more lovable or more powerful underdog in the league right before Bren Esports. Not unlike Omega, they're besties. They went out here like heroes.
Absolutely. Bren can really be proud of that performance, I would say. Up until the end, they fought with all the energy that they could muster. They went through a lot of games in this whole weekend. And yeah, they put up a show against the MSC champions, against the world champions. Something to really be proud of.
Just want to put it out there. One loss on Gushut, but still, the Lancelot's 100%.
Hey, there's still one more prolific Lancelot player in the playoffs. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
progenitor.
I'm speechless, man. Bren really did put a lot on the series, on this game against RSG. You saw the heart. They wanted to get that rematch against, you know, Blacklist on the grand finals, but they were 2 matches away, and RSG put a stop onto their journey. But this is the power of the defending champions of MPL Season 9.
Yep, they are kings for a reason. They won Season 9, they won MSC, and now they are, again, staking claim to what's truly theirs. They'll be moving on to face off against Echo. We are going to throw over to Mara. You can see they're here over on stage, but more on them later because they are still going to fight Echo. I still would like to, again, acknowledge the fact that Bren Sports took us on for quite a ride. They made a believer out of me.
I also want to acknowledge the fact that Chantel is still... The streak is alive.
Yep.
You know what I mean. If you know, you know.
The streak is alive. Ladies and gentlemen, that's midnight. This is Rockhart. I'm Leo at your service. Throw it over to Mara Aquino on stage. She's talking to RSG Philippines.
Thank you, casters. Congratulations to RSG Philippines. At one point, talagang back and forth. We didn't know who was gonna win. Light, you guys were up by 2-0. 1 win away, pero naging do or die. It went all the way to Game 5. Describe to us, ano yung emosyon na naramdaman nyo, yung pinagdaanan nyo all throughout the series?
Siyempre nung natusira namin sila, parang okay na yun. Tapos nung nakakabawi sila, parang nagkakaroon talaga ng negative energy kami, parang ganun. Parang talagang may nagagalit kami, ganun. Pero yun, nung sa tulong talaga ng teammates ko tsaka ni Boss Regar, binubus niya lagi, nililift niya yung confidence namin. Kaya nakapag-reset kami, especially si Nats talaga. Kaya yun, sa maraming salamat tsaka sa sumusuporta sa amin.
Si Regar, motivator. Okay, kanina nakita namin kayo, yung even the staff sa likod, pinapakalma ang lahat. Alam naman namin na you guys can dominate. You have what it takes. Pero ang susunod na laban, it takes more than skills. Ano ang nais mong makita sa iyong koponan sa susunod na laban, lalo na haharapin niyo muli ang Echo?
Siguro yung katatagan sa mental lang, ganun. Kasi nakita ko naman yun sa teammates ko, lahat sila. Kaya sobrang natutuwa ako sa kanila kasi na-overcome namin ganyan. Kasi minsan kasi hindi kami nakaka-comeback sa game kasi napapanguna kami ng negative. Pero ngayon, okay naman kaya sobrang saya ko lang sa teammates ko, sa akin.
Ganito ang itsura ni Light pag siya ay masaya. At very expressive siya today. Si Demon Kite, nakangiti. Tingnan naman ang ganda ng ngiti ni Demon Kite. May bagong hair. Demon Kite, so we saw how great you were today. Anong masasabi mo sa pinagbago ng RSG ngayong araw na to kumpara sa kahapon? Kasi haharapin niyo ulit ang Echo. Anong pinagbago?
Mas na-upgrade namin yung pagiging disiplinado namin tsaka yung focus namin. Tsaka paganda kami ng Echo ngayon kasi mentally ready kami.
Mentally ready? Are you guys ready? Congratulations at alam ko ready na rin ang ating analyst to break this down for us. Wolf, what you got for us?
I'm not entirely sure if I'm ready, but thanks, Mara, dahil ang ganda ng ipinakita ng RSG in that game winner, series winner even, against Bren Esports. Hats off to Bren Esports as they finish their season at 4th place, but nobody expected them to be the spot. Pero sabi nga ng mga co-casters natin dito, sila na nga siguro ang pinakamalakas na underdogs na naparad natin sa history ng MPL. But the strong ones, RSG Philippines, top 3 ng ating group stages ngayon ay meron na sa ating playoffs as they finish the series with a 12-1 victory over Bren Esports. Such a dominant performance na feeling ko ay nagsimula doon sa draft choice ng RSG Philippines na hindi naman din pumabor doon sa draft choice ng Bren Esports. Dahil ang Bren, parang naipit din sila sa sarili nilang secret weapons. Going in for the Fredrin as a rushed pick para sa Bren Esports, sa 3rd pick. Tapos, nag-secure din sila ng isang 2-shot. in hindsight, nag-work naman yung mga composition ng Bren Esports, especially yung kanilang top 4, first 4 picks. However, bigla silang kinapos. Kasi kung nakikita natin na yung Clint at yung Gusion na mayroon talagang chance ang manalas over RSG, naturally, nalugi lang din sila dahil dun sa naging face-to-face composition ng RSG Philippines. Siguro kung kumuha sila ng Lilia or Farsa, this will be different. But instead, ang kanilang naging choice ay yung signature pick ngayon ni Few na wala pang talo from the side of Bren Esports. However, it did not work. Nakuha na ni Few ang kanyang unang talo dito sa ating Gusion. And unfortunately, the last game of Bren Esports. Let's look at the item progression. Medyo sided to sa side ng RSG. Di naman talaga one-sided ang isang item progression chart, di ba? Pero makikita natin dito kung gaano kabilis nakuha ng side ng RSG Philippines yung mga core items nila. For example, Eman securing kaagad yung kanyang Wind Talker, sabay Genius 1 para Endymion Kite, and then Aqua with this Enchanted Talisman. Already, meron ng kill threats coming out from the side of RSG Philippines. Casual items for Light as well as Nats before they went in for their core items. And then, nung bandang 6-minute mark, dire-diretso na side ng RSG Philippines dahil nakakuha na nga sila ng magandang snowball. Mapapansin natin na nagsimula ng 4-0 at lahat ng turtles going in the favor of RSG Philippines. At dahil dyan naging dominant sila when it comes to the other stats that we have to look for. Damage dealt, damage to turrets, total heal, as well as Turtle Lord and turret. Isa lang ang nakuha ng Bren Esports na tore sa laban na to. And also 1 kill. This is how dominant RSG Philippines were. Nagsimula sila doon sa kanilang pag-dominate ng early stages after already grouping up together. May point na doon sa first turtle fight, 4 agad ang na-utilize ng RSG Philippines going up against Bren Esports. At hindi sila tumigil doon. Diretso kanilang pag-group up knowing na meron na silang damage item mula kay Demon Kite. And of course, yung Valentina mula kay Aqua, maganda rin yung pag-cast mula dito, utilizing the flicker and utilizing the burst damage of this Valentina. Despite being the ultimate dependent hero, nakita natin kay Aqua na ginagamit niya yung kanyang first and second skill pang poke and of course pagbigay na kill intent. Dahil nga naman, meron ding damage output coming out from Demon Kite. Let's look at the graph of the economy ng ating game. As you can see that RSG Philippines nag-dominate agad mula doon sa first turtle fight. Dire-diretso hanggang sa dulo, hindi nagbigay ng kahit anong opening ang side ng RSG Philippines. Eventually, Bren Esports will find a stop somewhere in the middle of the game. Pero hindi rin siya nag-matter dahil na-keep ng RSG yung 2.5k up na gold lead over Bren Esports simula nung nakuha nila to noong second turtle. Ang napakaraming magandang standout performances coming out from the members of RSG Philippines, tulad na lang ni Demon Kite, tulad na lang ni Aqua, of course si Eman, and as well as Nats. Pero ang tunay na talagang kailangan nating tignan dito, yung performance ni Light, finally back in action na nakahanap ng magandang openings with the Kufra. Surely, kailangan na dating i-comment si Nats sa kanyang pag-backline plays as well as Eman not being tagged by Bren Esports. But overall, napansin natin na komportable ulit si Light 0, 1, and 10 with 83% kill participation on this Kufra, going for casual Molten Essence and this tough boots before going in for the Athena Shield. 3 items already at the 6-minute to 8-minute mark. Biglang napakataas ng confidence ni Light dahil kaya na niya tumalon sa may backlines at mag-set up ng place for his team. Now going back to the general approach of the side of RSG Philippines, ano nga ba yung naging breaks of the game kung bakit sila nanalo? Una, ang kanilang draft I think ay mas pabor or more like yung draft choice nila going in for the Kufra last pick, marang mas komportable sila nga naman kumpara sa Bren Esports. Second, yung kanilang face-to-face approach, yung harapan na playstyle mula sa side ng RSG Philippines. Kung babalikan natin yung first 2 games na nakadepende sila sa mga bush plays or doon sa Task Force RSG, this time, medyo umiram muna sila ng konting strategy mula doon sa side ng Blacklist International going in for the semi-ube strategy kung saan face-to-face yung kanilang naging approach. You're gonna see the heat map coming out from Light at maaga din siya nag-rotate dun sa ibang parts ng mapa dahil confident na nga siya sa kanyang mga talon. And this is also the reason why the Kufra is always picked up by the side of RSG Philippines. Alam nila kung paano gamitin. At isa pang bagay na nakita natin at na-observe natin mula sa side ng RSG Philippines is yung pag-utilize nila ng Kufra on nga sa face-to-face approach na minamention natin kanina. Harapan ang kanilang uunahin. Kung sino ang matalunan ni Light, which is typically yung frontliners, kahit pa si Pandora yan, kahit si Ogwen yan, uultihan ni Light. Even when it's just one hero, at papatayin agad, bibigyan agad ng mga members ng RSG Philippines. Dahil dun sa presence ng models coming out from the Melissa, meron silang biglang AOE damage. Kung sakaling may tumulong doon sa bibigyan ni Light, napapunish agad nila dahil doon sa skill set na meron ang isang Melissa. Kung sakaling may tatakbo, nandyan si Demon Kite. And sabi nga natin, kapag merong nag-go doon si Light, na follow up agad nila ng mga stuns dahil nga doon sa face-to-face approach nila dito sa ating laban. The first turtle fight, habang pinapanood natin itong highlights brought to us by Spart, binigyan agad ng 4 na membro ng RSG Philippines yung turtle at sabay kuha dun sa may top lane kung saan kahit yung Cho magko-commit ang side ng RSG Philippines. Alam nila na sa isang face-to-face approach kind of competition, isang -1 will mean another objective. Katulad na nakikita natin ngayon sa ating highlights. Eventually, papalag ang Bren Esports. Paisa-isa silang humaharap sa side ng RSG Philippines as that is understandably so. Meron silang clip na ang nature ay kumuha muna ng isang kill after the other. Just like Melissa. Kaso nga lang yung Melissa merong AOE damage dahil doon sa kanyang skill set. Eventually, magkakaroon ng problema ang Bren Esports sa pag-output ng damage at doon na nga nakita ng RSG Philippines yung tamang approach sa laban na to. For the longest time, ang naging bread and butter ng RSG Philippines ay ang kanilang bush plays, ang kanilang mga concealed pick-offs, ang kanilang mga skirmishes. This time, para mag-advance sa ating lower bracket finals, mas pinili nila ang front-to-back or face-to-face approach para manalo sa laban with the draft that they chose and the juggler against Bren Esports. Congratulations, syempre, sa RSG Philippines and still GGWP sa side of Bren Esports. That's been my analysis for that wonderful series. We still have one more. Pero bago yan, punta muna tayo sa break. When we come back, it's MPL Philippines Season 10 playoffs. The lower bracket finals is gonna be coming up.
Feeling powerless with limited choices? Not anymore. Because with Smart's new Power All 99, I have the power to do what I want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, I have the power to play, to watch, to share, to stream, everything. Plus, Unli TikTok gives me the power to stay on my FYP. And Unli Tech's power to stay online. All the power for just 99 pesos. So it's Smart's new Power All 99 for the power to do what you want. Best choice I made. Load now.
When you have the power of the fastest speed, when you have the power of the widest coverage, you get the best overall experience. Best gaming. Best streaming and downloading.
That's why Smart is the only one awarded as the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power you deserve. That's the power of Smart.
Pag tumataas ang bilihin, maraming natitigil. Pero di porke nagtitipid, ang saya, stop na rin. Sa TNT Sulit Afford the Loads, Gipit Max, tuloy pa rin ang saya. May pantawid din para tuloy ang pag-connect sa araw-araw. Surf Saya 20 para tuloy ang kulitan at only kwentuhan. At All Data 50 para tuloy ang todo sayaw at saya. Tuloy ang saya sa TNT Sulit Afford the Loads. Load na sa suking tindahan.